Chapter 493. Cyril Falkenhass. Persona non grata. Thales stared at the Duke of Western Desert solemnly. He stared at his face, which had become even more terrifying after 6 years because he had more wrinkles and less hair. Being a hostage for 6 years had caused Thales to develop a faint sense of alienation towards the people, things, and things in Constellation. However, when the terrifying image of the Duke, who was like an old tree that had turned into a spirit, appeared in front of Thales again, and his sharp and ear-piercing voice echoed in the prince's ears again, all the memories of the past came back at that moment. The national conference that decided Thales' fate in Eternal Star City 6 years ago seemed to have happened just yesterday. The cold wind outside the tower blew, and it made Thales, who was wearing only a thin shirt and thin pants, shudder. The ruins are quite far from here. Thales tried hard to get rid of all distracting thoughts and looked at Falkenhass calmly. Calm down. This is Williams, the territory of the regular soldiers of the royal family. He can't possibly harm me. Think about it. What was Falkenhass' stance when the second prince appeared 6 years ago? What was his personality like? And why did he appear here? Thales' expression did not change. So, what exactly made someone as honorable as yourself come all the way to the dirty, messy, and exhausting border? Falkenhass let out a strange laugh. He moved his walking stick and closed in on Thales, inch by inch. Your Highness, you are truly a newcomer and have no time to think. The other party's terrifying and withered face slowly grew larger in front of his eyes, causing Thales to feel uncomfortable. He could not help but grip the dagger behind his waist tightly and suppress his desire to retreat. The Duke of Western Desert stopped when he was about a foot away from the prince. He was so close that Thales could see his dried skin, which seemed to be hanging on his bones, and the fine wrinkles on it. Or have you been kept in the dark since the beginning? Against the prince's expectations, Cyril, whose expression did not change, suddenly extended his hand and pulled the chair in front of the study table behind him. It dragged the chair on the floor with a long and unpleasant sound. It made Thales frown. Let me guess, your complete question should be. The Duke put on a fake smile and sat down in front of Thales' bed at ease. He pointed at the window behind him. When the nobles of the Western Desert who were sleeping in the camp were thrown off their armor, suffered heavy losses, and suffered a crushing defeat because of the unexpected ambush, from the commanding to the logistics, from the confidence to the prestige, from the field to the field, they lost everything and had nothing. When quite a number of people lost the conditions and courage to continue defending Bladefang's camp, they retreated dejectedly and prepared to return home. When the legendary Wing returned with his royal family's regular army in glory, he stepped on the failure of the local nobles and re-entered Bladefang's camp. Thales listened quietly to the man's narration. He looked at the buildings under the window along the man's arm. Yesterday's attack and riots had left scars in the camp, and one of the fortresses had been burned by fire. A group of soldiers had sealed off the surroundings and stopped a man who seemed to be the owner of the house. He seemed to be directing the cleanup. On the other side of the road, another alley that was not blocked by the soldiers was still bustling with people. Merchants, herdsmen, mercenaries, thieves, beggars, and prostitutes were bustling with noise and bustling with activity. The boisterous voices unique to Bladefang's camp traveled into their ears faintly, and it was accompanied by the silver cross double star flag that fluttered high above the camp gate. Disaster and life. Destruction and reconstruction. It was as if nothing had happened. It was just another day in Bladefang's camp. Cyril Falkenhass' sharp voice was just like his nickname. Coupled with his intentionally forceful tone, it made people feel uneasy. What you want to ask is, under the above circumstances, Falkenhass' smile was strange. Just what is it that made a cunning person like me come to Bladefang's camp, which is guarded by the prince and has an extraordinary significance? This is bad. Cyril's strange and unpredictable laughter, his unfathomable tone, his irrelevant answers, his evasive words, and his devastating voice and appearance gave Thales a headache, even though he was used to the Northlanders' straightforward and loud voices in Dragon Cloud City. Your Grace, I have heard of your losses, and I am deeply sorry. Thales, who had his meal interrupted, forced himself to focus and think hard. Blade Fang's camp was attacked, and Williams won. So, this was the current situation in the camp. This means that Duke Fakenhas, who holds the highest position in the entire Western Desert, rudely and violently barged into my bedroom, and his goal is. He thought about it and spoke. I did not expect it either. That was indeed an unfortunate day. Please convey my regret to your vassals. But now, I do not think that Baron Williams will be happy to see, but Fakenhas interrupted him. I heard that you liked to play chess when you were in Northland. Thales was taken aback by the abrupt words. Play chess? The Guardian Duke of Western Desert laughed sinisterly. Do you know what I find the most interesting thing about playing chess? Just when Thales was thinking about how to answer so that he could politely end the conversation and send the guest off safely, Cyril suddenly shook his left hand, and the end of his cane landed heavily on the ground. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the long sword tied to the cane trembled. Before Thales realized that the man was just looking for a place to place his cane, he had already subconsciously held his breath and bent down, gripping the dagger behind his waist tightly. Fakenhas did not seem to notice that Thales looked as if he was about to face a formidable enemy. On the contrary, his smile faded, and he leaned forward with his hands on his knees. His skinny figure pressed down on the prince sitting on the bed. That is, there are no blind people in a chess game. Both sides of the chess game can see clearly, and understand every piece, every square, and every step. Thales adjusted his breathing with great difficulty and began to think about the man's words. Cyril, who had been staring at him, suddenly extended his hand and grabbed the plate on the study table. The Duke placed the plate with rich contents firmly on his knees. He grabbed a grilled fish that looked like it had a lot of spices added to it with his bare hands. He opened his broken teeth and bit into it. He did not follow the usual dining etiquette, nor did he care that it was the prince's meal. Thales frowned again as he watched. So, let us stop pretending that we can't see the chessboard. It tastes good. It seems to be the batch that the Loughton family presented to me during the Renaissance Festival. It was fished from Shepherd's River. Cyril chewed on the bony fish in his mouth as he nodded and commented in a serious manner. Stop pretending that you can't see the chessboard. As he stared at the man's face, which had great destructive power, Thales felt a prickling discomfort crawl up his back again. Your Grace, what are you trying to say? The prince no longer bothered with pleasantries. Instead, he looked at the Duke with a solemn expression. Cyril smiled. It looked as if his ugly face had suddenly cracked. As he chewed, he raised the half-eaten grilled fish in his hand and pointed at Thales. To save a seemingly important personal guard. Cyril looked out the window and watched Blade Fang's camp after the night of chaos. His eyes shone with a rare chill. A certain chess player generously sacrificed a knight. But he did not expect that the knight was the killer. It rampaged through the formation, and in the end, it became a prime minister. It ate countless infantrymen, swordsmen, shield-bearers, knights, and even catapults. Cyril stopped eating. There was a dangerous look in his eyes. Teach me, Thales. In this chess game, between the knight and the personal guard, who does the chess player want to sacrifice, and who does he want to save? Chess game. Chess player. Personal guard. Thales had a headache. He was used to the boorish and ancient heroic spirit palace and the bold and heroic Northlanders. The Guardian Duke of Western Desert who beat around the bush, mocked him, and was so sarcastic that it was unpleasant made Thales very uncomfortable. In comparison, even Trentida, the Archduke of Reconstruction Tower, who was famous for being stingy and cunning, paled in comparison. The prince could only sigh and try his best not to look at the grilled fish in Cyril's hand, which had been bitten into pieces. I'm sorry, I'm not good at chess. It's just a hobby when I'm free. Cyril let out a strange laugh. His ugly and withered face rippled. Huh, you don't care. He leaned forward again and pointed at Thales with his left hand. His tone turned cold. But you should care. The sudden change in Cyril's attitude confused Thales. But Duke Fakenhas immediately grabbed the grilled fish in his right hand and waved it in front of Thales. Just like how you don't care about this fish, I don't care about this fish either. Under Thales' furious expression, Cyril bit the fish's head and tore it from the grilled fish. There was a loud, crisp sound. Thales looked at the grilled fish and felt a wave of discomfort. Cyril looked at Thales coldly as he chewed. He gently shook the headless grilled fish in his hand. It should still care about itself. Thales' expression was solemn. He had faced many opponents who were in high positions, and many of them had their own unique presences, such as Lampard, who had an overbearing presence, King Kessel, who was a man of few words and kept people away, and Count Leespan, who had a profound gaze that made people feel uneasy. No matter where these people appeared, even if they were just sitting quietly in a corner of the room, it was impossible to ignore their existence. But Cyril Falkenhays seemed to be special. His face was withered, and his appearance was terrifying. His posture was almost wretched. Even when he looked at people, he maintained the posture of leaning his neck forward and squinting his eyes slightly. The first impression he gave people was a strong sense of discomfort and awkwardness. His sharp and unpleasant voice made people frown and want to ignore him. But as Cyril's movements changed, his tone fluctuated, and his gaze drifted, there would always be an inadvertent moment when this withered old man would give people a sense of danger, as if there was a blade on their backs. It was like combing through piles of straw, constantly worrying about whether their fingers would be pricked by hidden thorns the next moment. It was like a horror movie that slowly added to the atmosphere, piled up emotions, and gradually entered its climax. Like now. Thales tried hard to get rid of the shadow in his heart. He could only choose the method that Northlanders were most used to, and go straight to the point. Your Grace, I am very grateful that you came to visit me. I also know that Falkenhays has contributed a lot to my journey back to the kingdom, but believe me, I know nothing about the chess game between you and the Baron of Bladefang's camp. I only got involved by chance, and I can do nothing about it. As for the other things, I believe, but Cyril's expression turned cold. I still remember what happened 6 years ago. The Duke put down the grilled fish and stared at Thales carefully, as if he wanted to stare Thales' soul out of his body. When you ignored your cunning fox teacher's expression during the national conference and spoke nonsense. A thought appeared in Thales' mind. Cyril's words made Thales slowly remember the past. When the stubborn one-eyed dragon oppressed you, you mocked him and retaliated fiercely. When the boy from Iris Flowers ignored you, you waited for an opportunity to strike and kill him in one strike. When the short-sighted nobles disrespected you, you remembered it and returned the favor 100 times over. Your words are harsh, and you are unforgiving when you are in a favorable position. The Duke of Western Desert's expression was very interesting when he said these words. He seemed to be looking forward to it with some admiration, but he also seemed to be mocking Thales as if he was watching a good show. Thales remembered how he stood against the suzerains during the national conference when he was young. He also remembered what Gilbert said to him later. The prince sighed, and there was a hint of melancholy in his voice. At that time, I was just a child. If I offended you in any way, it was because I was young, frivolous, ignorant, and fearless. Falkenhays took over the conversation and interrupted him fiercely again. I was also a chess piece that was unwilling to be manipulated by others. At that moment, Cyril's gaze was very sharp. To break free, even if I had to face the endless stars high above me, I still dared to test my blade. There was a profound meaning to this sentence, and Thales could not help but pause for a moment. When he said this, Cyril turned his head around and spat out the fish bone that had been chewed into pieces. The way he spat out the fish bone did not seem like he was spitting it out, but more like he was chopping a very troublesome piece of firewood. I have to say, at that time, you were more to my taste, more? The Duke turned his head around and took out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth and hands. There was a meaningful look in his eyes. Cuter. Thales sucked in a deep breath. He could vaguely understand what the Duke was trying to say. So, he did not want to listen to it anymore. But look at you now. Cyril looked at him in a mocking manner. He sized him up as if he was sizing up a prostitute who served wine at a banquet. Gentle, polite, and sanctimonious. You sheathed your blade, kept your poisonous fangs in your mouth, and hid your sharp claws in your palms. The Duke of Western Desert's sharp voice filled the room. Isn't it a pity? Thales lifted his gaze and looked straight at Cyril. He was no longer interested in playing with this strange old man who always spoke in a sarcastic manner even though he obviously had a high position of power. Perhaps this is the right thing to do. My teacher told me before, the prince said in a deep voice. Wise men rarely argue eloquently. Unfortunately, he never managed to do so. Thales sighed in his heart. The second prince's tone was calm, and there was a hint of firm rejection in it. And I believe that we are not fools. Fakenhas laughed again. This time, his laughter was exceptionally long, to the point that even Thales, who was usually very patient, became impatient. Cyril stopped laughing and said airily, "Very well. Then, at least, you should not repeat Herman's mistake." Thales did not react for a moment. Who? Cyril looked around the room. He laughed strangely, and his voice sounded like a gust of chilly wind. As a diplomat, he has a graceful demeanor, perfect etiquette, eloquence, and wit. He makes all those who want to speak loudly in front of him feel ashamed and at a loss for words, so he can always use his silver tongue to gain the most benefits in negotiations. No matter who he faces. Herman. Thales' heart skipped a beat. He subconsciously glanced at the corner where his luggage was piled up. His fourth uncle, Herman Jadestar's last letter, was also there. Why did he mention him? Just because this is Ghost Prince Tower? When he remembered that this was the place where another Jadestar died, and that the bed he lay on might have been the one he slept on before he died, Thales felt a suffocating feeling in his heart. But at the same time, he also built a high wall in his heart. He used a polite smile and clever words to reject everything. Strangely, Cyril's expression became profound. He was a little absent-minded, and it chased away a lot of the gloom brought about by his terrifying face. Regardless of whether it was the flattery and lies of a sycophant or the harsh advice of a friend. So, he paid the price. This sentence made Thales' attention go into overdrive. What do you mean? Paid the price? You know Prince Herman, my uncle? But Fakenhas did not answer him. The ruler of Western Desert slowly turned around and sized up the narrow room on the top floor. The legs of the chair rubbed against the floor and let out an unpleasant, muffled sound. I still remember that night. As he sized up the furnishings in the room, Cyril Fakenhas snorted softly, and no one could tell whether he was being sarcastic or sentimental. That night, Thales saw a hint of darkness in Fakenhas' terrifying eyes. When I rushed over, I only saw him lying quietly on the ground. His face was covered in blood, and he could no longer speak. The alarm in the camp went off. The soldiers under the tower were panicking and at a loss. His personal guards scolded me, and the furious attendant led the regular soldiers to search for all living people within a 100-foot radius. They even cut down a few local nobles on the spot. Internal strife broke out at any moment. The regular soldiers of the royal family and the local recruits and even mercenaries who rushed over raised their weapons in a standoff. There were a few clashes and there were countless casualties. Baron Lumen and I mediated in the middle, but the results were minimal. Everyone was tense and panicked. That night, Thales immediately realized what Fakenhas was talking about. Duke Cyril seemed to have ignored Thales' existence. He only slowly observed the room that once belonged to the Ghost Prince. The military depot, the supply warehouse, the prison of bones, and other places soon erupted into chaos. Just like the past few days, order in the camp collapsed, and we had no time to take care of it. In less than half an hour, beacons and signal arrows came one after another from the 5 sentry posts several miles away. The orcs and Baron Bone people were so long that the end of the line could not be seen. They mysteriously took advantage of the night and launched an unprecedented ambush. The prince's death had great implications. The regular soldiers could not suppress their hatred and only wanted to attack. The suzerains were distracted and focused on defense. The mercenaries harbored ulterior motives and only wanted to protect themselves. The generals and commanders were suspicious of each other, morale was low, and there was a traitor. We, who originally had the upper hand, only managed to defend for less than a day. Cyril turned his head and looked at the houses under the window. His gaze froze slightly. At the most critical moment, we lost contact with each other. I was struck off my mount, and half of my face was also torn off by a damned orc. Baron Lumen even sacrificed his life to cover our retreat from the camp. If it weren't for the lack of military discipline of the orcs who intercepted us and only cared about looting in a disorderly manner. Cyril's gaze was filled with mockery and disdain. He snorted and shook his head. Thales heaved a sigh and closed his eyes. But that wasn't the worst. Duke Falkenhaz's expression became more and more stiff. His ugly and withered face, which made people uncomfortable, turned into an indifferent and cold expression that could not be ignored. Just as we retreated to Blessings Town and regrouped our defeated army, intending to send Herman's body and the letter requesting for reinforcements back to Eternal Star City, even more terrifying news came from Wingfort. Even more terrifying news. Thales' heart tensed. Eternal Star City was in chaos. Renaissance Palace was in chaos. The king and the crown prince were both assassinated. Thales' breathing slowed down as he listened to Cyril's words. The capital was locked down, and communication was cut off. We lost contact with a large number of nobles and suzerains in the city. The center of Constellation was silent. Our reinforcements were nowhere in sight. Cyril turned his head around and looked at Thales. His gaze was unfocused, as if he was staring at the air behind Thales. And this was just the beginning. Urgent messages came one after another from Wingfort. Bad news came one after another. Cyril turned his back to the light. His face looked gloomy in the cold wind. In the north, Broken Dragon Fortress fell. The second prince died. Extet's army pressed down on the northern territory, and they crossed the land of cliffs. They were unstoppable. In the east, the third prince died in Broken Bridge Fortress. The waterway supply he was in charge of overseeing the war stopped because it was exclusively for the north and south battlefields. In the southwest, the Duke of Star Lake died in internal strife. The Starlight Brigade, which shouldered the people's hopes, lost their leader and cut off their supplies. They fell apart and disappeared without a trace. The bleakness and coldness in the Duke's words caused the prince to shudder. It reminded him of Gilbert's narration of the Bloody Year. But Thales immediately remembered Zakriel's half-truths and the royal guard's painful confessions in the dungeon. He could not help but clench his fists. The flames of war were everywhere in Constellation. The kingdom's hope was cut off. The enemy's army was at the city gates, and the royal family was nowhere to be found. And where should Western Desert go from here? The suzerains of Western Desert held a meeting in Blessings Town, and many of them harbored ulterior motives. Some of them shut themselves in, some of them compromised and surrendered, some of them gathered troops to form an independent state, and there were also a few of them who discussed in private to support the new regime. Compared to that, the invasion of the mixed breeds and barren species, the fall of Bladefang's camp, and the disaster at the borders of Western Desert seemed to be nothing. Cyril raised his head. The coldness on his ugly face shocked Thales. In Sunset Temple in Blessings Town, I listened to their meaningless arguments. I was heavily injured and could only be supported by others. I stood in front of Herman's body, which was covered with a thick cloth, and asked him in silence, "Old friend, pretty boy, where did the handsome face and witty eloquence you were so proud of go?" Cyril's tone was very cold, but there was a sense of loss and bleakness in it that Thales did not expect. That is all in the past. Thales tried to comfort him, and at the same time he ordered him to leave. Now we have, but Falkenhaz stared at the ground with his hands on his knees. He suddenly said, "So, sometimes I regret it." Regret? Thales was stunned. Cyril raised his head. His eyes sparkled, and his expression was strange. That night, if I did not do that, what would the future hold? Thales was a little puzzled. Do that? Do what? Cyril sneered and put the tray back on the desk. He stared at Thales again, as if he had turned back into the Duke of Western Desert who behaved strangely, laughed, and scolded angrily. That night, if I didn't secretly let the assassins from Shadow Shield into the camp, put them in front of Herman. At that moment, Thales' heart skipped a beat. It was as if all the hairs on his body were standing on end. Put the assassins from Shadow Shield. Put them in, Cyril said airily. Then what will happen in the bloody year? Everything was still. It was as if the sin of Hell's river had taken effect again. Only the sound of the fierce wind outside the window reminded him of the passing of time. Thales was like a frozen ice sculpture. He stared at Cyril without moving. In front of him was the terrifying guardian Duke of Western Desert. Cyril Falkenhas did not smile, speak, mock, or provoke him. He only stared at Thales quietly, and he was incredibly calm. The cold wind outside the window grew stronger again, and it caused Falkenhas' robe to flutter continuously. On his robe was the symbol of the Falkenhas family skull with 4 eye sockets. It was incredibly eye-catching, and it was as ferocious as ever. It was as if it had come to life. Only God knew how much effort Thales had to put in to suppress his desire to call for yodel or get into a fighting stance. Only God knew. After a while, Thales uttered a word in a solemn, difficult, and hostile manner. Cyril leaned against the back of his chair and narrowed his eyes. His tone was calm, and his posture was calm. Thales sucked in a deep breath. Both of them were still for a few seconds. Only the sound of the wind remained. Then, Cyril put on a satisfied expression. Very good. The Duke straightened his back. His face, which was as thin as a piece of wood, finally showed a rare shrewd and solemn expression. We are finally talking. Chapter 494. Tell me, child, there are so many orcs in the world. Cough, cough, cough. His uncle's voice was accompanied by heavy coughs. Even the sound of his personal guard's horse hooves could not drown it out. Which one is the most dangerous? He lifted his gaze from the soil under the horse's hooves. The kind that is near death. He was not in high spirits as he rode on the horse. He lagged behind his uncle's carriage by a full body length. Yes, the kind that is near death. His uncle's weak voice seemed to have been injected with new energy. He was like his uncle when he was in his prime. He could point out the world with great vigor. Just like a sand scorpion's poisonous stinger hidden behind its tail, a venomous snake's poisonous fangs buried deep in its mouth, and a dangerous quicksand hidden underground. At that time, his uncle's back was majestic and tall. His arms were strong and powerful, and his voice was deep and sonorous. When he thought of this, he snorted, tightened his grip on his horse, and urged it forward. He sped up and arrived in front of the carriage. But his uncle was like a desert after a storm. His spirited voice returned to being dispirited and hoarse. Then, which kind of orc is the safest? He answered unhurriedly. The dead kind. That's what old Scholar Mon taught you. His uncle shook his head and said, a dead orc is a good orc. But I have to say, Cyril, the safest orc, is also the kind that is near death. He was stunned for a moment. His uncle's weak voice rose and fell as the horse moved forward. Because they are like arrows at the end of their flight, like the tail of a terrifying sandstorm, like the embers of a burnt fuel. They have a great momentum, but they have no stamina. He tightened his grip on his horse's abdomen and frowned. This damn riddle? Old man, did you regain your masculinity last night and sleep with a priestess from Dark Knight Temple? Or worse, a male priestess? His uncle's voice fell silent for a moment. For a moment, only the sound of his personal guard's horse hooves could be heard. A few seconds later, his uncle chuckled in resignation as he coughed. Perhaps this is why I like you. When he heard his uncle's coughing, which was worse than last week, his heart sank. He forced himself to be spirited. Like me, if those are your last words, old man, I have to say it sucks. He pretended to be relaxed and whistled. Everyone who hears this will think that you are an old pervert who likes to play with his nephew. Uncle was silent for a while more. The guards on both sides continued to march forward dutifully. Their expressions did not change, as if they had not heard their conversation at all. After a long time, his uncle's resigned and weak voice rose. Dying orcs are both dangerous and safe. So, why did the Barren Bone people say that the desert god is neither doomed nor forgiven? Because calamity and pardon can change back and forth with a single thought. That's why we have to be on guard at all times. He scratched his ear helplessly. His uncle continued speaking, and he became even more solemn. The royal relatives of the Blade Edge Hill seem to have turned over a new leaf, but it's hard to change one's nature. Sooner or later, they will make mistakes. On the surface, the fat profiteer of Donghai has a wide circle of friends and is kind and harmless, but he is used to changing the direction of the wind and burning the bridge after crossing it. The land of cliffs pretends to be arrogant, neutral, and selfless, but they're just a bunch of rats that rely on the natural defenses of the mountains. As for that cowardly old bastard from the South Bank, he's even more conservative than a priestess. They can't be relied on. His uncle's voice became downcast. He listened quietly for a while before he suddenly said, "Old man, you really slept with a priestess?" Heavy hammering sounds came from the carriage. His uncle seemed to have choked again. Even his breathing became erratic. The corners of his lips curled up into a smile. In the end, his uncle suppressed his anger and sighed. Sigh, forget it? In comparison, old Dylan from the Northern Territory is tenacious and constantly strives to improve himself. It's a pity that their positions are too bad. Once something happens, they'll be the first to bear the brunt, and it'll be difficult for them to help. As expected, if it were my uncle in the past, hearing me joke about him like this, feeling gloomy, he stopped thinking about it. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the increasing amount of vegetation on both sides of the Avenue of Blessings. You seem to have missed out on the most important thing? His uncle's breathing stopped. The carriages took a big turn. A few farmers who were driving the carriages by the side of the road shrunk their bodies in fear as they waited for the four-eyed skull flag to pass. After a long while, his uncle's weak voice rose again. It was filled with indignation and resentment that had not disappeared for years. The stars beyond the heavens are high above us. You can only look at them from afar and not be delusional. You can't trust them either. He felt a deep chill in his uncle's tone. Remember this. His uncle's words turned into a thick and ominous cough. He did not speak. After a few seconds, he released his grip on the reins, which were about to break. As his uncle coughed in discomfort, he took a deep breath and forced himself to smile. From what you've said, we should be mavericks and loners. We don't get along with everyone, and everyone hates us? His uncle stopped coughing, but he did not speak immediately. For a time, there was only the sound of horse hooves and carriage wheels. Finally, a long sigh came from the carriage. Isn't that the meaning of our existence? There was resignation, but also relief. Duke Fakenhas opened his eyes. Before his eyes, the prince was staring at him nervously. Thal's arm was stiff behind him. He pressed down on the dagger under the blanket. He looked through the Duke of Western Desert's half-smiling eyes, and seemed to see another bloody and ferocious dead man's head with empty eye sockets. If Fakenhas is the mastermind behind Herman's assassination, why is he telling me this now? What's in his interest if he admits this in front of another Jade Star? Is he trying to gain the upper hand with a show of strength, a sign that he is going to turn against him, or does he have other motives? As usual, Thales took a deep breath. He deliberately pretended to be surprised and lost his composure to satisfy the other party while he began to think about the key to this matter. From his days as a child beggar to his life as a prince, this move was quite effective against people like Quide and Nicholas, who were not very bright and thought highly of themselves. It was even effective against people like the annoying Ian and Monty, the Raven of Death, who were as cunning as ghosts. They could always gain a sense of superiority from Thal's panicked behavior, and from there, they would reveal their greatest weakness in their contempt and satisfaction. After going through so many ups and downs, this was already Thal's most familiar instinct. He was so familiar with it that he could not even tell when his loss of composure was real and when it was a deliberate act. But there were times when this move failed, such as when he faced King Chapman in the carriage. What? Are you living too comfortably in Northland? You're already scared? The Duke of Western Desert's contemplative words rose again. He stared at Thales, who seemed to be stunned by the shock, and seemed to be a little dissatisfied. How about this? Which one? Before Thales could think too much about it, he saw Cyril stretch out his hand and hold the handle of his walking stick, long sword. The prince shuddered. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk as the sound of metal rubbing against leather rose, the blade was unsheathed, and it drew a silver arc in the air. Asterisk T. The sin of hell's river flooded his nerves. Thales instinctively flipped off the bed and rolled on the ground. What kind of joke is this? He got up and bent his knees when he was a safe distance away from the silver light. He held his dagger horizontally and got into the iron body style. Thales looked at Cyril Fakenhas, who was still sitting calmly on the chair. The long sword that had just been unsheathed was in the Duke's hand. As the Duke turned his wrist slightly, the sword slowly drew an arc in the air. It was filled with coldness, and its presence was awe-inspiring. There was a faint sense of intimidation. Very good. At least you are not as cowardly as you appear. Cyril smiled eerily, completely ignoring the prince's pale face. What's going on? Thales stared at Cyril in disbelief. Turned against me just like that? But there was another thing that concerned Thales even more. Yodel, who was hiding in the dark, was still silent. He did not react even when he saw that Thales was in danger. What's going on? Is that guy really angry because of what happened just now? The kind that can't be coaxed? But just as Thales thought of a way out of this with a headache, a familiar hoarse voice rose softly in his ears. Calm down. The masked protector's voice was faint, almost like a mosquito's, but it made Thales relax his tense breathing. It's not him. It's not him. The familiar voice made Thales' heart fall back into his chest. It's not him. But at that moment, when he saw Cyril's malicious smile, Thales seemed to have grasped something. This was Blade Fang's camp, the territory directly under the royal family. A considerable number of regular soldiers were stationed here. The legendary wing was at the side, and King Kessel was at the back, taking the blame and threatening the prince. No matter what, Fakenhas should not have done this. The prince's thoughts were interrupted because of his battle stance. He took a few deep breaths and forced himself to think from the beginning. Then why? It was not him. After Yodel's reminder, Thales, who seemed to have figured something out, immediately asked. However, he did not dare to relax his fighting stance for even a moment. Are you the murderer or not? Cyril stared fixedly at him. The long sword in his hand was extremely steady, and his eyes were shining with extraordinary splendor. Finally, in the tense confrontation, the Duke of Western Desert chuckled and shook his head. Looks like you don't know. Under Thales' solemn expression, Cyril's cold smile slowly faded away. The Duke placed the long sword across his knees and played with it slowly. He did not look at Thales again. I don't know? The confused Thales took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. You said that you placed the assassin in front of Prince Hyman. The prince gritted his teeth and asked, but why? Fakenhas did not turn his head. He only stared fixedly at the exquisite longsword on his knees. Because that is his wish. Thales' question came to an abrupt halt. This time, before Thales could ask further, Duke Cyril answered softly. His voice drifted, and his emotions were complicated. He was the one who took the initiative to find them. Find those assassins' shadow shield. Thales was stunned. However, Hyman? And shadow shield? Thales understood the Duke's words, and he immediately widened his eyes. 18 years ago, Cyril said faintly. Hyman came to me and asked me to do my best to help him avoid the personal guards from the Royal Guards and Jade Star personal guards, and complete his private meeting with some unfamiliar guests. More than once. Avoid personal guards. Unfamiliar guests. Cold wind blew into the room, causing the Duke of Western Desert's leather robe to flutter slightly. His gray hair fluttered lightly. The wind also brought up endless dust. Under the sunlight, countless particles that flew to and fro in a strange manner tumbled about in the air. Cyril's eyes were still spinning, and there seemed to be light in them. The last time. For some reason, Thales suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Shadow Shield avoided the eyes and ears of the royal family to meet, so Thales put down his dagger in disbelief and straightened his back. He moved his lips laboriously. The bloody year was done by him? Hyman. At the top floor of Ghost Prince Tower, the narrow room became quiet. Only faint noises could be heard from outside the window. There was also the fierce, chilly wind at such a high altitude. But the prince only felt that he had fallen into a deep and thick fog. And he was getting closer to the truth behind the fog. In the underground prison, Samuel's words, which were filled with hatred, rose in his mind. Is it the beauty Hyman who only has good looks and literary talent, but is narrow-minded, sinister, and ruthless? Is it the son who killed his father, or the brother who killed his brother? The fourth prince, Hyman Jadestar? Cyril did not answer. But Thales was only dazed for a few seconds before he immediately shook his head. Countless mysteries rushed into his mind. But if he is the Jadestar behind the scenes, then why did Shadow Shield want to kill him? This doesn't make sense. He stared at Fakenhas, who seemed to be in a daze. The Duke closed his eyes gently before he opened them again. He placed his arms on his knees and leaned forward. He schooled his expression and turned to look at Thales. He smiled faintly but frighteningly. I want to know too. Thales was stunned. You don't know? Cyril chuckled as if he was not bothered. Maybe he was just too stupid and he was betrayed. Maybe he was a victim and he was destined to be betrayed. Maybe he was just an insider and he could not escape his fate in the end. Or maybe he was just unintentionally involved and he wanted to turn the tide. Cyril lowered his head and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. No one knew whether he was being sarcastic or mocking. But he didn't want me to know. He doesn't know. Thales was not satisfied with this answer. He took a deep breath, walked forward slowly, and sat at the end of the bed again. He was facing the Duke. Really? He asked you to do him a favor so that you wouldn't know the truth, and you agreed to it? You didn't even ask? Thales said coldly. Aren't you being too generous? Cyril turned his head around slowly. It might have been a figment of his imagination, but Thales suddenly felt that Duke Fakenhas's ugly and hideous face had become much more relaxed. Believe it or not, child. Cyril's gaze suddenly became very serious. His sunken lips opened and closed under the sunlight. Herman is one of the few friends I have. At least, compared to his brothers whose minds are only filled with conspiracies, murder, money, and women. He asked, so I helped. It's that simple. Thales frowned deeply. Brothers whose minds are filled with conspiracies, murder, money, and women. Cyril observed Thales' expression. He shook his head and chuckled. But the prince's next sentence caused his expression to change. Is this related to Prince Horace? Thales relaxed his eyebrows, but the seriousness in his eyes was at its peak. The reason why Herman went to Shadow Shield, but died in their hands in the end? At that moment, Fakenhas's expression froze. Horace. He stared at Thales. His face was still ugly and hideous, but he no longer had that playful look on his face. Why do you ask? Thales exhaled and answered him with another question. And you, why did you tell me this 18 years later at the place where Herman died? Cyril stared at Thales for a very long time. Finally, the Duke's elbows left his knees, and he straightened his back in his chair. Against Thales' expectations, the seemingly serious Cyril did not respond to his question. Instead, he lifted the long sword on his knees again and sized it up. Have you ever seen a sword like this, Your Highness? Cyril seemed to have walked out of the memories of the past. He regained his scary and relaxed smile. Thales could not help but be stunned. It was only then that he noticed that the Duke's long sword had a unique appearance. The bronze-colored handguard and hilt were exceptionally long. It did not seem to be the most ideal structure for bearing force, but it was exquisite and neat enough. The two sides of the blade extended in a smooth arc that was like a sand dune, giving people a sense of aesthetic comfort. There was a pure black gem embedded in the center of the sword guard, but Thales did not know what it was. Cyril didn't even raise his head. He continued to admire the exquisite sword on his own. The ancient sword of the Empire, also known as the Ancient Knight Sword, has a special style and arc. It has an astonishing sense of balance, allowing it to swing with greater ease and smoothness. It requires good raw materials and superb craftsmanship. Of course, it also requires a high price. I guess this is why they are destined to be unable to be mass-produced. In the end, they disappeared from the battlefield, and only a few of them are valuable enough to become family heirlooms. Cyril turned the sword upside down so that Thales could see the bottom of the hilt. It was an unfamiliar letter of the ancient empire that Thales almost did not recognize. The carving of the letter looked rather crude. Compared to the other exquisite parts of the sword, it did not seem to be in harmony. Ancient sword of the empire? Ancient knight sword? Wait a minute. Thales' eyebrows twitched. Such an arc, it's a little familiar. I've seen it before. What? The eternal truth of Ricky's silver-hilt longsword with the same beautiful arc appeared in Thales' mind. But what does it have to do with what I'm asking Herman and Horace? Thales asked vigilantly. At the same time, he quietly sat a little further away, ensuring that his legs touched the ground. Cyril continued to admire the sword that might be the family heirloom of the Falkenhas family. He clicked his tongue and said, "It is said that the first batch of swords of the ancient empire were provided by the dwarves and forged by the elves. They used the flames of the earth as the furnace fire and gathered the essence of the seven seas to be presented to the first emperor of this world, the great Emperor Camelot Carlus, who created the boundless prosperity of mankind." Thales' thoughts froze for a moment. Cyril raised his head and chuckled coldly. "That's right. I'm talking about your ancestor, the one whose blood is said to be gilded with gold and shines." Thales subconsciously said, But Cyril seemed to have made up his mind not to be interrupted. He returned to the long sword in his hand. This sword is called Sentinel. It participated in the Battle of Eradication with Tiberia Falkenhas 600 years ago. He was Tormund the first sword teacher when he was young. He was also the oldest follower under the King of Renaissance's command until he was conferred the ruins and became the first guardian duke of Western Desert and my ancestor. Sentinel. Tormund the First. The Battle of Eradication. Thales was a little impatient. "I will have time to listen to your family history, but for now, let us first, and the Sentinel's most recent military service." Cyril's voice suddenly grew louder, drowning out Thales' voice. The Duke of Western Desert narrowed his eyes slightly and turned his head to look at Thales, who was frowning. It was in the hands of another Cyril Falkenhas. He was my great-uncle, and he served under the Silent Sumer the Fourth's royal guards. During the crisis of the king's sudden death, he held this sword and led the royal guards to fight their way out. From there, he protected the young Adi II so that he could successfully ascend the throne and rule over Constellation. As Cyril spoke, he swung the long sword in his hand and swung it in the air. His skillful movements and steady grip on the sword made Thales, who had always thought that Duke Falkenhas' movements were inconvenient, look at him in a different light. "Wait a minute." Thales' expression changed. He caught something from the words just now. The other Cyril Falkenhas. Royal Guards? The Silent Sumer IV. The king's sudden death. Adi II? Thales stared at Sentinel. Before he could figure out what was going on, Cyril sighed. Falkenhas is a family as old as Arund. It has been passed down since the age of the Empire, and it followed the Jadestar family to this day. The Duke stared at his sword of the ancient empire. From the Battle of Eradication to the Bloody Year, just like this Sentinel, we have witnessed too much and understood too much. A strange light shone in the Duke of Western Desert's eyes. Whether it is the rise and fall of Constellation, or the Jadestar royal family, Falkenhas removed the sheath from his cane and cast a sideways glance at Thales. There seemed to be a profound meaning behind his words. A reign of terror. Cyril exhaled slowly and put Sentinel back into its sheath. Compared to that, is the answer you seek still important? Thales' eyebrows twitched. When he thought about what he saw and heard over the past few days, the prince suddenly had a guess. Adi II, my grandfather. I heard that he was the one with the longest teeth among Sumer IV's children, and he was also a male. Thales spoke slowly. I believe that his ascension to the throne and coronation should have been smooth. He narrowed his eyes. Where did the reign of terror you speak of come from? The Duke of Western Desert put away his nostalgic expression and smiled slowly. He turned his head around and stared at Thales with a burning gaze. Perhaps your history teacher did not mention your grandfather's stepmother, this witch Queen Vera from the Iris Flowers family, and her sister-in-law who was the Duchess of Blade Edge Field, your grandfather's aunt, the former Princess Helena. Iris Flowers family, the witch Queen Vera. The Duchess of Blade Edge Field, the Princess Helena. As he listened to these unfamiliar names, Thales' mind started to work. They also did not mention how they conspired to falsify an edict after Sumer IV passed away. They wanted to send your underage grandfather to Sunset Temple as a lifelong sacrifice, so that Queen Vera's biological son, John Jadestar, who was still in swaddling clothes, could replace his father and become king. Thales' eyes suddenly widened. John Jadestar conspired to falsify an edict. Thales could not help but tighten his grip on his dagger. Queen Vera's biological son. Replace his father with his son. Cyril put down his sword and could not help but sigh. Of course, if Queen Vera had succeeded 60 years ago, you and I would not have to worry here. If Queen Vera had succeeded, I would not have to worry here, damn old man. Thales took a deep breath and calmed the shock in his heart. Enough, Duke Fakenhas. From just now until now, Thales' expression darkened. What are you hinting at? This time, the second prince stared at the Duke of Western Desert. His attitude was hostile. Is it the late king's younger brother, the Duke of Star Lake, John, who had the chance to surpass my grandfather and ascend the supreme throne of Constellation? Fakenhas curled his lips. Or is it the Covendier family of Iris Flowers who once tried to interfere with the succession of the throne? Cyril's smile did not fade. And the Duke of Blade Edge Field, the entire family of Princess Helena's husband who died 18 years ago, was also involved? As he watched Cyril's unhurried and calm expression, Thales gritted his teeth. Or are you hinting that during the Bloody Year, it was indeed one of my grandfather's princes who also wanted to replace his father, usurp the throne? Chapter 495. Constellation's history has never lacked bloodshed. Gilbert's words rang in the teenager's mind again. You are reading too much into my words, Your Highness. Cyril sneered. He took a fist-sized red fruit that Thales could not recognize from the plate and wiped it on his sleeve. I mean, as the oldest vassal of Jadestar, Fakenhas has seen too many similar scenes in the reflection of Sentinel's blade, from the first day to the last. So many that we are numb. The Duke of Western Desert finished speaking. He ignored Thales' suspicious gaze and took a bite of the fruit in his hand in a contented manner. But Thales still looked at him warily. Is that so? Cyril's cheeks trembled. He seemed to be enjoying the taste of chewing, but his haggard face and frightening appearance only made his action more frightening. Similarly, the truth of the Bloody Year is no longer important. Just like today, 60 years later, will anyone still care about the crisis of your grandfather's coronation? Cyril leaned back, but his eyes, which were as lively as a viper's, were fixed on Thales. He said in a muffled voice, What is really important is what the Bloody Year has brought us, and how are we going to face it? Thales averted his gaze and tried not to look at the process of the fruit in Cyril's mouth turning from solid to small pieces, and then to powder. The prince said solemnly, I do not like to deliberately mystify things. I also do not like to beat around the bush. Cyril swallowed a mouthful of fruit and snorted. He used his left elbow to support himself on the arm of the chair and leaned over. His gaze changed and he became aggressive. Then perhaps you are not suited to be a Jadestar. Thales turned his head slowly and looked at him. Cyril still maintained his teasing gaze, which was half genuine, while the prince's expression was calm. They stared at each other in silence. There was an indescribable feeling in the air. A few seconds later, Thales lowered his head slightly and stared at the Duke from a strange angle. He said in a low voice, My father knows, doesn't he? Fakenhas' right hand, which was playing with half a piece of fruit, froze for a moment. The light in his eyes slowly faded away. Thales inhaled softly and said with a serious expression, Regardless of whether it was you secretly helping Hyman back then, or him colluding with Shadow Shield, or even what happened that night. He knows everything. The prince used an affirmative sentence. The smile on Cyril's lips slowly disappeared. So what if he knows? The duke enunciated his words slowly, as though he was approaching his prey. So what if I don't know? Thales exhaled. He understood. You just threw out those secrets layer by layer, from Hymen to Shadow Shield. Thales raised his head. His gaze was firm and resolute. It's to test me, to see how much I know, and to see how much my father has told me. Cyril said nothing. But at that moment, his gaze on the prince became even sharper. And the reason you did this, Thales did not continue speaking. He only stared at the duke with a burning gaze. This was to test King Kessel's trust in his heir. They wanted to test the foundation of the Jade Star royal family. After a long while, Cyril smiled faintly, turned his body sideways, and pointed at Thales. As I said, we're talking. Thales' expression became even more solemn. The teenager lowered his head and followed the duke's words. So, according to what you said, aside from the details and the truth, what did the bloody year bring us? Cyril smiled. He did not answer Thales' question directly. Instead, he tilted his head and took another bite of the fruit in his hand. I heard that Baron Williams found you first, Your Highness. He chewed and said in a muffled voice, What do you think of him? Thales' eyebrows twitched. Williams? What do I think of him? Thales' first thought was the scene of the man tying him to the saddle. The teenager shuddered a little and tried hard to chase the image of him riding a horse with him out of his mind. The Baron is a... But the moment he opened his mouth, he was suddenly at a loss for words. The Duke of Western Desert did not panic. He waited for Thales' reply with great interest. Roman's murderous eyes appeared in Thales' mind, along with his unapproachable face when he said, If you interrupt again, I'll kill you. The prince felt suffocated. How can I praise a person I can't find any good points about against my will? Desert God above, I can't possibly praise him as cute, can I? The prince coughed softly and tried his best not to let his expression change too much. I think he's very... well, he leads his troops well, commands calmly, and... Thales was stuck on the next adjective. Cyril did not look at him. He only snorted softly and did not comment. Thales, who had been racking his brains, remembered something and quickly added, he's extremely skilled and has an extraordinary appearance? Thank you, Desert God. I've finally found a good point. Cyril snorted and nodded. He turned around and spat out the core of the fruit in his mouth. He tugged at his face, twitched his dented lips, and glanced at Thales with narrowed eyes. All right, I have to admit. Even though he was slowly getting used to the Duke's face, Thales still felt goosebumps when he was stared at. Cyril sneered. Williams, that guy is indeed better looking than me. He smiled and raised his right hand. His thumb and index finger were very close together. The potholes and ravines on his face looked like they had been flooded. Just a little. Thales stared at Cyril's unique face and tried his best to hold back his awkwardness. Oh, is that so? When Cyril saw him, he finally could not hold back his laughter. While the Duke laughed, he extended his hand again and scooped up a second piece of fruit from his plate. Let's be straightforward. Everyone who has dealt with him knows it. Cyril scrutinized Thales. His terrifying face exuded a cold chill. Roman Williams. A cold glare shone in Cyril's eyes. That is a loner, cold, arrogant, shameless bastard. Shameless bastard? Thales resisted the urge to nod. He maintained a slight frown on his face. But Cyril did not seem to care about his reaction anymore. The Duke of Western Desert sneered and looked outside the window. Admit it. Since the first time he enlisted in the army during the Bloody Year, he has been more annoying than an ignorant and fearless brat, more irritating than a rude and unreasonable bully, more feared than a ruthless hooligan, more hated than an exploitative tax collector, and more disgusting than an arrogant tyrant. Thales sucked in a breath. He could not help but think of the legendary Wing's condescending look. The Duke did not care about his demeanor at all. He stared outside the window with a sharp and disdainful gaze. He seemed to have remembered something. All those who have dealt with him have suffered at his hands. That damn hot-tempered temper, that condescending look, that damned and hateful habit. He's just short of carving, I'm F*** king idiot on his face. Thales quirked an eyebrow and listened to Cyril's vulgar words. Maybe the Baron is just not sociable, Duke Falkenhas snorted coldly. Not sociable? Cyril took a huge bite out of the fruit in his hand, as if he was not biting food, but an enemy who could not live under the same sky as him. Have you ever seen him kill prisoners of war and collect heads on the battlefield? Have you ever seen his indifferent and habitual expression when he wiped off the blood on his face? Do you know that he has never shown mercy when he kills his own people? Thales remembered how the man had calmly dug out Stake's eyes and pried off the chin of a dead man's head while blood splattered everywhere. He felt uncomfortable. Cyril snorted coldly. Do you think that the commando team he formed in Stardust Unit is known as the Freaks just because of the few psionic prisoners he released? Thales pursed his lips and did not say anything. The Duke of Western Desert chewed on the fruit in his mouth and shook his head with a cold smile. That's because Roman Williams, the legendary Wing, hides under that beautiful skin of his is someone who does not understand the rules and does not care about benefits. He has neither sympathy nor loyalty. He has a strange temper, an unfathomable personality, is indifferent and cruel, and has strange interests. His way of thinking and logic are different from normal people. He is far from what we can understand, and he is far from what Renaissance Palace can command. He is truly, Cyril Falkenhas' gaze turned cold. He enunciated his words clearly and firmly. Freak. Thales sucked in a deep breath and remembered how the legendary Wing broke Norb's legs coldly and scornfully called the king a son of AB***. Perhaps geniuses always have their own quirks? Cyril looked at the half-eaten fruit in his hand and curled his lips. Genius? The Duke raised his head. His gaze was profound. Then, I have to say, to promote a freak who is full of vices and sins, and who even the royal family cannot control, place him in the remote Western Desert, place him in the chaotic Western front lines, and do our best to provide for his regular army. Cyril's back was turned towards Thales. He looked at Blade Fang's camp under the window, and with a profound expression, he shook his head and clicked his tongue. Your father is probably also a genius? Thales frowned. He could not tell whether this was a sincere compliment, a bitter sarcasm, or a combination of both. But the prince understood a lot. Thales shook his head firmly. It's useless. As I said, I can't do anything about what has already been decided. You can't take back Blade Fang's camp from me, and you can't take back what you lost from my father. He had an indifferent expression on his face, as if he was 1,000 miles away from others. And you should leave. This is my meal time, and I'm not used to sharing it with others. But against Thales' expectations, in the face of his obvious and resolute refusal, Cyril did not retort with a negative attitude, nor did he use his usual tone to mock and ridicule him. The Duke's expression relaxed. He did not smile, nor did he speak sarcastically. He just sat up straight and looked out the window quietly. Blade Fang's camp? What we lost? Your Highness, have you ever seen the former Western Desert? He stared at the bustling crowd under the window. Thales looked at Cyril's side profile and suddenly felt that Duke Falkenhas was a little absent-minded at that moment. The former? The Duke snorted. He seemed to have remembered something, but he shook his head slightly. Do you know, 18 years ago, when I had just become the Duke, I received the General Edict of Constellation and rushed to Eternal Star City without stopping to listen to your grandfather's call to quell the rebellion with 18 other people? I never thought that Western Desert, which gave birth to me and raised me, would be the next. Thales' expression changed, and he sank into deep thought. 18 years ago. General Edict of Constellation. Call to quell the rebellion. But, the prince raised his head and asked in puzzlement, next? But Thales' vision immediately blurred. He instinctively wrapped his arms around his chest and caught the piece of bread the Duke of Western Desert threw at him. White bread. Thales watched in astonishment as Cyril calmly withdrew his left hand and stuffed another piece of fruit into his mouth. 18 years have passed. Very few youngsters nowadays know that before the War of the Bloody Year, before the legendary Wing appeared, when the guardian Duke of Western Desert was still my uncle, the Duke of Western Desert bit on the fruit and said languidly, "What was Western Desert like?" Thales pursed his lips and furrowed his eyebrows. He looked at the Duke, who was obviously reluctant to leave. He opened his mouth in exasperation and resignation and bit into the soft and exquisite white bread. At that time, the ruler of this place, the Baron of Bladefang's Bar, Garrett Lummen, was an important vassal and guest of my uncle. He often went to the ruins of wastelands and could be said to have grown up with me. We were like brothers. The Duke smiled as he watched the teenager pull his face out of the bread in displeasure, but his gaze gradually froze. At that time, we enjoyed a rare peace with the Great Desert. Peace. Thales, who was trying his best to tear the bread apart, paused. Fakenhas spoke slowly. If we don't go in, whether it's the 8 great tribes of the orcs or the 5 great tribes of the barren bone people, won't come. Our patrols and taxes follow the rules, and their plundering and hurting have their own rules. They look at each other from afar, stay vigilant in silence, live their own lives, mind their own business, be fair, tacit, and natural. He allowed countless traveling merchants, herdsmen, mercenaries, and adventurers to freely enter and leave the desert. He allowed them to interact with desert bandits, exiles, orcs, barren bone people, and even those who came from the other side of the desert. They traded, competed, fought, clashed, and merged with each other, writing their own stories. While Thales chewed on the bread, he frowned and thought of Tampa, the owner of my home. He remembered the history of Bladefang's camp that he once told him. It was the age of mercenaries. By the way, what happened to Tampa? At that time, there were even desert residents who longed for civilization who migrated to the Western Desert. When I reached the age of riding a warhorse and started patrolling the desert, I could still often see barren breeds coming and going at the borders. If you are courageous enough to step into the desert with the caravan, you will have a chance to see the face of the enemy of mankind. It is not strange to see the merchants haggling with the seemingly ferocious gray mixed breeds while pointing fingers at them and pointing fingers at them, causing their faces to turn red. The Duke's voice was different from his usual shrill and piercing voice. It became calm and smooth. There was a slight tremor in his breathing, as if he was trying his best to endure something. Barren breeds. Gray mixed breeds. Thales first thought of Mickey, the barren bone man from Dante's Great Sword, then Raphael, who had dark red eyes. And the extraordinary orc who gave him his coming-of-age name, Kendarl Nushin. There are even merchant groups who set up fixed trading days in the Great Desert, just like the markets in our countryside. It is said that there are even merchant groups who found a magical trade route that is said to connect countless oases to the depths of the desert. They can even reach the Golden Passage, which proves that the area of the Great Desert is not smaller than the constellation that we are so proud of. There was an indescribable smile in Cyril's words, as well as a reluctance to part. Have you heard of the bardic poems of the 3 heroes of dawn who seek dragons in the desert? Have you heard of the story of Caligri, the desert city where countless treasures are gathered? Have you heard of the legend of the ancient battlefield in the desert of God of War from the barren bone people? Have you heard of the terrifying story of the evil god who hides under the yellow sand devouring everything in the world? Have you heard of the legend of the empire's countless treasures buried deep in the desert? At that time, they were all exciting stories that originated from the mysterious Great Desert. Countless people set out from here, entered the desert, and brought them out. They brought them back to the Western Desert, brought them back to Constellation, and became legends that were passed down through the ages. Bardic poems, stories, legends. The former desert and Western Desert. Thales listened quietly. For a moment, he even forgot to eat his bread. The Duke sighed. The people of the Western Desert and the residents of the desert are like this. We are wary of each other, but we also need each other. Sometimes there are conflicts, but sometimes we cooperate. We maintain the strange but interesting ecology, enriching this land that has been dry for 1,000 years. The room was quiet for a few seconds. In the desert, there is an old saying among the people who worship, or rather, fear, the desert god. Fakenhas said airily, The desert god has no disasters, but the world has disasters. Fail's eyebrows twitched. He instinctively followed suit. The desert god is merciful, and the desert shall be pardoned. Cyril's eyes lit up. He seemed to be surprised that Thales knew this saying. So, you already know. The Duke smiled softly. If the desert god did not have to take the initiative to send disasters, the mortal world would have long been filled with disasters. There is no need for the desert god to personally pardon us. The existence of the great desert is already its greatest tolerance. Cyril's face showed a look of lament. Do you feel it? The desert god reflected in this saying is neutral, detached, indifferent, and sees through all things, just like the great desert itself. Thales did not speak. He only remembered the warning the Baron Bone Man, Raphael, gave him before he left Dragon Cloud City. But at that time, the Baron Bone Man explained the meaning of this saying to him. There is danger everywhere in the terrifying desert. The weak fear disaster, and the lucky seek forgiveness. Only those who abandon weakness and luck at the same time can find a foothold in the merciless great desert. But in comparison, Duke Cyril's explanation for this proverb that sent chills down people's spines seemed so balance? Impartiality? The Duke continued to speak. It sounded a little erratic in the narrow and bright room at the top of the tower, which was invaded by the cold wind. If the outside world is in endless chaos and disasters, it is fine. Because no matter what kind of disaster it is, when it reaches the desert, it will be buried by the endless sun and the sandstorms that have lasted for 1,000 years. If the outside world is peaceful and luxurious, it is fine. The daily conflicts, bloodshed, and cruel ecology in the Great Desert will allow you to learn everything you need to survive. The Duke of Western Desert narrowed his eyes. It is not comfortable because its tolerance is only one side of it. But it is not scary because its cruelty is just right. While Thales was deep in thought, Cyril threw away the fruit core in his hand. His eyes shone with a sharp light. Let the world be flooded. Only the desert remains cold and warm. The Duke exhaled a long breath and turned to look at Thales. He seemed to have regained his senses. Thales quickly lowered his head and pretended to be unbothered. He continued to deal with his bread. But Cyril was not bothered. When I was young, I stood in Western Desert, on the land passed down by my ancestors, and faced the endless horizon of the Great Desert. This is what it told me. That is my memory of Western Desert, the place where I was born and raised. But in the next second, the Duke of Western Desert's tone changed. But Cyril's eyes shone with coldness, and Thales could not help but frown. Look at me now. At that moment, Thales felt a sense of heaviness and stagnation, as if it had gained physical form. The Duke's voice became sharp and ear-piercing again, and it made people instinctively want to cover their ears. After the Bloody Year, the royal family took control of Blade Fang's camp and turned this place into a purely military stronghold. It followed rules that were completely different from those in Western Desert and the desert. There was no fairness, no tacit understanding, and every time the regular army gloriously attacked the desert, the situation became worse. Thales frowned slightly and remembered the conflict between the regular army and the recruited soldiers. The desert that used to be a wilderness has become a dangerous war zone. The number of merchants has dwindled, the mercenaries are no longer glorious, and the barren species have disappeared from the border. The once noisy and lively border has become filled with danger and dead silence. All the rules have been destroyed, leaving only chaos and blood. Thales remembered the tavern owner Tampa's lament about the bad market. As for the orcs and barren bone people in the desert, once they appear, they will be in groups, armed to the teeth, and leave no one alive. Endless alarms, endless rebellions, and endless lines of defense have left us, who are truly from the Western Desert, in a terrible state. Duke Fakenhas snorted coldly. Only the legendary Wing's crimson stardust flag flutters high in the sky every time he patrols the desert, leaving behind the glory of the royal family and the blood of the Western Desert. The grudge between the 8 tribes and the 5 tribes only deepens. The legendary Wing's crimson stardust flag. Thales swallowed the last mouthful of bread and did not make a sound. He had a premonition. What did the bloody year bring? Cyril's voice suddenly rose. I do not know. The Duke's cold and sharp voice, coupled with his terrifying appearance, made people's hearts palpitate. There is only one thing I know. After the bloody year, after Hermann's death, and after the war broke out, the land of Western Desert during these 18 years, he enunciated his words clearly and firmly. What did it become? Thud. Even though he watched the Duke push his chair and stand up, Thales was still shocked by the sound of the cane hitting the ground. Thud, thud, thud. The cane hit the ground again and again, pushing the Duke of Western Desert closer. He was not tall, but there was a certain coldness about him. It sent chills down his spine. Then he stopped in front of Thales. Now, Your Highness. Cyril Fakenhas looked at him coldly. There was an inescapable look in his eyes. It is now your turn to tell me that the bloody year brought to us, to Western Desert, and to the people who have lived on this land for generations, what did it bring? Thales tried hard to swallow. This was the first time he felt that even the Duke of Western Desert, who had an ugly face, was handicapped, and was used to making sarcastic and humorous remarks, had such a terrifying side to him. I do not understand. The prince suppressed the guesses in his heart and answered with great difficulty. You do not understand? Cyril snorted, but he did not have the relaxed and humorous air he had before. Or do you not want to understand? His withered face was like a skeleton that had been dried out for a long time. Bone-chilling wind shone from his deep eye sockets. Thales was about to speak, but the Duke did not give him the chance. The reason for the bloody year and everything we are facing is because there is a monster there. The Duke of Western Desert said coldly. Thales frowned in confusion. Monster? Thud. Cyril struck the ground with his cane. His tone allowed no room for doubt, but there was a hint of deep hatred in it. That is a monster. A monster who feeds on power, lives by destroying. The Duke had his back to the light, and the wrinkles on his face were incredibly ghastly. His leather robe fluttered and trembled in the cold wind in the tower. It, Thales, is hidden in the deepest part of Renaissance Palace. It is hidden in the crown of the Supreme King, in the mausoleum where your ancestors rest in peace, and in the heart of every Jade Star who has the right to inherit the throne. Thales blinked and slowly understood what he meant. This was a metaphor. Every time it wakes up in a person's heart and stretches out its claws, it will bring about a terrifying vortex that tries to suck in everything in the kingdom, crush it, corrode it, and devour it. Thanks to it, Western Desert. No, not just Western Desert, but everything that once belonged to Constellation is collapsing, being destroyed, dying, and no longer existing. In the tower, the Duke of Western Desert, Cyril Fakenhas pointed at Prince Thales, who had a solemn expression and was on full alert. And someone has to do something. End of this chapter. Chapter 496. A monster. A monster who feeds on power. The figure he had not seen for a long time involuntarily appeared in Thales' mind. That figure, who held a scepter and wore a crown on his head, was called Father, but was dignified and unapproachable. The prince was silent for a few seconds. You don't like Western Desert's current state, and you don't want to forget the Western Desert of the past, the Western Desert that only belonged to Fakenhas? So you hope that I'll do something? The prince raised his head and looked at Cyril. His tone became wary. You know, 6 years ago when I left Eternal Star City, someone told me something similar. The Duke of Western Desert stared at Thales for a few seconds before he smiled. No, Your Highness. Fakenhas exhaled slowly and turned to face the window. Don't think of me as a fuddy-duddy who clings to the old traditions, or an idiot who is obsessed with the glory of the past and refuses to open his eyes to see the future, although there are plenty of such people among my peers. Thales snorted softly. Then what makes you different from them? This time, Cyril was silent for a long time. He remained motionless, looking down at the bustling, picturesque scene of the camp below the window. Why, Thales? Finally, The Duke of Western Desert sighed with emotion. How did we get to rule this land? The vigilant Prince of Constellation furrowed his brows. The ruler of the Fakenhas family spoke slowly. Regardless of whether it is me ruling the Western Desert as a duke now, or you being crowned king in the future and ruling all of Constellation, enjoy everything that is above human beings. Cyril changed the topic too quickly, and there were hidden meanings hidden in his words. There was also a faintly discernible sharpness and harshness in his words, which made Thales, who was used to Northlanders talking about things as they were, extremely uncomfortable. Is it because we, as rulers, are wise and far-sighted, and have unparalleled strategies? Or are you like the Northlanders, who have the courage to be the first? The prince stood in front of the window, his gaunt figure silhouetted, rooted to the ground. Or is it because you are kind-hearted and care about the people? Or is it the glory of our ancestors, passed down from generation to generation? Cyril changed the topic and revealed his favorite sarcastic tone. Could it really be the will of the heavens, the hope of the masses? And the stuff that runs through your veins can really sparkle? As usual, the Duke did not finish his sentence. He stared at him as if he was waiting for a good show. The teenager was silent for a few seconds. Finally, Thales sighed deeply. From the beginning until now. Who taught you to speak like this, Duke Fakenhas? Does he specialize in teaching idiots? What? Cyril's smile froze. After sighing, Thales shrugged in resignation. You know, I didn't realize until today how much I hate rhetorical questions. Rhetorical question? The Duke's expression became even more confused. But the prince no longer listened to Cyril's words. Instead, he looked at him indifferently. A small hint, Duke unwelcome. Whether it is a discussion or a negotiation, a sarcastic rhetorical question may seem to enhance your tone, but in fact, it will only make you look like a flirtatious and entertaining clown. Except for highlighting your self-righteousness with your tone, it is of no help in conveying effective information. As he listened to Thales' expressionless reply, Fakenhas' face slowly stiffened. If you have an answer, say it with certainty. If you do not agree with it, finish it with the word no. Because aside from stirring up emotions, no one is interested in understanding what kind of *T you are saying with rhetorical questions. Once Thales finished speaking, he stabbed his dagger into the headboard of the bed. The room was quiet for a long time. For a period of time, only the sound of cold wind could be heard. Cyril glared at Thales, as if he was meeting him for the first time. The corners of the Duke's lips curled up a few times. He wanted to say something, but stopped. He seemed to be at a loss. Thales, on the other hand, crossed his arms as if nothing had happened. With an innocent expression, he tilted his head and pursed his lips as he waited for Cyril's answer. Finally, Cyril closed his eyes and lowered his head. He let out a long sigh. This is why I do not like Northlanders. No. But Thales raised his eyebrows and continued Cyril's sentence. This is just why you are unwelcome. Cyril paused again. He was momentarily speechless. Continue. Why are we able to rule? Thales exhaled when he finally felt comfortable with his words. He sat on the bed, leaned against the wall, and spread his arms in satisfaction. Don't let me interrupt you. Cyril sighed softly in his heart. Didn't you interrupt me a long time ago? The Duke was silent for a while before he spoke again. Truth be told, I do not think that we are able to rule because of these reasons, Thales. Not at all. Thales' heavy voice rose into the air again. Very good. Cyril froze again. I am very happy that we can finally start talking. Thales raised his index finger at him with a pleased expression. It is not difficult to speak properly, is it? Continue. Cyril, who had just gathered his emotions, felt stifled again. The Duke sighed slowly. He began to realize that the teenager in front of him was no longer the illegitimate son from 6 years ago who clenched his fists, blushed, forced himself to pretend to be a prince, and showed off his intelligence in front of the suzerains. He was Thales' Jadestar, the stars beyond the sky. When he thought of this, the Duke turned his body slightly. His unpleasant face reflected a cold, faint light. Prince Thales. In my opinion, the thing that truly rules this land, this kingdom, and even the entire world, and makes countless people willingly obey us, is habit. Habit. Thales mulled over Cyril's words, and he suddenly understood something. After he took back the right to speak unexpectedly, he began to slowly grasp the erratic axis in Cyril's seemingly casual conversation. However, at this moment, Cyril was holding onto his walking stick as he paced around the room, one step at a time. Men are used to going out to raise their families, women are used to staying at home to take care of their children, merchants are used to moving goods back and forth, farmers are used to paying taxes and serving in the military, nobles are used to governing, priests are used to chanting gods. Armies are used to violence, officials are used to giving orders, authors are used to delaying updates, suzerains are used to bossing people around, and kings are used to sitting high on their thrones. People are used to paying when they buy things, they are used to being punished when they do bad things, they are used to lowering their heads when they face death, and they are used to nodding when they face life. The Duke spoke very quickly, just like his footsteps. It was as if he was climbing a mountain whose peak could not be seen. Cyril seemed to be in a daze. His left hand gently brushed against the ancient wall, but his expression became serious. This made Thales sit up straight without him realizing it. Habit. That is how they, every living being we rule, see the world as it looks like with their own eyes since they were born in their mother's wombs. That is how the world is fixed, and it is what they repeat and practice over and over again in their limited years and lives. That is how they subconsciously respect, imitate, and believe in the actions and reactions of countless people after they witness them over and over again. At that moment, the Duke of Western Desert, who had one hand pressed against the wall, suddenly raised his head. Thales. The teenager jumped in shock. Cyril stared at him coldly. People submit to our rule, respect our status, and swear loyalty to our identity, not because we are great, not because we are born noble, not because we show kindness or intimidate others, not because we govern well and benefit the people, and not because your blood shines like a gift from God. It is because they are used to it. The cold wind that seeped into the room from the window made the Duke's leather robe and hair flutter. It made Cyril Falkenhas look even more bizarre and chilling. Thales subconsciously gulped. He no longer had the time to care about the mocking tone in the Duke's voice, which was instinctive. Cyril narrowed his eyes, but the sharp gaze that shone through his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Because from the first day they opened their eyes and saw the world, their ancestors did it, their parents did it, and their peers also did it. So, they are also used to doing it, and they even have to convince their next generation to do the same. Thales slowly furrowed his eyebrows. And this group of people show the habits they are used to another group of people, regardless of whether they are children, elders, relatives, neighbors, strangers, masters, servants, peers, superiors, and subordinates. Day after day, year after year. Cyril stopped where he was, but his tone became even more solemn and profound. It was as if he was telling the most terrifying and chilling ghost story. Until everyone, including you and I, became disgusted with the unfamiliarity, the abnormality, and developed inertia, we came to realize this truth. Those who go against the habits are abnormal, and they need to be destroyed. Thales' expression became more and more tense. So, these habits spread wider and wider, and they became more and more profound. They became more and more serious, and they became more and more common until we called them. Cyril's tone revealed a solemn and ghastly tone that had never been heard before. Order. A gust of cold wind blew, and it made Thales shudder. But the light outside the window did not give him any warmth. Thales suddenly felt that the room at the top of the tower was very cold. It was just like the Renaissance palace in his memories. Do you understand what I mean, Your Highness? Cyril's words rang in his mind again, and they pulled him back to the present from somewhere else. To me, this is the only thing that is weak and pitiful, but also eternal, powerful, and profound, that maintains our rule. And those who want to shake these habits and order, Cyril sneered faintly. They are all very terrifying. Those who want to shake these habits and order, Thales could not help but quirk his eyebrows and snort softly. For example, what the legendary Wing did to Blade Fang's camp this time. The Duke's voice paused for a second. It's not that small, it's not that close, and it's not that light either. Fakenhas's voice became deeper, and it sounded as if he was lamenting the past few centuries. For example, we all know that a long time ago, a certain ruler in Constellation. No, perhaps it was a few rulers in the past few generations. They used the royal power as bait, and they turned thousands of lower-class people into the suzerain's enemies. This sentence caused Thales' nerves to tense up. The royal power's bait. At that moment, Thales suddenly had a feeling that Cyril Fakenhas, this unwelcome person who acted strangely and spoke out of turn, did not come here just to draw the second prince to his side. The prince became even more serious. With the help of the royal power, they slowly climbed up the ladder and fought against us, the feudal lords. Cyril slowly walked back to the window and looked at the desert camp under the window again. Hence, the rise and fall of families, the rotation of nobles, the rise and fall of countless people, the uncertainty of life and death, and the rise and fall of the kingdom today. The Duke's voice was deep and indistinct, but it left no room for doubt. Over the course of hundreds of years, from the succession of families, the rise and fall of noble titles, the adjudication of taxes, the appointment and dismissal of officials, the judgment of the law, and the mobilization of the army, Renaissance Palace has been seizing everything from the suzerain's hands in an orderly but unstoppable manner. It has been gentle, slow, but resolute. When he heard this, Thales could not help but remember the scene 6 years ago on Dragon's Blood's night. He had spoken passionately in front of the 5 archdukes and an archduchess about the current situation of Constellation. He also remembered the story he heard from the former members of the royal guards not long ago. The rise and fall of families, the rotation of nobles, the rise and fall of countless people, the uncertainty of life and death. Thales was deep in thought and did not speak. You know, even though every move of both sides is clearly seen, Cyril leaned forward, as if he wanted to take a closer look at the scenery under the window. What truly makes a chess game interesting is that there are countless possibilities within the number of steps that can be seen clearly. It was as if he was looking at his chessboard. Take one step and look at 10 steps ahead. Every move you make is not only related to the chessboard at that moment, but also to the next few steps, dozens of steps, or even hundreds of steps in the game. From there, the opponent who is 100 steps behind you will not be able to parry your move and will have to surrender. This is far more interesting than a face-to-face, fist-to-fist fight. For some reason, when he heard this, Thales suddenly thought of Black Sword. The teenager remembered the battle between that man and Giza. Black Sword led him into the Hydra Kilika's encirclement. From the initial position of the breakthrough to the path he chose to take, Black Sword calculated and considered all the factors of the battle from the very first step, and from there, he walked towards victory step by step. He was like a chess player who treated the battle as a game of chess. Cyril's voice was calm and steady. His sparse hair fluttered along with his robes in the cold wind. He quietly placed his chess piece without batting an eyelid, and he reaped 10,000 fruits in autumn. This is the virtuous king's brilliant path, isn't it? Virtuous king. Thales was slightly startled. Virtuous king? He subconsciously repeated. Cyril suddenly turned around and revealed a humorous smile that caused people to frown. His tone returned to his usual cordial tone. What? Do you really think that after so many years, from the ridiculous national conference to the wretched Wang family's bank, no one, no matter how stupid and slow-witted we are, can really not see through it? Thales' heart sank. The Duke raised his head and narrowed his eyes. Just like me, many of us are well aware of this. But there is nothing we can do. I know it. There is nothing we can do. Thales took a deep breath. He could not help but think of Lampard's distressed expression when he mentioned the virtuous king in the carriage. Once a chess piece is placed, 100 years of chess play is played. Thales' eyebrows furrowed even tighter. But why do you look like that? The Duke looked at the scenery under the window. He was rather absent-minded. The old crow said in his letter that you are quite interested in the virtuous king, am I not? Thales shook his head. The prince's words came to an abrupt halt. Wait. Thales realized something. His eyes widened abruptly. The old crow? The prince looked up abruptly and cried out involuntarily. You know him? Know him? Prince Thales. Cyril's laughter traveled along with the sound of the wind. When Merrill Hicks set off from Dragon-Kissed Land, passed through the 3 kingdoms of the Mystery Sea, entered Constellation, and traveled thousands of miles north to Extet, who did you think sent troops to escort her through the desert? Thales was stunned. Merrill Hicks crossed the desert and went north to Extet. But how did the Duke of Western Desert of Constellation and the old scholar from Enlenzo Dukedom know each other? Cyril seemed to have sensed his doubts. The Duke heaved a long sigh. There was a hint of nostalgia in his unpleasant voice. When I was young and mischievous, I once had a special scholar teacher from Dragon-Kissed Land. Thales' ears twitched. When he said this, the Duke shook his head and laughed. Then, my uncle discovered that his scholar qualification was fake. In his rage, he stripped Hicks naked and threw him into the great desert. Ah, what a nostalgic youth. Thales blinked and took a few seconds to sort out the cause and effect. That means, the guardian Duke of Western Desert and the old crow, Hicks? The surprise on Thales' face became even more obvious. Put-Ray said that the old man had been the teacher of many important people. It seems that he really isn't bragging? You and I, Your Highness, we are connected in many ways that cannot be seen by others. The Duke of Western Desert's laughter grew louder until he turned away from the window. Cyril spoke in a seemingly casual manner. As for your question about who taught me to speak like this, and whether he specializes in teaching idiots, Duke Fakenhas slowly narrowed his eyes. At that moment, Thales suddenly felt his face stiffen. Thud. Cyril's walking stick hit the floor loudly. I believe that Hicks has certainly taught idiots before. What do you think? The Duke narrowed his eyes and stared straight at Thales. There was a malicious look in his eyes that could not be concealed. Your Highness? At that moment, the air in the room seemed to have frozen. In the face of this question that he could not answer, after a long while, Thales tried his best to pull away the expression on his face, which looked as if he had just eaten a fly, and forced an awkward smile. Damn it. Under the Duke of Western Desert's vengeful gaze, Thales changed the topic with great difficulty. I think I know what you want to do. Thales raised his head. He was slowly getting used to the man's seemingly casual manner of speaking, but in fact, his words were sharp. You are powerless against Renaissance Palace, so you are counting on me, a new king, to change the kingdom from the throne? But against his expectations, Fakenhas shook his head again. First of all, it is not we, it is just me. Thales was slightly stunned. Second, change the kingdom? No, the Duke said in a low voice. With or without you, the kingdom has always been changing. Cyril circled the wall again and paced back and forth in a limp manner. His right hand would occasionally tap the furnishings in the room, as if he was reminiscing about something. To be precise, the entire world is changing. It is not just at this moment, not just 100 years ago, not just 600 years ago. The Duke of Western Desert's eyes shone with desire. From Black Eye John's forceful mobilization of the suzerains in the kingdom with the might of the king, to bloodline breaker Sumer II's promulgation of the Inheritance Act, Tormund IV's appointment as the Sunset Sun ritual master, and creditor Alan III's adoption of the king's tax law. Until virtuous King Mindes III's unprecedented reform, and poet Adi I's action of gathering the nobles to reside in Eternal Star City. The master of the Fakenhas family put down his right hand and turned around again to face Thales. His gaze was dark. Until today, your father's iron-fisted rule that almost incited public anger. The world is changing every minute and every second, and it is not just limited to the virtuous king's generation. Thales felt very uncomfortable under Cyril's gaze. He could not help but hug his arms tighter. From the second king of Constellation, Black Eye John to Kessel V. He suddenly realized that the span of history that Cyril mentioned far surpassed what Lampard mentioned in Dragoncloud City's heroic spirit palace. Not just the virtuous king. Not just Kessel. Changing every minute and every second. These words sound very familiar. The prince sighed. You are probably really the Old Crow student. When Cyril heard this, he snorted softly. Hicks, he opened my eyes, my mind, and my heart. But his gaze immediately changed. But what about you? The heir of the kingdom, Prince Thales? Did you open them? Both of them were silent for a while. If I also open them, what do you want me to see? Thales' expression darkened as he spoke slowly. Cyril did not smile. He only stared at Thales seriously. It was as if he had been waiting for this moment. The national conference 6 years ago, Prince, Fakenhas said softly. Tell me, what did you see? 6 years ago. The national conference. Thales once again remembered the conference that decided his fate. He could not help but lower his arms. But the teenager did not read too much into it. He only answered briefly and carefully, my father won. Cyril snorted coldly. Yes, your father won. He triumphed, not only in a council, but in the whole kingdom 18 years after he was crowned king in despair. Thales clenched his fists. But, as expected, the Duke of Western Desert changed the topic. His words became short and fast, and his tone fluctuated. The conspiracy was exposed, and the kingdom lost its backbone. The Northern Territory is at peace, but do you think that the Northlanders who share the same origin as Extet will be satisfied and at ease? The Northern Territory. Thales remembered Miranda Arund, who he was a prison mate with. The girls of Blade Edge Hill may rely on the royal power, but do not forget that it is Blade Edge Province, which has been famous for its frequent bandits since the Empire. The rebellion of the Bloody Year also started there. Blade Edge Hill. The blurry face of the Duchess of Blade Edge Hill, Lyanna Tabark, flashed in Thales' mind. And the Land of Cliffs has long since become restless. They are ready to make a move. You must know that Coasternanchester is not someone who is easy to deal with. The Land of Cliffs. An aggressive face with only one eye floated in front of Thales' eyes. As for Western Desert, Fakenhas paid attention to Thales' expression. A deep wariness appeared on his withered and ugly face. Look at what Blade Fang's camp has experienced over the past few days, Prince. Then tell me, what will Renaissance Palace gain from the suzerains of Western Desert under me? Will my nominal vassals tremble in fear before the legendary wing, or will they grit their teeth and hide their hatred? Thales could not help but take a deep breath when he remembered how arrogant and despotic Roman was when he faced almost everyone. Are you talking about my father's actions? It had been a long time since the prince seriously considered the Duke's words. Will they eventually bring about a mess that will be difficult to clean up, even with his methods? Cyril shook his head. At that moment, the Duke of Western Desert lost his sense of humor, which was a rare sight. His attitude and tone were gloomy. When will you understand that the level of your father's methods has nothing to do with the results he will face if he insists on doing things his own way? And it's not just him. There are countless people who stand on the king's side, like the king's partisans, or those who stand against him, like Koster. The growing conflict between them will bring about unforeseeable consequences. Thales gritted his teeth lightly. In his long-term impression, his father, Kessel V, always had the upper hand in the kingdom's political struggles and was the one who firmly suppressed his opponents. But what Fakenhas said, does it really make sense? Cyril heaved a long sigh. He put down his inconvenient left foot and placed both hands on his walking stick. Perhaps the era of suzerains dominating an area and the kingdom's feudal vassals is slowly fading away. It is a trend and an inevitability. The Duke seemed to be deep in thought. Perhaps this is Constellation's ferocious momentum. It never stops. And any actions that overestimate their own abilities and try to stop it are futile and foolish. But in the end, Fakenhas raised his head and stared at the prince, who was also deep in thought. But similarly, anyone who is impatient and wants to use the momentum of the general trend to add fuel to the fire, compress time, and speed up progress so that they can see the ending in their hearts as soon as possible is equally foolish. Impatient. Equally foolish. Thales did not speak. Cyril remained serious and solemn at that moment, perhaps because he listened to Thales's suggestion. There is no such thing as instant results in governing a country. Even a wise virtuous king has to be careful when he makes his move, and the results will be seen in 100 years. You cannot crudely, arbitrarily, impatiently, and short-sightedly decide the fate of thousands of people with the idea of accomplishing everything in one go. Beside, just like the Blade King Tormund II, the Eagle Claw Kessel III, and the Red King John II. Their biographies may seem to have great achievements in war, but in truth, the root of their troubles is buried deep. This will only make things worse. Fakenhas shut his mouth and sank into deep thought. He stood on the spot and let the cold wind blow against his leather robe. It may seem to have great achievements in war, but in truth, the root of their troubles is buried deep. For some reason, Thales suddenly thought of King Nuvan and Dragon Cloud City, which was deserted by its people and surrounded by enemies after the Born King passed away, and Heroic Spirit Palace, which had an unstable foundation and was in a precarious situation, and the pitiful girl who sat on the Archduchess' seat in fear and trepidation. She could not even put triumph on her thumb. Thales was silent for a long time before he snorted softly. "I'm afraid my father will not like hearing this." Cyril raised his gaze. "So, you do not have to mention it in front of him. Unless the day comes when you can mention it." Thales tried his best to ignore the hidden meaning in Cyril's words. He said, "But you also said that the momentum of the general trend never stops. Any action to stop it is futile and foolish. If all these are obstacles that must be overcome, what if it is a path that must be taken before reaching the summit?" After hearing this, Cyril was silent at first, then he sneered in response. But the Duke picked up his walking stick again and limped closer to Thales. However, Thales felt that the Duke of Western Desert's terrifying face was no longer so difficult to accept. "Be careful with your words, Thales. I believe that the old crow has warned us before." Cyril Fakenhas's expression was solemn. "Do not let your arrogance, which comes from being at the top, destroy you, regardless of whether that arrogance comes from the contentment you feel when you sit on the throne or the frivolous conceit when you look down on the history books." Thales could not help but tense his body when he sensed the determination in Fakenhas's tone. "As for the obstacles that must be overcome and the path that must be taken before reaching the summit, you must know." In the cold wind, the Guardian Duke of Western Desert's sharp gaze and shrill voice pressed down on Thales. "When dawn approaches, the darkness is especially terrifying. Before the storm leaves, the destruction will be intense." There were about 7 or 8 drafts of this chapter. End of this chapter. Chapter 497. In the tower, Cyril snorted coldly. I dare say that even the virtuous king, when he sees the suspicious and hostile state of Constellation today, it is difficult to say that he will not feel a little regret for the decision he made back then. This time, Thales listened quietly and did not speak. But he remembered the words he used to convince the 5 archdukes in Heroic Spirit Palace when he tried his best to turn the situation around. Constellation's current weakness and turmoil is not a coincidence, but an inevitable result of walking down this path. This is what the virtuous king left for Constellation. At that time, this was the argument he made with great confidence, racked his brains, and worked hard to pick out. It was only used to temporarily sway the archdukes. To be honest, even he did not quite believe it. But now, Thales subconsciously clenched his fists. But Cyril, who had been observing him quietly, did not seem to think that it was enough. After clicking his tongue and shaking his head, he raised his voice and said the next sentence. "But do you know, we, the people who are on their last legs, may only be in the terrifying future when you overcome the obstacles and successfully reach the top." The Duke's tone was very soft, as if he was talking beside a demon's ear. The most inconspicuous part. Thales suddenly raised his head. "What do you mean?" The terrifying Duke of Western Desert no longer looked at him. Instead, he shook his head and sighed. "Do you think that after we, The feudal suzerains, the old nobles who dominated the places, the commoners who finally managed to get seats in the national conference, and the new nobles who were used as weapons by you will be satisfied, and will retire with success? Cyril's gaze slowly became murderous. When you ascend to the throne, subdue the vassals, and gather power, where do you think the regular army, which the royal family has spent a lot of money to support to keep the vassals in check, will go? What is the way out for a mad dog like Arakamerch? What can an immoral woman like Sonia Cecere do for you? What can a shameless bastard like Williams, who stirred up trouble, do for you in and out of court? Share your worries. Thales took a deep breath. The three marshals of Constellation. He remembered the boorish kingdom's wrath, the steady fortress flower, and the annoying legendary wing. There were also countless regular soldiers from Broken Dragon Fortress to Blade Fang's camp. They were mobilized frequently, and they had gradually become the norm in the kingdom. As for Cunning Fox, Casso, Moneybag, Kirkman, Soldier, Reed, and even Old Man Godwin and Pointy-Faced Kenny, who are supposed to be loyal to you and take down the powerful nobles as their duty, after they succeed, what will they leave you, and what will they ask from you? The Duke's words became increasingly dangerous. Do you think that when the Jade Star family sits on the supreme throne and there are no longer any threats in the country, when countless lowly people have already followed the king's will and wiped away their natural fear of those with higher positions, then gathered into a torrent that defeats the old vassals and becomes the new generation of nobles to serve the supreme king? Cyril's voice was so sharp that it almost penetrated the door. To Thales, it sounded like a venomous snake hissing. So you can sit back and relax? Thales was silent for a long time. However, it was clear that His Excellency the Duke had no intention of letting him go. What's even more terrifying is, when he said this, Cyril's tone became a little strange, and he sounded like he was trying to scare Thales. When the merchants who relied on you to sell official positions and titles to become nobles find that their gold coins can no longer buy more glory, when the hired knights who earned their titles by developing the wastelands at the borders find that their swords can no longer be exchanged for glory like the 6 guardian dukes who founded the kingdom. At some point in time, Cyril started pacing again. This was something Thales only noticed when he heard the man's voice coming from the left. When the professional bureaucrats who worked hard to learn how to read and write can only get a meager salary while they toil on their desk, when the creditors in the royal bank find that the king no longer has the intention or ability to expand by confiscating assets from within the kingdom or expanding outwards so that he can give them special privileges, increase their debts, and increase their profits. When countless new nobles yearn for more power, status, and benefits, but they can no longer find a big target like us, no enemies for them to plunder, and no targets for them to demand. It was still the sarcastic and harsh words that were exclusive to the Duke, but Thales no longer felt that it was humorous. Thud. Cyril's walking stick hit the ground hard. The guardian Duke of Western Desert blocked the window. His back was against the light, and his wide but empty leather robe covered him like the shadow of a solar eclipse. Who do you think will be the new target for the nobles, who have lost their respect for those with high positions and are eager for power? Will it be upwards or downwards? Fakenhas said coldly, who will be upwards and who will be downwards? What will happen if we go upwards, and what will happen if we go downwards? Upwards. Downwards. Unknowingly, Thales' left hand had already gripped the JC dagger that was stabbed into the bedside table. Any change has a price. The teenager thought absent-mindedly. Some of the price might not be obvious at that time, but it was just like when Cyril talked about the chess game, after 100 steps. Then Thales Jade Star. Could it be that after 100 steps? Let's not talk about this first. These are all your guesses. Thales sucked in a deep breath and pulled himself together. He shook his head. If the general trend is really like this, then we can't avoid it. Then, we will definitely have a countermeasure, such as readjusting the situation and balancing our interests. There will always be a better way out. However, Cyril sneered in disdain. It was not the kind of ridicule or sarcasm that he was used to using to offend people. Instead, it was a genuine disdain that came from the bottom of his heart. So, you have never been a ruler, humph? Do you really think that your citizens are all sincere, loyal, and good people who know how to repay kindness? As long as the government is clean, they will live and work in peace and contentment. As long as you give them benefits, they will be satisfied. They will be grateful and support you, even if you have to go to hell? Thales turned his head away and frowned. I repeat. The prince was a little unhappy that he was choked. I don't like rhetorical questions. But this time, Cyril did not fall for his rhetorical questions. Go to hell, the Duke of Western Desert said coldly, not giving him any face. Thales swore that he could even hear some of the local Western Desert accent that only the locals were used to speaking. This is not a face-to-face transaction. Your people are not merchants either. You give them money, and they will give you goods in return. This is not a bar fight, where you can regain your dignity and subdue your opponents with just your fists. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the Duke moved and took a huge step forward. His robe fluttered in the cold wind, and it pressed down on Thales like a hunting vulture. This world is not that simple. It is not so simple that hard work will bring you rewards. It is not so simple that hard work will bring you rewards. It is not so simple that if you work together and pour your blood, sweat, and tears into it, you will be able to benefit the people for thousands of years. People are not so simple either. They are not so simple that they will repay kindness, give benefits to others, fear torture, and submit to authority. Cyril's tone was anxious and sharp, as if he was reprimanding Thales for failing to live up to his expectations. He looked at the slightly shocked Thales and hit the wall with his walking stick. I have been ruling Western Desert for more than 20 years, ever since I helped my uncle with political affairs. Believe me, your people will always give you unexpected and contrary feedback. One person may cooperate, be loyal, and obey, but a group of thousands of people? Fakenhas snorted coldly. His gaze was cold. He was vigilant and on guard, as if he was facing a flame that could not be touched. A group of people are huge beasts with bottomless appetites. They are sharks that are never satisfied. They will always give responses to their rulers that are beyond their expectations, and they will catch you off guard. Thales was slightly stunned. This Cyril, he's not his usual self. At the very least, he's not like how he was during the national conference 6 years ago. If he wasn't putting on an act. Cyril turned around and gritted his teeth fiercely. If you hate your people, they will hate you even more. If you love your people, they will not necessarily love you back. A high-handed authority may bring about even more intense resistance, but benefits that benefit the people may not bring about true loyalty. Good intentions lead to bad things, and actions that go against one's wishes are even more common. Asterisk thud. Asterisk thud. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the Duke paced faster and faster. He tapped his walking stick against the ground repeatedly, and it released a dull sound that made people's hearts palpitate. At the end of the era of multiple kings, the first king to use messenger crows to replace courier messengers on a large scale brought about an unprecedented change to the world. But in the end, he died of the absurd crime of indulging in pleasures and abusing the people. More than 1,000 years ago, Emperor Bashir was benevolent. He reformed the old system in a bold and decisive manner. He wanted to provide protection to his people who had nowhere to live, but he died of depression amidst endless complaints and surging public sentiment. Thales frowned as he listened to these historical stories that sounded unfamiliar yet familiar at the same time. Are you saying that we are walking on a path that we cannot control, and that we might be heading towards unexpected consequences that go against our wishes? We can't change it with human strength, and we can't turn around to avoid it either. The Duke did not comment. So, Thales simply and mercilessly snorted in response. Then what you said just now about the unstoppable momentum of the general trend, the worry and wariness you spoke of, aren't they all nonsense? But Cyril seemed to be angered. He first snorted angrily and slammed his walking stick against the ground. He stopped moving. No, what I'm talking about is, hoping to use simple and crude methods to obtain direct and effective results is often the opposite of what we should do. He stared straight at Thales. Even if the goal is correct and the direction is not wrong, if the method is wrong and the method is wrong, it is very likely that it will be in vain, or even self-defeating. This is the problem we are facing. It is a mistake made by your father and his enemies. The goal is correct and the direction is not wrong. The method is wrong and the method is wrong. Your father and his enemies. A mistake made together. At that moment, Thales suddenly realized Cyril's meaning and his stance. Cyril said coldly, the powerful ancient empire guarded Thornland with a large number of soldiers. The Duke of Thornbirds ruled the southwestern province, which was known for its rebellious spirit, with an iron fist. He killed them until they were submissive. It seemed to be a remarkable and effective political achievement, and the emperor was quite impressed. But the duke's tone changed, and it became sinister and strange. However, when the moment of the empire's decline arrived, the people who raised the flag and rebelled were the strongest. In the end, they hung the heads of the provincial governor and the entire family of the Duke of Thornbirds on the flagpole, destroyed the army of the empire, and shattered the empire's territory. It was none other than these children of Thornbirds. As his mind became more and more agitated, Thales took a deep breath and leaned back against the wall. If I remember correctly, the Fakenhas who uses the four-eyed skull as their emblem, your clan saying is power arises from violence? He said softly and waited for the Duke's response. Power arises from violence. The Duke of Western Desert froze for a moment. He was silent for a long time, until a gust of cold wind blew. The Duke said faintly. There was a rare complicated look in his eyes. But the people outside only know this saying. This is the worst saying. Cyril, whose face was so haggard that he did not look like a human, stared at Thales. Power arises from violence. The worst saying. So? Thales asked tentatively. But Cyril Fakenhas interrupted him rudely. He spoke coldly, and in his profound tone, he said a string of words that made Thales sit up straight. Power dominates interests. Interests lead to conflict. Conflict leads to violence. Violence leads to obedience. Obedience forms habits. Habits create order. Order affirms power. Thales was stunned. It was very strange. Fakenhas, who usually had a sharp, unpleasant, and hoarse voice, spoke in a cadence, as if there was some form of respect in his voice. This is the logic of power arises from violence. It is a perfect cycle that cannot be broken. As for power and violence, which the outsiders love to talk about, they are just two small pieces of the puzzle. Cyril lowered his head and narrowed his eyes. He held onto his walking stick like a vulture perched beside a tree, waiting for an opportunity to strike. But too many people like to simplify and skip quite a lot of the steps in the middle. They think that by giving benefits, they can win obedience, and that resorting to violence can bring them power. This is the biggest problem. Especially those reformers who want to bring change to the world and change everything that people are used to. Power arises from violence. But they are just two pieces of the puzzle. Fakenhas' words made Thales sink into deep thought. Cyril snorted coldly again. And do you know what we call the group of great people who were the most eager, were the most confident, and were the best at changing the world? Cyril's next words attracted Thales' attention. Wizard. The room was silent for a few seconds. Thales let go of the dagger in his hand. He could not help but raise his head. He tried to hide his surprise and met the Duke's gaze with a solemn expression, which also seemed to be burdened. And do you know what they brought to the world in the end? Cyril did not continue speaking. Just like that, the two of them faced each other quietly in the ominous room at the top of the tower. One of them had a terrifying gaze, and the other was very puzzled. But Thales quickly shook off the untimely question. Cyril, you are not here to help your vassals and speak up for them. Thales quickly returned to the current context. But you are also not here to stand on the king's side and show your sincerity to the kingdom's bloodline. Thales said straightforwardly, am I right? He used a definite sentence. The two of them were silent for a while again. Finally, a smile appeared on Fakenhas' face. It was not the fake smile that he habitually wore, but a cunning smile that was a little light. Even though it was a little horrifying on his face. I told you, don't treat me as a stubborn and old-fashioned antique. The Duke exhaled a long breath, as if he wanted to make a brief conclusion to this conversation. Fakenhas is not a conservative who does not understand the current situation. If the tide is like this and the general trend is like this, then I will not be stingy in making changes, and I will accept my fate without complaint or regret. I also believe that both order and habits can be changed. Under Thales's careful and serious gaze, Cyril's gaze moved. But this kind of change must be done step by step, bit by bit, drop by drop, and when the conditions are right, success will follow naturally, and it is only logical. And not like this. Cyril raised his cane and pointed outside the window. There is a change in the north, and the prince has returned. The Duke said coldly, therefore, one party took advantage of the situation and threatened the king with the life of the heir of the kingdom, forcing him to hand over the control of the western front lines. The other party simply feigned civility, and then used underhanded means to destroy the suzerains of the western desert's army, supplies, and stations. They beat them up and exterminated them. Thales listened to these two sentences that seemed to be said in a casual manner but were actually very shocking. His expression slowly changed. Didn't you notice? Compared to the petty actions of forcing the king to abdicate, framing, and creating momentum 6 years ago, the actions of both your father and the suzerains now are much more intense. And the irony is, do they really think that through this so-called victory? At that moment, Fakenhas was very serious. Can they get rid of their opponent's ambitions and hostility? Cyril waved his hand resolutely, and he looked rather imposing. No. This was one of the rare moments where Thales felt that as a duke, Cyril did not lose to the heroic and grand archdukes in Northland. They will only make things worse for each other until the final step, which is either now or in the future. Thales pursed his lips, and a myriad of thoughts ran through his mind. But aren't you the leader of the suzerains in the west, the suzerain of the ruins who controls his vassals, and the guardian duke of Western Desert? The prince spoke slowly. When the game between Renaissance Palace and the ruins that revolves around me and power is placed on the chessboard, shouldn't you be responsible for it and not be able to contribute to it? Cyril smiled. That is why you are not the king yet. The Duke cast Thales a sideways glance. Do you think that at every important point in history, a certain person's will dominates the tides? Cyril said coldly, you must know that when your vassals and subordinates are enraged and the people's will is high, you do not have much choice but to go with the flow while you stand in front of the tides. Thales' frown deepened. The Duke said in a gloomy tone, unless you want to take the king's place and become the target of all who stop them from seizing back their hopes. If you don't become their leader, you will become their enemy, and you will be the first to fall when you are attacked from both inside and outside. Thales was silent for a long time. So, what Cyril said means, the teenagers suddenly remembered the national conference a long time ago. It was the vote that decided whether he was an illegitimate child or a legitimate prince. At that time, Cyril voted yes, but his nominal vassals, 2 of the 13 distinguished families, voted no. Thales took a deep breath and pulled his thoughts back to the present, which had become worse as he thought about it. Is it that bad? Cyril was silent for a while as well. Do not forget what I said. People will always respond to their rulers in ways that are beyond their expectations, and they will catch you off guard. Unfortunately, the suzerains of Western Desert are also included in the description. Fakenhas turned his head around and glanced at him faintly. Of course, to your father, you and I are also included in the description. Thales did not answer when he heard Fakenhas' words. The Duke turned his head around and looked at the gray sky outside the window again. There will be consequences when you draw the commoners to your side to fight against the nobles and do whatever it takes to restrain your power. The commoners are not chess pieces that you can manipulate, and the nobles are not sacrificial targets. There was an endless chill in his voice, like the bleak autumn wind. The suzerains of Western Desert are no different from courting death if they try to stop the general trend, but Renaissance Palace may not necessarily get the results they want. Both sides are eager for quick success, and this is a great taboo. Thales clenched his fists. Cyril looked at the sky of Western Desert. He seemed to be at a loss. He sighed softly with emotion. More than 100 years ago, the virtuous king's chessboard was silent, gentle, and stable. But today, the chessboard your father and them are playing on. The Duke of Western Desert paused for a few seconds. No, this will not end well. The bloody year will not be the end of the story. The confusion in his eyes disappeared, and he returned to reality. He became sharp and vigilant. Unless His Majesty can slaughter all the living beings on this land and wipe out all disharmony from the roots. I don't know. Perhaps one day in the future, when Constellation can make it so that everyone has a mystic gun, they can send messages instantly, and the ruler on the throne only needs to nod his head to easily destroy the world, he might succeed. Another gust of cold wind blew into the tower, and it brought with it a whistling sound. But both of them did not seem to notice it. This time, Thales was silent for a long time. Very long. No. After a long while, Thales spoke with a dry and hoarse voice. You're right. Believe me, even if that day really comes, he will not succeed. Happy or not, vote or not. I've been typing words for the whole day, and I'm almost as tired as a swordless dog. End of this chapter. Chapter 498. The prince and the duke were both silent for a while. So this is your goal today? Thales pulled out the dagger that was stuck at the head of the bed. He tossed it in the air and accurately grabbed the hilt of the dagger as the blade flipped. After going through countless fights, he had become increasingly skilled and simple in this manner. Cyril narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched the prince's actions. Thales raised the tip of the blade and pondered for a while. You want me to join you and become the third person outside of the two camps? You want me to stop Constellation from moving faster and faster between the iron whip of the driver and the galloping hooves of the fierce horse? Third person. At that moment, it was as if the clouds in the sky blocked the sun, and the room darkened. The Duke of Western Desert pressed his hands on his walking stick again and again. The fierce horse will not submit to the iron whip, and the driver will not give up on whipping. His gaze was sharp, and the person in the carriage, no matter who it is, cannot sit and wait for it to fall apart. Thales flicked the blade between his fingers gently. So. Thales snorted and pointed the tip of the blade at the Duke in a very rude manner. All of this, including your inexplicable appearance, your threat with your sword, your alarmist talk, your earnest words, and your arrogance, was all for this moment? Thales stared at Cyril with the ghost of a smile on his face. Cyril stared at him for a while and snorted softly. Do you think I would pull a random 14-year-old brat off the street and tell him all this? Cyril said coldly, if I can't first confirm what kind of person you are, if you are just an incompetent coward who has high standards but no abilities, if you are just an impulsive brat who was raised by the Northland barbarians to have a brain full of muscles, if you are just a stupid idiot who thinks he knows the truth of the universe just because he has read a few history books? Thales raised his eyebrows. The Duke sized him up from the corner of his eyes and said in disdain, then you are not worth my words. The teenager was slightly stunned. Thales exhaled and stuffed the dagger back under his pillow. You know, if you want to win me over by praising me, you can actually use better words. The Duke of Western Desert opened his mouth, which seemed to be missing a piece of flesh, and laughed eerily, like a mummy opening its mouth. Don't worry, you won't be short of sweet words. The prince's return is a major event that will shake Constellation. Countless eyes will be focused on you. Cyril narrowed his eyes. But you have to be more careful and alert. The nobles and suzerains with power and influence will fight to be the first to find you. They will try to rope in the prince who has just returned to the kingdom and use all methods to make you stand on their side. They will turn you into the vanguard to fight against Renaissance Palace. Falkenhaz's tone changed. Before you accept their kindness, please remember, they are only against your father, not truly loyal to you. Thales fell silent. He suddenly remembered Quickrope's words. The shackles of power. How was he going to live a different life? When he thought of this, Thales took a deep breath and raised his head. They won't succeed. But Cyril shook his head in disdain. When I said, rope in, I didn't just mean knocking on the door and giving gifts. Thales frowned and retorted sarcastically. Of course, it might also include threatening me with a sword and telling me that the carriage must not fall apart. This time, it was Cyril's turn to be silent. A few seconds later, the Duke said airily, "You know, some words are nonsense to most people in the world." Thales was instantly confused. Cyril snorted softly. "Remember what I said today?" He extended his finger and waved it by his lips. "Of it." Cyril's eyes shone with a cold glare. "What if you can use it one day?" He paused for a second and curled his lips in a rather evil manner. "Of it." Thales stared at the Duke and felt uncomfortable. But Cyril quickly changed the topic. "Compared to these, you have to be more careful of your father." "Father!" Thales' nerves slowly tensed up. The strong figure appeared in his mind again, and it made him remember the suffocating feeling he felt when he faced him. The Duke's voice echoed in his ears, and there was a different meaning to it. "As you grow older, perhaps he will realize that you are no longer that pitiful child. Perhaps he will also try to win you over as a father and control you with the power of a king." But Falconha's tone changed again, but he suddenly became quiet. It was as if the sky had suddenly turned gloomy, and rain was about to fall. He stared at Thales. His terrifying face and cold gaze made the latter's heart clench. When the news of Extet's upheaval, Nuvan VII's death, and the reshuffling of Northland's political power reached Constellation 6 years ago, everyone was shocked. The Duke's tone and rhythm became heavy and slow, reminding Thales of Putre when he was narrating the bardic poems. Who would have thought that a few months ago, we old bones were still living in fear, fearing that the arrogant Northland barbarians would invade the south again? Cyril exhaled softly and pointed at Thales. But someone only needed to gently poke holes in the domineering and overbearing kingdom of the great dragon, and they could not even fend for themselves. Do you know what that means? Incomparably tyrannical and overbearing, riddled with holes, unable to even fend for themselves. What did that mean? Thales could not help but recall the nightmarish night in Dragoncloud City. Dragon's blood. He looked at Cyril, who was pointing at him, and cleared his throat unnaturally. "You think too highly of me." The prince sighed. 6 years ago, it was just an accident and a tragedy. "I did not contribute much to it," Cyril interrupted him coldly. "I did not say it was your contribution." "Don't flatter yourself." Thales choked on his words, and his expression became rather unpleasant. The unpopular Duke snorted coldly. "As I said, from the Battle of Eradication to the Bloody Year, Falconhas has followed Jadestar since ancient times." He pointed at the ancient empire's sword leaning against the wall. "In the past 700 years, Sentinel has witnessed a lot of history." Cyril was extremely solemn. "More than you can imagine." Thales felt Cyril's cold gaze, and an ominous premonition rose in him. "That's why I know." The Duke said softly, "The so-called descent of calamity in Dragoncloud City was definitely not an accident, nor was it some rare coincidence. The descent of calamity. It's not an accident." At that moment, Thales pressed his thigh tightly. Fortunately, Cyril did not look at him again. The Duke paced to the window and looked at the camp quietly. "Every time they appear, they will be cleverly concealed, blurred, exaggerated, and whitewashed. As time passes, they will eventually become hearsay and bedtime stories of passers-by. But I know that they exist, and they are real. Exist, and they are real." Thales exhaled. He breathed deeply to hide the change in his emotions. Cyril's voice became sharper and more urgent. "And every time they appear, they are inseparable from our world." The next moment, the Guardian Duke of Western Desert turned around abruptly, and his eyes were like lightning as he stared at Thales. "No matter what happened in Dragoncloud City, it was your father's doing," he said resolutely and decisively. "He and that old viper, Marat, used some method. It was your father's doing." Thales stared back at the Duke quietly, enduring the rolling bloody memories in his mind. But no matter how hard he tried to ignore them, he could not help but recall those scenes. The blue light in Asda's eyes, the purplish lines on Giza's face, the tears on Little Rascal's cheeks, Black Sword's wounded body, the strange gash on Raphael's arm, and King Nuven's head on the ground. Your father's chessboard is cold and merciless, and you do not know what his next move will be. Will he ignore the rules, or will he overturn the chessboard? The Duke's expression was solemn, and his tone was cold. My child, be strong. Do not become a chess piece that can be manipulated and sacrificed at will. Manipulated at will. Sacrificed at will. Sensing the Duke's obvious provocation, Thales inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. I am his heir. My interests are the same as his. There was a hint of rejection in the prince's tone. My safety is related to the stability of his rule. And he is my father. But this only led to another sarcasm from Cyril. Who knows? Duke Falkenhaaz said coldly. 400 years ago, Ascension King Alan Jadestar I killed his son as a sacrifice to pray for victory. Killed his son as a sacrifice to pray for victory. Thales, breathing froze. He clenched his fists. The Duke stared into the distance, and his tone was drawn out. And every day your father creates new history. Thales closed his eyes. Your father and his enemies. 6 years ago, because of your appearance, the outcome of the first round was decided. But 6 years later, from the day you returned to the kingdom, the second round began. The Duke's tone was a little scary. And it will not be any easier. The room fell silent again, until Thales slowly opened his eyes. So, Your Grace, you are a third party who is neither a noble nor loyal to the royal power. Cyril narrowed his eyes slightly. He could feel that the prince was a little different at that moment. If that day really comes... Thales stared straight at him. Can I count on your strength? Both of them were silent for a while. It was as if they both knew what this moment meant. A few seconds later, the Duke spoke slowly. There was not a hint of a smile on his face. If I were the one-eyed dragon in the land of cliffs, I would say yes. Thales snorted softly. But you are not. The Duke nodded slowly, then shook his head. I am not. The prince sighed softly. Of course. He understood. But Thales immediately thought of something and he snickered. Do you know that Northlanders do not ask whether they can do it or not? The prince's tone was nostalgic. They only ask whether they can do it or not. The Duke could not help but be stunned. But a few seconds later, Falkenhaaz chuckled. Sometimes, I am quite grateful to the Northlanders. No matter how brainless they are, at least they raised an interesting prince for us. Thales also laughed. This is the third time you have scolded them. Why do you hate Northlanders so much? Duke Cyril paused for a moment. There was a complicated expression on his face. Because my wife is a Northlander. Thales was stunned. The Duke looked at Thales and waved his finger in a seemingly serious manner. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't learn from me. Once he finished speaking, before the stunned Thales could react, the Duke of Western Desert laughed out loud. As the Duke laughed in a shrill and mean manner, Thales' expression gradually turned cold. How can I be sure? The Duke's laughter came to an abrupt halt. The prince stared at Cyril. His words were filled with caution. A third party. Even though you make it sound like it's nothing but an exaggeration, how do I know that you do not just want to push me to the heart of the struggle and use me as a shield and a battering ram? The room was silent for a moment. Then, Falkenhaaz exhaled slowly, as if he had figured something out. He snorted and looked at Thales again. A year ago, when you were still playing with snowmen in Dragon Cloud City, your father sent a secret letter asking us to mobilize the army to rescue his heir to the throne. Thales' heart froze slightly. A year ago? The prince's return to the kingdom. How long has this game of chess been set up? Cyril seemed to be in a daze as he continued. The suzerains of Western Desert, my vassals, thought that they had seized a rare opportunity. Hot-headed, they seized the chance to make things difficult for us and extort us. They wanted to take back Blade Fang's camp from the royal family's custody, and His Majesty readily agreed to it. When he said this, Duke Falkenhaaz's gaze froze. But one of my courtiers tried to dissuade me from sending troops. He thought that it was a trap with malicious intentions. Thales frowned. The Duke stared coldly at Blade Fang's camp beneath the window before he suddenly turned around. But Fakenhas still sent troops. Even though I knew that there was a problem. Do you know why? Thales quietly stared at him for a few seconds before he averted his gaze. You said it before. The prince looked elsewhere and spoke in a slightly mocking tone. When you face your vassals, you don't want to be the one who replaces the king and prevents the suzerains from regaining their power. You don't want to fall under a pincer attack. He mocked. Like now, aren't you being pushed out by them to regain their dignity? A third party? This time, Fakenhas stared at him for a long time. The Duke spoke slowly. Because, from the cold king to the zealous suzerains of Western Desert, I am the only one among the participants in this power struggle. The only one? Thales was a little stunned. When the legendary Wing and my vassals had their eyes on Blade Fang's camp, no one cared about the serious matters in the desert, and no one cared about the heir of the kingdom who was supposed to be the main character. Cyril slowly became serious. I am the only one who believes in it. I believe that compared to the ownership of Blade Fang's camp, the noble's power, and his majesty's success or failure, the Duke bent his back so much that his head was almost pressed against his cane. He cast a sidelong glance at Thales from afar, and his right hand, which was pressed against the cane, pointed at the second prince. To save you, to save Prince Thales Jadestar, and to return home safely. This is what everyone should really care about, the most important thing. Thales stared at Fakenhas blankly. His emotions were complicated. Cyril straightened his back, hiding his old and haggard appearance from just now. His gaze was very sharp, as if he could see through everything. All right. Thales spoke laboriously. You're not bad when it comes to pretty words, but the Duke spoke again and cut him off. So, I stopped some suzerains from secretly leaking information to Extet and obstructing you from returning to your country. Cyril raised his voice. Thales was stunned. The Duke's tone became melodious, and it greatly reduced the shrillness in his voice. So, Baron Gertz led the most efficient Raven Whistle-like cavaliers to go against his direct superior's orders and spare no effort in searching for you. He did not even spare the orcs. Thales could not react to it for a moment, but he soon realized that something was wrong. Baron Gertz. Raven Whistle Light Cavaliers. The familiar name made Thales raise his head swiftly. Who? He glared at Cyril. Who are you talking about? But Fakenhas only watched him with interest. 2 seconds later, as if the Duke had enough of enjoying Thales' expression, he slowly said, You're right. He then said slowly, So, after you and your merchant group parted ways with Kandarl Nushin, who was acting suspiciously in the desert, you were able to have a smooth journey and reach Blade Fang's camp without any obstacles. Thales' thoughts stopped for a moment. Merchant group. Kandarl Nushin. Smooth journey without any obstacles. Impossible. Thales stared at the indifferent Duke in a daze. How did you know? But Thales lowered his head and bit down on his next words. He remembered. Baron Gertz. Thales instinctively said, I met him in the desert, the commander who chased after the orcs with the freak squad. Thales raised his head and stared straight at Cyril, but he could not hide the surprise in his voice. He's one of yours? Cyril chuckled. He was confident and relaxed. Before I was made the Baron of Immolii town under the Chroma family, Fakenhas Gertz was my courtier. The room was quiet for a few seconds. Then, Thales exhaled laboriously. Then, he asked in disbelief, then whether it was when I met the army in the desert or when I entered Blade Fang's camp, you always knew? Also, if that Baron is one of my people, then what he heard in my tavern, the Duke let out a disturbing chuckle. That's not all. At that moment, Cyril's ghastly and cold laughter was incredibly terrifying. I also knew that Blade Fang's camp, which was within my grasp, was filled with inauspiciousness. I knew that there was something fishy about the movements of the regular army of the royal family. I knew that William's mercenary lackeys were eager to take action. I also knew that it was not a coincidence that Gertz met the orcs in the desert. The Duke's words were like a steel blade that reflected a sharp, cold light. What did he say? Thales breathed in shock and bewilderment. Blade Fang's camp is filled with inauspiciousness. The movements of the regular army. The mercenary lackeys are eager to take action. The orcs are definitely not a coincidence. This information, this intelligence, this means, Thales frowned and looked at the Duke. You knew everything, but you did not show up, did not come to me, and did not interfere in the battle in the camp. When the legendary wing recaptured the camp, you did not help the suzerains of Western Desert. You only, Cyril exhaled in relief. I only asked Gertz to make sure that you entered the camp and then fled far away. I only asked the Fakenhas family skull guards to rotate out early so that they could stay far away from the center of the vortex and away from this trap. I let that bastard Williams complete his hunt. Thales could not help but ask. But before everything started, you clearly had the intelligence and ability to turn the situation around, but you watched the conflict between the royal family and Western Desert happen. You watched as your vassals suffered great losses? The Duke of Western Desert smiled. Because this conflict was necessary, and it could only end like this. Cyril looked at Blade Fang's camp outside the window. He seemed to be deep in thought. The suzerains of Western Desert lost this round, lost their men and prestige, and were dejected. His Majesty won this round, protected Blade Fang's camp, and dealt a blow to his opponent. Both sides will just return to the previous situation. A thought appeared in Thales' mind, and he suddenly understood. As expected, Cyril turned his head around. But imagine this. If I successfully interfered with His Majesty's game of chess, forced away the regular army of the royal family, prevented the suzerains from suffering losses, and even helped them regain control of the western front lines. What would happen to Western Desert next? Thales sighed. The Duke continued. Will my stupid vassals, after celebrating each other's victory, be satisfied and quit while they are ahead, or will they be even more aggressive? And would a person like your father accept reality and give up, or would he look at me and Western Desert in a different light? Cyril's tone became very scary. Go all out and return the favor 100-fold? The Duke sneered. Then here comes the problem. Fakenhas' ugly face showed deep grooves. Will the ruins become the next Cold Castle, or the next Dragon Cloud City? Sometimes, doing nothing is the best choice. Thales leaned against the wall weakly. The Duke's words were very soft, but they made him feel as if a heavy weight was pressing down on him. He had just returned from Northland. He was used to the Northland barbarian style of fighting, threatening, and drawing blood at the slightest disagreement, at least to the nobles. But after today, he suddenly understood a lot. Constellation carried out another set of rules of the game. Another, shackles of power. The prince's eyes became gloomy. Now, is this enough to prove it? Cyril said coldly. I am neither the kind of nobleman you think I am, nor am I your father. Instead, I am the true third party in Constellation's Colosseum, a life and death arena. Third party. Thales shut his eyes tightly. The silence lasted for almost 30 seconds. Then Cyril spoke slowly. Williams is probably coming back from his patrol. I don't want to run into him. Gotham can't beat him. Thales opened his eyes and watched the Duke bow slightly to him. It was a pleasant conversation. You can continue with your lunch. Thales, who had complicated thoughts, sighed and returned the greeting. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk as his leather robe fluttered, the Duke of Western Desert turned around with a mysterious smile and walked towards the door. But Thales saw something. Your Grace, you forgot your sword. The prince frowned and pointed at the ancient empire's sword with a beautiful arc against the wall, sentinel. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the Duke's walking stick paused on the floor. But against Thales' expectations, Cyril said something else. The Duke of Western Desert turned around and said coldly, You are the one who forgot your sword. Thales was stunned. Cyril narrowed his eyes and pointed at the ancient empire's sword against the wall. From now on, Sentinel is yours. Thales was stunned. Hold on to it. Hold on to your sword. The guardian duke of Western Desert, Cyril Fakenhas of the Four-Eyed Skull family, said meaningfully, "Don't lose it." Once he finished speaking, the duke turned around and stepped out of the room. His last words came from outside the room. "Also, send my regards to the boy from the Cadis family, if he is not dead yet." Chapter 499. Thales stared incredulously at Fakenhas' back as he walked away. He listened to the sound of his walking stick getting softer and softer until it was barely audible. After a long while, the prince exhaled indignantly. "Yodel, do you know that guy?" Thales grabbed the sword of the ancient empire left behind by Cyril and digested the shock he just experienced. A faint voice traveled from the air behind him. "Not familiar." "Not familiar?" Thales furrowed his eyebrows slightly. The youth felt the weight of Sentinel as he slowly pulled back the cold blade. Its hilt was so long that it could be held with both hands and used as a greatsword or even a spear. It was slightly lighter than Ricky's everlasting truth, but its center of gravity was perfectly balanced. It was a rare and good sword. But why, just to show off to the outside world, the Duke of Western Desert gave the prince a treasured sword? Damn Fakenhas. Thales sighed and looked at the black gemstone at the center of the sword guard, which looked much more inconspicuous than everlasting truth. "Do you believe what he said?" Thales twirled the long sword in his hand and slowly familiarized himself with this new weapon. The masked protector's voice rose airily. "What about you?" Sentinel paused in the air. Thales took a deep breath and slowly sheathed his sword. "Fakenhas. I always thought he was just an elite monster." Thales stared at Blade Fang's camp beneath the window. His gaze was unfocused. "In the end," Thales said absent-mindedly, "it's a boss." The room was silent for a moment. "I don't understand." Thales placed the long sword on the table, shook his head, and snapped out of his daze. "It's nothing. It's just a common saying I learned from Extet." But this time, Yodel replied very quickly. "There's no such saying in the Northland." Thales froze for a moment, but he quickly reacted. You didn't follow me to the Northlands." But the youth suddenly thought of something. "Wait a minute. Yodel. Northland." Thales suddenly turned around and looked behind him. "Yodel, when I was in the north." Thales stuttered a little. "I met the Red Witch, Kalshan." There was no reply. Thales could only hear the sound of the wind outside the window. This made him extremely uneasy. "She said she's yours, and she and the Black Prophet." Thales raised his head and looked at the empty space that he could not rely on. "Is it true?" There was still no answer. Thales exhaled softly. "Yodel?" The room was still quiet. Thales lowered his head in disappointment. He understood the other party's silent resistance. "All right, that's it. Continue to ignore me." Thales sat back in his chair listlessly and brought the tray over again. "Cold violence," he murmured. But this time, the masked protector's voice sounded with an unnatural tremble. "My background is classified, but it's not glorious. I don't want to trouble you." Thales' hand, which was holding the grilled fish, stopped in midair. "It was not glorious. It bothers you." Thales put the food in his hand down and sighed. "Is that so? But wasn't he the same?" When Thales thought of this, his lips curled up. In the next second, Thales turned around and looked solemnly at the air. "No, Yodel," he said seriously, "to me, you will never be dishonorable." The air was as quiet as ever. Thales did not get a response, but he was not discouraged. "Also," the prince smiled, "you have never bothered me." There was still an unbearable silence. But Thales was no longer conflicted. He only laughed self-deprecatingly, turned around, and continued to eat his food. But at this moment, "Thank you." An extremely soft and hoarse voice drifted into his ears. It sounded like it was squeezed out of nowhere. Thanks to Thales' senses, which had been trained by the sin of Hell's river all year round, he did not miss it. Thales paused for a moment, but he did not hear anything else. "That's it." The teenager did not turn around. He only shrugged. Just as he expected, there was no sound behind him. Thales sighed in pity. Even if, say one more word? Thales did not worry about it anymore. He got rid of the grudge in his heart and focused on the food in front of him. But it seemed like the desert god did not like to see him eat in peace. Thales only finished a few pieces of meat and a few mouthfuls of cold porridge before hurried and uneasy footsteps rose from the stairs below the room. Thud, 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 thud. His footsteps were even heavier than Fakenhass. Thales instinctively grabbed Sentinel by the side of the table, and he heard the door to the room open with a bang again. A clear and pleasant voice that was not polite to the ears abruptly rang out. "Did you see him?" "It's him again." Thales closed his eyes in pain before he opened them again. The prince rubbed his face into a smile before he turned around on the chair. "Who is it?" Just as he expected, the Baron of Blade Fang's Teeth Sect, Roman Williams, walked into the prince's room with sand all over his body. He did not even take off his headscarf. He walked fearlessly into the prince's room in an aggressive manner, leaving his subordinates Frank, Snake Shooter, and the dozen or so people behind them trembling in fear. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. Who else could it be? Even though he was travel-worn, Roman still looked radiant. His eyes were spitting fire, and it was obvious that he was in an incredibly bad mood. He sized up the room with a gaze as if he was searching for an assassin. He said furiously, "That stinky, ugly old thing, Fakenhass, he came to you? What did he say to you?" Stinky, ugly old thing. Thales muttered this title in his heart. If there was one thing that the Duke of Western Desert and the Baron of Blade Fang's Teeth Sect had in common, it was their impression of each other. At the very least, their descriptions of each other were appropriate. Thales coughed and put down the weapon in his hand. "Actually, I have nothing to do with him." But before Thales could finish speaking, the legendary Wing, who had pulled off his headscarf, strode forward with an oppressive aura and extended his hand. Slap. The prince was stunned. Roman grabbed Thales' left wrist tightly with an aura that could freeze a person to death. Under Thales' astonished gaze, the legendary Wing held the hilt of his sword coldly and pulled Sentinel's blade out of Thales' left hand before he let go of Thales. Thales stared at the empty scabbard, and his eyebrows twitched. Roman swung the long sword back and forth with a murderous expression. In the end, he fixed his gaze on the crude mark at the bottom of the sword hilt. Roman stared at the mark and raised his head coldly. Fakenhass F. Thales instantly felt troubled. He swung the empty scabbard in his hand. Yes, but this... Roman snorted coldly and did not give him a chance to speak. "What a good sword." The legendary Wing spoke with a tone that even Nicholas could hear, full of mockery. "What a good prince. I let you stay here, but it makes it easier for you to give and take bribes behind my back, right?" "Take bribes?" Thales was stunned. He stared at Sentinel in Roman's hand, and he suddenly felt that he had been wronged, but he could not defend himself. But in the next moment, Roman moved his arm, and the sword flashed towards him. Everyone was taken aback. Thales only had time to raise his scabbard to block the attack. Whoosh the sound of leather rubbing against metal rose. When Thales snapped out of his daze, he was shocked to find that Sentinel had been perfectly sheathed in the scabbard in his hand. It fit perfectly, and it was incredibly precise. How did he do it? Behind Roman, Frank and Snake Shooter's faces were pale. Both of them had one foot in the room, and their arms were stretched forward. They still had expressions that said, "Sir, don't do this," or, "That's the prince." "If you like their gifts so much, Jade sir." Roman lowered his arm and used his gaze to force his subordinate to swallow his grievances. He then stared coldly at Thales, who was still in shock. "Then you can get lost tomorrow, along with those lords." "Get out of my territory," the legendary Wing said fiercely. The legendary Wing said fiercely, then turned around and left. Thales stared at Sentinel in his hand. He had yet to recover from his daze. But Roman's footsteps paused beside the door frame. "As for you, Nameless." The legendary Wing did not even turn his head around. "Did you know that when you thought you hit it perfectly, the dents on that wooden board were very obvious?" Thales was shocked. He looked at the floor in the room. But if he did not use Hell's senses, he would not be able to tell what was wrong with the flat floor. The leader of the freaks, Snake Shooter, also had the same expression. And all of you freaks? The legendary Wing suddenly turned his head around. Snake Shooter and the freaks, behind him, shuddered visibly. I don't care how many soldiers they brought, how noble their statuses are, how good their subordinates are, how strange this stupid tower is, how afraid you are, and how tired you are from your shifts. Thales could not see Roman's expression, but he could sense the chill in his tone. Next time, you will let an outsider barge into our territory without any scruples. Then, go back to the prison of bones. Snake Shooter, who still wanted to curry favor or defend himself, was so frightened that he immediately fell silent and stood at attention. In the next second, as footsteps rumbled, the legendary Wing went downstairs with Frank, who had an expression that said, "Take care of yourself." Snake Shooter and the others were left behind to close the door with utmost respect and caution. The footsteps of Roman and his personal guards rolled away. Thales was still holding his sword in the room. He looked confused. Just now, what happened? In the ancient Ghost Prince Tower, Roman Williams, who was walking down the stairs step by step, did not say a word. The guards behind him did not even dare to breathe loudly. Everyone knew that the legendary Wing was not someone to be trifled with. Frank. The legendary Wing suddenly spoke. Frank, who was behind him, immediately responded respectfully. Only to hear Roman coldly say, "Go tell those noisy nobles that every noble rebel we caught in the camp yesterday. If they don't pay enough compensation, none of them will be able to get out of jail." Frank, who was about to nod, was stunned. He reacted and said with difficulty, "But some of them are the children of big noble families. Their identities are sensitive." However, Roman's cold snort forced him to swallow his words. "Yes, those people." The legendary Wing took a turn at the corner of a staircase. 20 times more. Frank froze again. A few seconds later, Frank sighed. "All right, they'll hate us even more." Roman's footsteps halted. The dozen or so people behind the Baron all stopped in unison, as if they had practiced this thousands of times. Their movements were orderly and without any sluggishness. "Very good," the legendary Wing said coldly, "and the reason why we can establish ourselves here." When he said this, Roman suddenly raised his head and looked at the stairs above his head. His gaze was fixed on the darkness at the top. "It's precisely because they hate us." Frank was stunned. But his commander did not say anything else. He just walked out of the tower. In the room at the top, Thales looked at the door in puzzlement. He then looked at the long sword in his hands awkwardly. He suddenly had a feeling that this might be one of Falkenhaz's goals. He wanted everyone to see the prince accept the Falkenhaz family's gift. But the things he said to her, "Hold it tight. Hold your sword tight. Don't lose it." After a while, Thales could only sigh. That damned, stinky, ugly old thing. Has he always been like this? What did he say to Prince Herman in the past? When he thought of this name and remembered that Herman died in this place, Thales lost his appetite. Herman and Shadow Shield. What kind of connection do they have? As for Teng, who has been mentioned by countless people. Who is he? Thales' expression froze. He thought of something. The prince stood up, walked quickly to his luggage, and started rummaging through it. A few seconds later, he finally took out the expensive roll of paper. But the moment he opened it, Thales froze. Thales sucked in a deep breath. "Yodel, how much do you know about my fourth uncle, Herman Jadestar?" A few seconds later, a faint answer came from the air, as usual. "I'm not familiar with him." "Very good." Thales closed his eyes gently. "I guess so," the prince said with a smile. The prince smiled and opened his eyes. In the next moment, Thales carefully and unhesitatingly opened the letter that held a special meaning to him. "To my angry kitten, you did not write me a letter. 8 months and 21 days ago, after our precious meeting, which ended on bad terms. You might not understand. Perhaps you do not understand with what spirit I am writing this letter. As the conclusion of that argument. Yes, kitten, you have always been sharp and understanding. Your instincts are accurate, and you hit the nail on the head. But, my most precious friend and lover, you might not understand what you mean to me. You turned around and left. You were free, arrogant, and valiant. But you took away everything from me. In the past 8 months, no matter how urgent my official duties were, they became boring and cumbersome. No matter how exciting my life was, it became boring. My close friends, whom I met every day, became mediocre. Even the imported fine wine from Sarah Dukedom and Hobbes' talented manuscripts became tasteless. Do you know, my dear kitten, from a baby to an adult, from a prince to a viscount? No one has ever treated me like this. They treated Herman Jadestar like this. My father could not, my mother could not, Midier could not, Horace could not, Scholar Theram and Mother Erin could not even my grandmother could. Simplicity, innocence, kindness, sincerity, and optimism. They took a lot of things from me. But they never took everything. Everything. They never dragged me out of the noble palace and the gorgeous mask, pushed me into the muddy abyss, and let me tear my heart out under the pouring rain and the cold moonlight. They only wanted to show the true heart in my chest that was full of scars. Because I did not allow it. Herman may not be known for his ability to fight. But believe me, in his heart, he is a warrior who has never surrendered to anyone. No one can make him bow down to me, compromise, and admit defeat. No one. Except for you, kitten. Only you. The emptiness and pain of losing you has been torturing me, and tearing me apart. It has even defeated my pride and dignity, my defense, and my ego. All my pride and arrogance are nothing in front of them. I was as hysterical as a lowly, and vulgar person in the market. I could not sleep and I could not eat. Damn it. That was the scene of a drama I despised the most. You know, kitten, if you want me to admit this, it would be better for you to just kill me. But that is no longer important. Before I met you, I was high-spirited and full of self-esteem. After we parted ways, I was useless and full of self-reproach. But that is no longer important. If one of us must lower our heads in the midst of our arrogance and indifference, then I want you to know, kitten. During the days without you, I was in agony and tormented. I can't stop thinking about you. I can't stop writing you letters. I can't get rid of your reflection in the mirror. The only thing I have the right to control in my entire body is the childish urge to completely give up on my dignity and dignity. I don't care about my pride and tradition. I only want to submit to you. Kitten, over the past 8 months, I have often thought. What brought about our disagreements and discord? Is it because of our sensitive identities? Is it because of our unblessed futures? Is it because of our completely different lives? Is it because of our difficult personalities? Is it because of our completely different experiences? But it's just like the result we face every time we argue about responsibility and freedom, life and love, unity and independence, reality and dreams, and when we argue about whether Cahill Yarrow or both Karandi has a higher level of attainment in rhetoric. There is no answer. Only recently, when there is chaos everywhere and the kingdom is in danger, when the world is in great decline, I suddenly understand. I understand what is the most important thing to me and to us in the days where there is no tomorrow. Just now, the horn for nightfall in Blade Fang's camp sounded. But what I saw flashed in my mind was our first meeting. That night, you pointed your sword at me, and with a disdainful smile that I can never forget, you said softly, "This kitten can dig out your heart." You did it. Kitten. If you don't believe me, my cruel and adorable friend, then lower your head slightly. Now, do you see it? My heart, which was powerless and pulsating, was dripping with blood, but it was also an undisguised heart. It is lying quietly in your palm, lying in the fate it is destined to fall into. Willingly. At this moment, the soldiers and civilians under the watchtower were bustling with activity, and I suddenly understood what I saw as young Kessel's pointless persistence. He loved her, madly in love with that young police officer who came from a humble background and had a disreputable reputation. He loved her as a whole, more than he loved anything in the world. Then, he would naturally give up everything for her, risk universal condemnation, give up on the promise of a dignified marriage, give up on the Jade Star family name, give up on the status of a prince, give up on the royal family's property, give up on the right to inherit the throne, give up on his father's strict love. In comparison, my brother is a coward. It's me, kitten. It has always been me. I am the one who dragged you down. It's my pointless worries and dignity that have always been holding you back and hindering our future. Kitten, you have always been free and unfettered. You are proud, elegant, brave, and strong. You do not look back and do whatever it takes for your goal. As the so-called son of the king and the Jade Star descendant, I am lethargic, burdened, sensitive, fragile, and full of worries. Status, identity, age, difference, the words of the people outside, the dignity of the royal family, and the responsibilities of a prince. Excuses, everything is an excuse. I enjoy the joy of being with you and ask for your understanding, but I am the only excuse that I do not want to make sacrifices for myself. You are right, kitten. Perhaps the Herman Jade Star who is truly revealed under the sun after his chest is cut open, his skull is dug out, and his skin is torn open, is just a coward who has an undeserved reputation, is irresponsible, and does not dare to face his true self. Now, the information about the emergency in the desert and the unusual gathering of orcs and barren bone people is placed on my table. But I can't help but miss the time we spent together over the years. I miss your light footsteps, your moving voice, your meaningful poems, your innocent smile, your beautiful lips, and your clear eyes. I miss the way you walked in the forest and danced under the moon. I can quote the classics and argue eloquently in front of the most dangerous enemy, speak calmly and rationally in front of the most cunning and unscrupulous merchant, and act naturally in the most dangerous situation. But I can't. I can't maintain a strong and confident tone in the letter I wrote for you. At this moment, even the tip of my pen is trembling. My handwriting is as ugly as an orc's drawing. But I understand, kitten. You gave me the most precious chance to discover my true self. My world is only meaningful when it is related to you. But when I think about losing you because of a pointless argument that might not have been so pointless, I cannot help but feel as if my heart is being cut by a knife. You are like the rain from the heavens, washing away all my filth, cleansing my muddle-headedness, and watering all my madness. What will I become without you? No, I can no longer imagine it. So I understand, kitten. I love you. No conditions. Regardless of the cost. Without hesitation. There is nothing else. There is nothing else. Thales, who was reading the letter quietly, could not help but notice that the ink had melted between these few lines, as if it had been stained with. The words gradually became a little messy, but it still maintained a different kind of beauty. Tear stains. Thales was lost in thought for a few seconds before he continued reading. But, perhaps you don't understand, but at the risk of angering you again, my kitten, apart from you and me in this dirty world, I still have one more thing to do. The last thing. I know that while we are together, I should not pollute your ears with my annoying mundane affairs. I also know that you are tired of me worrying about boring and meaningless government affairs. I also know that you have never been used to seeing me worry about everything. I'm sorry. But ever since you left, I have no one to talk to. I can't tell you how difficult the situation is now. Blood relatives, family, kingdom, politics, history, future, everything is intertwined. I can't get rid of it, I can't struggle free. I'm sorry, kitten. I love you. But I can't just walk away, at their most desperate moment. I want to beg you to forgive me, my kitten, my love, my heart's blood, my inborn sin, the source of my madness. Forgive me. Forgive me for walking into this bottomless whirlpool myself, even ignoring our future that has just begun to see the light of dawn. But just as you said, you love me not because of my body, not because of my poetry, and not because of my status. You love the light in the depths of my soul. Now, that light has suddenly flickered. It tells me what I should do. After we're done, my kitten, no matter how heavy the shackles the cruel reality places on our bodies, no matter how many obstacles our identities will leave behind for us, no matter what kind of answer our Father will give to our love, no matter what blessing or curse fate will bestow upon our union. None of that matters anymore. Anyway, in the history of our family, we have always been the ones who arrogantly offended the gods, and the gods have never protected us with mercy. I love you, kitten. Forever. Wait for me. Wait for me to settle everything in this suffocating whirlpool and pay off my debts. Wait for me. I love you, and I hope that you love him. HN Jadestar on the night of the 19th of January, at Blade Fang's camp. Fate is like a poem. How do you know the rhythm? I will have Roman deliver this letter. Ever since Tinnen, whom you are familiar with, unfortunately passed away, he has been my most reliable messenger. He knows the route to Half Tower, but he has a worrisome temper and is sometimes a little mischievous. Bookmarked for easier reading. Chapter 500. The yellow sand was still indistinct, and the rising sun was still hazy. Derek rode on his horse, and as the saddle rose and fell, he stared expressionlessly at the horizon that connected the dust and the clouds. It was gray and blurry, just like always. A few seconds later, under his subordinate's respectful reminder, Derek turned his horse around and looked straight ahead. The door, that was blocked by more than 10 barricades, the hard sand that had been trampled flat, and behind it were layers upon layers of fortresses, guards who stood solemnly, and the double cross-shaped stars flag that fluttered in the air. Of course, there was also a flag that looked like it was shrouded in fog and starlight. The Stardust flag. Just like always. As expected, a group of camp guards walked forward with arrogance. They clashed with Derek's team. Both sides argued, roared, shoved, and crashed into each other. They were like two stallions that ate in the same stall. Derek did not care and let the situation develop. He only took out the water skin in his saddlebag. In Western Desert, the tongue would tell you faster than the eyes. The desert was not far away. When Derek swallowed his third mouthful of water, the captain of his personal guards pointed angrily at the flag behind him. The conflict reached its climax. The two sides who were glaring at each other could no longer suppress their emotions. They drew their swords, bows, and crossbows. Under his personal guard's orders, hundreds of cavaliers immediately spread out into battle formation. The camp guards behind the gates swarmed out, gritting their teeth as they tightly surrounded them. Derek even saw more than 10 mystic guns and city-guarding crossbows on the lookout tower. They were aiming at them. The tense atmosphere was about to explode. Just like always. Derek, who was still riding on his horse, snorted softly. He raised his water skin again and swallowed his fourth mouthful of water in an elegant and free manner. Then, of course, at the last moment, Frank, the running horse, appeared at the door at the right time. He sternly stopped the soldiers of the regular army under him. Then he politely and respectfully came before Derek and asked him to forgive the royal family's regular army for being vigilant during a special period. He made it sound like they really had a normal period. Then, Frank, who looked much older compared to 11 years ago, represented the Baron of Blade Fangs to welcome them happily and warmly. He also apologized sincerely for the Baron being busy and not coming to welcome them. Just like always. Therefore, their team stepped into the camp under disdainful and hostile gazes. They walked onto the main road and welcomed the hustle and bustle of the crowd. Derek, on the other hand, cast away the lethargy and fatigue from the journey. He straightened his back and tightened his shoulders. He allowed his beloved horse, Army Knife, to move forward in a leisurely manner without losing its elegance. It moved forward calmly, but it was not lacking in vigilance. His personal guards on both sides rode on their horses and dutifully swung their whips to clear the path. Their formation was neat, and they looked mighty. The noisy campsite fell silent. Puzzled and surprised, the people on the street first stared at them blankly for about 5 seconds. Then, the first batch of people widened their eyes and trembled. They covered their mouths with both hands and let out suppressed cries. They shouted and pointed at the flag behind Derek, telling those who did not manage to react what the flag represented. In the face of all sorts of gazes, Derek tightened his muscles, be it his back, arms, or face. Just like always. About 3 seconds later, the crowd was in an uproar. Amid the deafening commotion that could be compared to a siege, the captain of Derek's personal guards lifted the reins and moved forward in a familiar manner. His expression was fierce, and he swung his specially made whip in a beautiful circle in the air, releasing a warning crack. "Make way!" The captain's voice echoed in the fortress for more than a second. Then, the crowd that filled the street and blocked the procession dispersed in a chaotic situation. Among them, there were hurried footsteps, anxious cries from those who were dragged and knocked over, complaints from merchants whose goods were scattered, and vicious curses from those who were unlucky enough to have their belongings stolen during the chaos. In the end, only the figures on both sides of the street and at the entrances of alleys were left. Most of the people tried their best to squeeze their bodies closer to the corners. At the same time, they put on respectful and curious gazes. Occasionally, they would sneak a glance at Derek's group, and quite a number of them were focused on Derek. Just like always. He had accumulated his might for hundreds of years, and he had been influenced by what he saw and heard. At least in this land, there were very few people who dared to go against the flag behind Derek. Very few. But it was not that there were none. Derek swept his gaze over the street that was filled with dust and filth. He retracted his gaze from the two sneaky and unkempt ruffians. Before he could react, his personal guards who were patrolling the road ahead of him came forward and whipped the two ruffians, causing them to cry and wail as they crawled away from the empty street. Chapter 501. As he listened to the man's self-introduction, Thales could not help but clench his fists. Chroma. Of course. Thales thought, I know this name. During the Battle of Eradication 700 years ago, Prince Tormund, who was not yet the king of Renaissance, was ambushed and defeated in the Battle of Cold Wind. He was surrounded. Even the messenger crows that asked for reinforcements were killed by the enemy's falcons in the air. All hope was lost. During the darkest moment, a courier who was in charge of rearing messenger crows found an injured and weary messenger crow on the battlefield. The courier had a lowly status, but he was young and fearless. Under everyone's despairing gazes, he held the last wounded crow in his arms and risked his life to sneak into the encirclement. He broke through the falcons and crossbows blockade, and before he was captured, he let it go at the edge of the battlefield. A miracle happened. The wounded crow that could not even fly high in the sky finally brought back reinforcements from the Northlanders, turned the situation around, saved the prince, and achieved the Battle of Cold Wind, which would go down in history. A few years later, when Tormund was crowned king and Constellation was founded, the messenger who was lucky enough to survive received an edict and was promoted to the title of a count. He became one of the 13 distinguished families in the kingdom, and his family name became one of the 3 most prominent families in the Western Desert. This legendary story was simplified into one sentence, and it became the motto of the Chroma family. The one wing saves the master. The legendary messenger crow that went through fire and water with the courier and only had one wing left was drawn in a picture book, embroidered on flags, and printed on robes. It became the name of Wing Fort, and it also became the emblem of the Chroma family for 700 years. The one-wing crow. Thales sucked in a deep breath and looked at the night before him. So, the 100 or so raven whistle-like cavaliers he saw in the desert, the so-called lightning crow, the heavy cavaliers who fought against the orcs head-on, and the baron who stole 60% of the goods from the freaks, all of them listened to his orders. Thales smiled and shook the other man's hand without hesitation. It is a pleasure to meet you, Count of Wingfort. The Count of Wingfort returned the smile and gently let go of the prince's hand. I know that you are tired on your journey back and have experienced many twists and turns, your highness, but please be at ease. Derek turned to the side and revealed the 13 flags behind him. According to the plan, from now on, my 200 raven whistle-like cavaliers and the 100 men from the 12 families under Wingfort will join your escort team until you safely return to Renaissance Palace. Thales' expression froze. I really appreciate it. Derek glanced at the monsters and instantly frowned. So, these are the men that Baron Williams sent to escort you home? The regular army of the West Wilderness, 20, The Count casually glanced at it and then reported the number. 25? To escort the prince? Snake Shooter's expression instantly turned ugly. Earl, he appeared very nervous and stammered, that, I know, cough cough, we are monsters. We're Stardust. I mean we are barons. However, Derek did not even look at him. He only spoke to Thales. Even though the Baron of Bladefang's Fangs is busy with official business, I must offend you and say that this is very inappropriate. Especially when the Baron is a direct vassal of the royal family. Snake Shooter was a little anxious. No, the Baron is, Thales sighed. I was the one who asked the Baron not to disperse his forces for me, and he had to obey my orders. The prince had to continue the conversation and help the awkward Snake Shooter out of the predicament. After all, Bladefang's camp has just gone through a lot of hardships. Snake Shooter looked at him gratefully. Derek was silent for a while. He stared at Thales. The prince responded with a smile. I understand. A few seconds later, Derek looked around and flashed a smile. Indeed, he cannot disperse his forces now. Snake Shooter wanted to say something, but Derek had already turned around. Snake Shooter could only turn his head around and respond to Spirit Blade's mutterings of, how embarrassing, in exasperation. The Count of Wingfort raised his voice and gave an order to his subordinates. Tell Fark and Cade at the back to send the second and third teams to the capital with me. The prince's returning team must not lose their dignity. His voice was not loud, but his orders were clear and powerful. Thales could not help but frown as he watched the messenger leave in a hurry. Your Grace, thank you for your kindness, but there is no need for this. But Derek turned his head around abruptly. Forgive me for my persistence, Your Highness. Thales was taken aback by how serious he was. After wandering around for 6 years, you have returned to the capital. In the eyes of the Constellations, will you return with glory or in dire straits? Derek stared at Thales as if he wanted to stare his soul out. This is very important. Prince Thales. Thales stared at him in a daze. For a moment, he could not understand the Count in front of him. Derek narrowed his eyes. And we cannot be too careful. After all, you will never know where the threat will come from. As he faced the very serious Count, countless thoughts flashed through Thales' mind. The biggest thought was the Duke of Western Desert's words the day before. The powerful nobles and suzerains will rush to find you and draw the prince who has just returned to the kingdom to their side. They will do everything they can to make you stand on their side and turn you into the vanguard to fight against Renaissance Palace. Before you accept their kindness, please remember that they are only against your father. They are not truly loyal to you. A few seconds later, Thales suppressed his unnecessary thoughts and nodded politely and amicably. Thank you. You have thought about this very thoroughly. Derek also nodded respectfully. He smiled again. Thank you for your understanding. But the Count's words changed. I heard that Sir Cyril has already met you? Cyril Faken has. When Thales heard this name, he could not help but twitch his eyebrows. Yes. Yesterday, he came to visit me. Derek stared at him for a while before he smiled and said, Oh, I understand how you feel. Understand? When he recalled his conversation with the Duke of Western Desert, Thales snorted in his heart. Really? But Derek seemed to have seen through his thoughts. The young Count of Wingfort chuckled softly. A long time ago, after I spoke to the Duke for the first time, I spent a whole month to understand what he said to me during that hour of teasing and scolding. Derek's smile was a little resigned. And this does not include the rhetoric and metaphors that come out of his mouth at will. Rhetoric and metaphors. Thales remembered something, and he could not help but hum in acknowledgement. He looked at Derek, who was in front of him, with empathy. Is that so? Thales chuckled dryly. Then you know him quite well. But Derek's reaction was out of his expectations. No, Your Highness. This time, Count Chroma's reply was quick, but it was half teasing and half serious. I have never understood the Duke. The master of the single-winged crow, the young Count of Wingfort narrowed his eyes. There seemed to be a profound meaning behind his words. Not at all. In a dilapidated and remote house in Blade Fang's camp, a figure holding a walking stick and wearing a thick leather robe slowly walked into the room. I did not ask Gotham to save you and give you a place to hide so that you can drink all the wine in my storage. In the dark house, a man sitting in front of a table turned his head around slowly and snorted softly. He did not seem to mind. The man was wrapped in thick bandages from his shoulders to his limbs. He let out an unpleasant laugh. Oh, is that so? I'm sorry, Savior. He looked at the guest and raised a wine bottle high in a drunken manner. Fortunately, I still have one bottle left. Look, this is the one. In the next second, the man let go. With a loud crack, the wine bottle shattered on the ground, and wine spilled everywhere. The guest watched as the wine splashed on his boots and leather robe. He could not help but frown. Oh. The man wrapped in bandages spread his hands and smiled maliciously. Now, the last bottle is gone. The guest was silent for a while in the darkness. He did not sit down, but only said airily, "Tomorrow mix in with our convoy and leave the camp. Go back by yourself." The man's body froze. Go back? He snapped out of his daze, and his unfocused gaze became clearer. What about the mission? What about that brat? The guest snorted softly. His gaze was sharp, and his voice was dry and unpleasant. I went to take a look. He is being protected. Impossible. The man paused for a while. Impossible? He repeated in a murmur. His drunkenness gradually faded, and the expression on his face slowly became ferocious. That damn brat. The man slammed the table. He stood up, gritted his teeth, and said to the guest, No. It's impossible for you, but I can. Give me a route and a sentry. I can sneak up in the middle of the night. But the guest rejected him mercilessly. No, you can't. The guest looked at the bandages on the man's body and gestured with his chin. You were beaten up badly. The man shook his head impatiently. He snorted and waved his hand. It's just a small injury. Trust me, you should go and see the other guy. He's in a much worse state than I am. The guest in the darkness did not speak. He only carefully sized up the bandaged man. I want to believe you. The guest pressed his hands on his walking stick. His gaze was cold and his tone was profound. Can I? These words made the man pause again. The man's gaze pierced through the bandages and he stared at the guest for a while. A few seconds later, the man exhaled and sat down heavily. Don't worry, no one will suspect you. The man seemed to have figured something out and said angrily, You're right. He said angrily, the Secret Intelligence Department, Dragon Cloud City, and that brat who thinks he's smart, they all think that I work for the king. King. The man rubbed his head desperately. He hissed softly as if he had a headache. The guest rubbed the back of his hand and snorted softly. But this is also the truth, isn't it? The man exhaled heavily. He raised a finger and looked at the guest with a displeased gaze. Hey, you only wanted that brat to stay in Northland. You didn't say that he had to stay in Dragon Cloud City. The guest stared at the man's finger. He was not upset or angry, but his tone became colder. You went to King Chapman, which made things complicated. The man seemed to want to argue, but his displeasure quickly weakened when he met the cold gaze of the guest. The man leaned back against the table and waved his bandaged hand in the air. What else can I do? Every word he uttered seemed to contain suppressed anger. That old witch from the secret room has been suspicious of me since a few years ago. Do you know how many people she sent to deal with me after King Nuven died? And the Secret Intelligence Department? If the prince falls into the hands of Dragon Cloud City, they will only force me to go back and save him again. That won't be as simple as being a babysitter. The guest did not answer. He only listened to the man quietly. The man exhaled a gloomy and painful breath of resentment. He pressed his head again, and there was a hint of anger in his words. Only the supercilious Kinslayer King, only when he starts to protect me like Nuven, will the Secret Intelligence Department and the secret room stop causing trouble for me. The guest looked at the floor and nodded with his walking stick. But you screwed up. His words suppressed the anger of the man in the bandages again. The man's breathing quickened. After a few breaths, he opened his mouth and let out an unpleasant sound. Of course it's easy to just talk while standing. This time, the man's words were filled with anger and humiliation. Why don't you go and fight the Star Killer head-on and fight for half an hour? But the guest obviously did not buy it. He only sized up the man and sneered. You're covered in burns. You don't look like you've been stabbed. The man was momentarily speechless, but he quickly raised his voice. That's not the point. And that damn mask. His skills are better than 10 years ago. It was already not easy to fool him by pretending to be unconscious. I even had to drag my injuries into the desert and hide while I chased after him. And I was so F***ing unlucky along the way. I either ran into a large group of orcs or a large army. The man stood up. His complaints became more and more urgent, and he became more and more displeased. And when I chased him here, contacted the Kinslayer King's people, and was ready to take action, you damn constellations, stupid southerners, you actually F***ing caused internal strife in Bladefang's camp. Do you know how much effort I had to spend to escape from thousands of rebels and mobs? And that brat, he suddenly disappeared from the camp and came back with the legendary Wings troops? F***ck me. And isn't this your territory? The man spoke angrily. He heaved a sigh of anguish and indignation, and pressed his hand to his forehead. The guest was silent for a while. I told you before, once you reach Constellation's sphere of influence, things will become very troublesome. The guest's voice rose along with the sound of his cane. And now, the secret room, the kingdom's secret intelligence department, Black Sand region, the city of faraway prayers, and Dragon Cloud City. Each of the 5 parties has a reason to settle scores with you. The man pressed his head. He felt his head ache even more. The guest raised his eyebrows. His tone was contemplative. What should you do? The man breathed rapidly for a while, but he immediately let go of his hand and laughed. Looks like I'll have to F***ing come up with 5 explanations to make them spare my head. F***ing. His smile was resigned and relieved. Both of them were silent for a while. After a while, the guest suddenly asked, "Can you get through this, old friend?" The man snorted coldly. Of course. The man rubbed his hands and looked around in disdain. I have my ways. Have you forgotten my nickname? But the guest's next words made him frown. No, you can't. His tone was heavy and his meaning was cold. I can't? The man was a little puzzled. But soon he felt that the headache just now was getting worse. He realized something. In the next second, the man's body swayed. He supported himself on the table behind him with both hands. A wave of numbness and dizziness hit him. He could no longer maintain his trembling arms, and he fell on the chair with a thud. The man raised his eyes in disbelief. He looked at the indifferent guest in front of him, and then at the broken wine bottle on the floor. You know, there's a reason why I stored these wines here, the guest said faintly. But you just had to say that. The man breathed desperately, but he felt the strength and senses in his body disappear bit by bit. Impossible. I've tested those wines. Tested? The man widened his eyes and stared at the guest in front of him. As for your nickname, old friend, do you know? The guest rubbed his cane and turned around indifferently. He allowed the man's eyes to lose their luster, and he fell to the floor. I don't like crows. The guest stared at the man who was no longer struggling. His eyes were cold. Chapter 502. The sun set in the west. Thales rode on a horse with a brand new saddle and a shiny coat. He moved forward slowly and headed east. He looked over the shoulder of the mounted sentinel and stared at the weeds and smoke in the distance. He was lost in thought. The land here was different. It was different from Northland and the desert. It was wetter, more fertile, and flatter. The power that allowed him to never get lost gave him this information. Your horsemanship is very good, Your Highness. It does not lose to a skilled cavalier. The prince, who was immersed in the thought of never getting lost, was jolted awake by the sudden voice. He quickly turned around. Count Chroma. As the horse's hooves thundered, the Count of Wing Fort, Derek Chroma, lifted the reins and sped past a few personal guards to arrive beside the prince's horse. The personal guards wisely dispersed to give the Count and the prince some space. The freaks who were supposed to protect him were separated from the crow's personal guards. Snake Shooter looked a little indignant, but he did not dare offend the Count. In the end, he could only lower his head and grumble. In this era, at your age, even if many nobles with illustrious family backgrounds can ride properly, it will be difficult for them to stay on a horse for so long. Count Derek said nonchalantly. It had been more than 10 hours since their group left the camp in a mighty manner. Aside from taking a nap during the afternoon, the well-trained Raven Whistle-like cavaliers increased their speed and moved forward at a brisk pace. Thales pinched his thigh and turned his eyes to glance at Derek's calf, which was in the stirrup. He felt that Derek's riding posture had not changed much. You can stay on a horse for so long? The prince secretly quirked an eyebrow. You're praising yourself, right? Thales' thighs and waist were beginning to ache from the long period of travel. Right now, he could enjoy the scenery in peace with his horse's hooves. It was already considered a form of rest. The Count of Wing Fort continued to speak emotionally. The Northlanders' military training is indeed extraordinary. Thales nodded politely and laughed dryly. Thank you. As for the Northlanders' training, you should ask the Star Killer and the Raven of Death. The former used years of riding lessons to teach him how happy it was to be able to ride on a normal horse. The latter taught him how blissful it was to be able to, normally, ride on a horse's back by running for what felt like years. Thales sighed softly as he recalled the bitterness and thought of the sweetness. Sure enough, people are forced out. But come to think of it, Nicholas, Monty, and Tolja from Black Sand region. When he thought of how 3 of the 5 famous Extension War generals had a bone to pick with him during his trip to Northland, Thales felt extremely helpless. He was probably the second most unlucky person in the world, ahem. He stole a glance at the air behind him. By the way, how did Yodel keep up? Don't tell me you're clinging to a horse's ass. We can finally see the land beyond the yellow sands, right? Count Derek seemed to want to use this time to talk to Thales for a while longer. When I served at the borders, I would stay in the desert for a few weeks before I came out. Derek stared at the grassland and smoke from the village in the distance. He smiled faintly. Even a little bit of green makes me excited. Thales took over the conversation, half tactfully and half sincerely. That's right. This feels really good. After getting used to wandering in a foreign land for 6 years, it was the first time Thales realized that he was not in the dry and cold Northland, nor was he in a desert filled with yellow sand. He was in Constellation. A strange yet familiar feeling rose in his heart. When he noticed where Thales was looking, Derek pointed at a few small houses at the end of his line of sight. These small villages belong to Blessings Town. It is our supply point today, and it is not far ahead. It is the farthest town in the west of Western Desert, and it is also the closest town to Bladefang's camp. Over the years, it has provided reinforcements and protection for the western front lines. Blessings Town. Derek's explanation stirred up Thales' interest, which he had not felt for a long time. It was a leisurely and carefree feeling that he could not imagine when there was danger ahead of him and pursuers behind him. And we will turn into the Avenue of Blessings there. The road ahead will be much easier. Derek was obviously considerate enough to understand the prince's emotions and the soreness in his muscles from riding for too long. He continued his explanation. The Avenue of Blessings. When I was in Northland, I read about it in a book. Thales tried his best to stick his head forward to see the road in the distance. But this is the first time I've walked. Count Derek smiled. Chapter 503. Under Count Louis' strange inquiry, Derek's expression remained the same. The one before you is Thales. But Louis immediately burst into laughter and waved his hand to interrupt Derek's introduction. Don't be nervous. That was just a joke. Of course I know where he is. Derek's expression darkened when he was interrupted. Come, let me see. In Derek's silence, Lewis slowly turned his horse around and sized up Thales with a profound expression. The prince took a deep breath, suppressed the discomfort in his heart, and accepted the Count of Black Lion's gaze with a smile. A few seconds later, Count Lewis, who had almost circled Thales, finally snorted. "Your Highness, I have long heard of your great achievements in Northland. It is an honor to have you here." He closed the distance between him and the prince. He leaned back, and his expression was still arrogant. "Perhaps you don't remember me, but unexpectedly, the prince raised his voice and interrupted the other. Will the Black Lion, who is good at fighting, still fight for the pride?" When he heard this, Lewis was immediately stunned. "Fight to the death. This is how you answered my father back then." Under everyone's gaze, the second prince stared straight at the leader of the Black Lion family. As long as the lead lion remains wise and brave, he will remember the pride. Lewis looked surprised. Even Derek furrowed his brows slightly. "Yes, I remember you. Count Louis Bosdorf from the Brave Soul Castle. 6 years ago, you were sitting not far from me at the national conference." Thales cleared his throat. His gaze began to turn cold under the setting sun. "And I still remember when they voted on whether I should be the prince. You voted against me." There was a warning tone in Thales' words. Bosdorf's expression changed in an instant. He sat up straight on his horse, and the way he looked at Thales was different. Even Derek by the side pursed his lips. Lewis coughed slightly. "Your Highness," in the past, but the prince's cold expression suddenly melted like water melting from an iceberg. Thales snorted and interrupted the count. "Don't be nervous. That was just a joke." Under Lewis and Derek's frowning expressions, Thales leisurely lifted the reins and urged his horse past the Count of Black Lion. "Come, let me see." The prince calmly looked at the black-armored soldiers behind the count, as if he was inspecting his own army. A few seconds later, Thales imitated Lewis's actions and pulled the reins back to his horse. "Your Excellency, I have always admired the reputation of the Black Lion clan for being good at fighting." After saying that, he extended his right hand to Earl Lewis with a friendly smile. "It's my honor to meet you today." Lewis stared at the prince in a daze. The Black Lion clan of the Brave Souls Fort. Another famous family name in the West Wilderness. According to history, Bosdorf's ancestor was a heavy infantryman who participated in the Battle of Eradication. He was promoted repeatedly by the King of Renaissance because he was brave and good at fighting. He was promoted step by step until he finally became a count on the day the country was founded. A large part of the reason why Constellation was able to expand its western border to its current state was due to the warlike and forceful nature in their blood. At the beginning of the 2nd century in the calendar of Eradication, during the battle where the King of Blades Tormund II conquered Dragon-Kissed Land and destroyed Fog Dukedom, it was Bosdorf's infantry unit that beheaded the first and last Archduke of Fog. After the First Peninsular War, Brave Souls Fort's reputation reached its peak. In the Western Desert, the Black Lion clan even had power over the Guardian Dukes. Then, during the confrontation of the two stars in the late 2nd century, after the death of Cloud King Horus II, the two branches of the Jade Star royal family fought for the throne. They unfortunately chose the wrong side, just like most families in that era. The stunned Earl Lewis stared at the prince's outstretched right hand, then at Thales' smile. He was silent for a while. By the side, Derek, who had not said a word, looked at Thales and curled his lips slightly. "Thank you, Your Highness." Half a second later, the Count of Black Lion's arrogant expression faded away. He urged his steed forward, flung off his iron gloves without hesitation, and held Thales' hand firmly. "I promise you that you will see us live up to our name." Thales only felt his tightly clenched hand tremble with a loud bang. The Count of Black Lion's grip was quite strong. Earl Lewis narrowed his eyes. "And the headed lion is indeed extraordinary." Count Bosdorf let go of Thales' hand and waved his hand behind him. "Your Highness, come and meet my eldest son and heir Paul." A brown-haired young man with a determined face, who looked quiet and low-profile, and who wore armor with the emblem of a black lion, rode forward. "Paul Bosdorf." The young Paul put on a stern face and pressed his fist against his chest. He did not look as complicated as his father. Your Highness, it is my honor to serve you. Thales smiled. It is also my honor. Count Louis, who had been sizing Thales up, laughed and extended his hand to the black-armored soldiers behind him. Your Highness, my son and 200 elites from the Black Lion clan, as well as 100 people from the 14 families around Brave Soul's fort, will escort you home with Derek. Louis added, Forgive me for not being able to accompany you personally, but please do not doubt our passion and loyalty to Renaissance Palace. Thales looked at the flag of the Black Lion behind Louis, as well as the flags of the other 14 nobles. The prince frowned slightly before he flashed a smile. Never doubted it. Louis also chuckled. I never doubted you, never doubted it. But the next moment, the Count of Black Lion looked to the east, and his tone changed. But I suspect that others do. Thales' smile was a little stiff. That's a good way of putting it. Amid the awkward atmosphere, Derek coughed, intentionally or unintentionally. But Louis acted as if he didn't understand and suddenly said, So, I heard that our Duke of Western Desert, Lord Cyril, has gone to look for you, Your Highness? He even gave you a good sword? Thales' slightly relaxed nerves were immediately alerted by this sentence. Damn it. How did he know? The prince, who had a huge headache, changed his direction. He instinctively wanted to block the sentinel on his saddle. About that, I wanted to return it, but Louis sighed. He pointed at the army he brought with him, and his eyes were filled with indignation. Derek and I, together, we mobilized countless subjects, and then mobilized 600 to 700 elite personal guards to achieve this, but the Duke only used one sword to do it. Count Bosdorf snorted lightly. What a bargain! He suddenly turned to the master of the single-winged raven. What do you think, Derek? The Count of Wingfort looked up, but he did not answer. He only gave Louis a friendly smile. Thales looked at Derek's expression and seemed to have understood something. In the next second, Count Louis' gaze returned to the prince, and his attitude seemed to be nonchalant. So, he also flung you with a sword? Thales was stunned. Flung? Derek coughed again at the side. But Count Louis still acted as if he did not hear it. Yes, he smiled without a care and gestured at the prince on his mount. You know, it's to swing a sword in front of you on purpose. If you are so scared that you wet your pants, then he will chuckle and say, you are only as. If you do not react at all, then he will pretend to be profound and say, yes, you passed my test. Louis waved his hand with a disdainful expression. After he deceives you, of course, he can pretend to be serious and give a long speech. Deliberately holding a sword in front of you. Thales was puzzled at first, then he was completely stunned. The scene of the Duke of Western Desert alone in a room with him the day before yesterday surged into his mind like a tidal wave. What? The prince asked in surprise. As if he had expected Thales' reaction, Count Louis chuckled with an expression that said, I knew it. I'm guessing that the Duke probably poured out his heart and soul to you, expressed his worries, and showed you how much he loved Western Desert, that he loved it madly, that his love was reasonable, that he could not extricate himself from it, and that he could move the world. In the end, he solemnly stated that everything he did was because he had no other choice, and that he only wanted to remain neutral in all the chaos, and that he did not want to choose a side. Thales blinked. He was a little dumbfounded by the amount of information in this sentence. What? But Louis kept going. And did he use those dozen or so words to go around in circles, and then come back to the same word game again? Did he use some nonsense like, power is born of violence, violence gives birth to a lot of things, and then power is born again, to bewitch you? Power is born of violence, a word game that goes around in circles again. As he listened to Louis' words, Thales was stunned and puzzled. His eyebrows rose and fell a few times. There was a teasing tone in the Count of Black Lion's tone. Makes you feel that he is unfathomable, far-sighted, and different? Derek, who was beside him, turned his head away and coughed loudly. Thales finally found a gap and asked in puzzlement, How did you? But Louis did not give him a chance to retort. You know, after a bunch of nonsense, when the time comes, he will snap his fingers like this. Count Bosdorf waved his hand in disdain and snapped his fingers. Then he will blink his eyes and snap his teeth. Don't worry, I won't say this to anyone else, but I'm with you. The way he shook his head and the disdainful expression on his face was rather similar to Duke Fakenhas. But it startled the prince. What? Louis smiled coldly. Don't be surprised, Your Highness. That is the unpopular Sir Cyril. When we were young, he treated everyone. He put away his playful expression, and his expression turned cold. That's what he did. Thales stared at him in a daze. He tried his best to control his expression. What does he mean? He treated everyone like this? That's what he heard the Duke of Western Desert say in Ghost Prince Tower yesterday. Do you think I would randomly pick up a 14-year-old brat on the street and tell him this? Thales felt that he was a little confused. Louis turned his head in disdain. Am I right, Derek? In the room, Derek bowed politely, but he still smiled and said nothing. Looking at Derek's behavior, the Count of the Black Lion snorted coldly in dissatisfaction. But at this moment, Thales' heart was already in a mess. That Duke of Western Desert who looks like a boss, actually. But then, I am going to the camp to visit the Duke today. I hope he will not use the old method to brush me off. Louis snorted. But no matter what, be it the beginning or the end of this farce, we really have to thank you, Your Highness. Count Bosdorf stared at Thales, who was trying hard to think. And from the ruins to Wing Fort, whether it was Sir Cyril, Derek, or so many suzerains under us, if it were not for your arrival, Western Desert would rarely have such a gathering. You must be our savior, Your Highness. Whether it was 6 years ago or now, you allowed us to reunite after we were separated. Don't you think so, Derek? Derek curled his lips for the third time and smiled politely. Looking at the stubborn Count of Wing Fort, Bosdorf shifted his gaze to Thales again. And I still have a gift. The Count of the Black Lion waved his hand. In the next second, a few strong and powerful soldiers in black armor raised a flagpole and waved a ridiculously tall and extraordinarily large flag in the air. Thales was just about to thank him, but his smile froze again. Do you miss your family's coat of arms, Your Highness? While the citizens on both sides of the town cried out in surprise and burst into an uproar, the flag was unfurled in the wind. It was a 9-pointed star flag. However, the 9-pointed star on the flag seemed to be made of a special material. As long as the flag moved slightly, it would shine with a piercing silver light. It was as bright as the starry sky, making it hard for people to ignore it. Many people, including Thales, subconsciously raised their hands to cover their eyes. F***CK. This is too. Thales turned his head around awkwardly. I am very grateful for your gift, but this is too high profile. High profile? Louis quickly interrupted him. He raised his arms indignantly at the surrounding town and fields. For the sake of the goddess, this is your kingdom, your home, and we will all be your vassals. We should be free to walk in your own home, Thales said softly, embarrassed. I'd rather keep a low profile. But Louis acted as if he did not hear him and continued to speak loudly. And if there comes a day when you, as a member of the Jadestar royal family, have to be overcautious and full of doubts even when you reveal your identity in your own home, then perhaps. Louis leaned forward and pressed his palm on Thales' shoulder. The exaggerated expression on his face suddenly turned cold. There is a problem with this family, he said coldly. What do you think? Thales felt a chill in his heart. Louis pressed on Thales' shoulder, revealing a sense of incongruity that made people feel extremely uneasy. Thales took a deep breath. A second later, the corners of his lips curled up, but he did not say anything. He only released a flawless smile. Forgive me for interrupting. At this moment, Derek, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. It is time for you to depart, Your Grace, it will take us half a day to reach Bladefang's camp from here. Thales was unusually grateful for the interruption. Perhaps it was because of Derek's help, or because he finally had nothing else to say. Count Louis only remained silent for a while before he let go of Thales. He put away his strange expression and smiled faintly. Of course, don't let me disturb you. Paul, protect the prince with your life, Louis instructed his son in a meaningful manner. Just like how this prince risked his life to protect his home for the past 6 years. Paul pressed his hand against his chest and lowered his head solemnly. I will, father. I will. Count Bosdorf curled his lips and pointed at the shining silver flag with a 9-pointed star with his thumb. Also, remember, although that flag is heavy, you must ensure that it is erected in the air. Don't let it fall. Louis clicked his tongue. Thales did not know who he was talking to. It will hurt someone. Thales' expression did not change. This time, Paul did not answer. He only nodded silently. Then, have a smooth journey, Your Highness. The Count of Black Lion reined in his horse. The cold expression on his face faded away, and he smiled confidently. The road in Western Desert has not been maintained for a long time, and it has never been easy to travel. Surrounded by soldiers, Louis Bosdorf rode past Thales' side in a swaying manner, leaving the prince with a view of his back and a sentence that carried a profound meaning. Presumably, the road in Central Territory will be flatter? Thales sighed in relief as he watched the Count of Black Lion's troop leave. He and Derek looked at each other, and both of them revealed impeccable and helpless smiles. Feng Yun Reading Network. Chapter 504. The next morning, on the flat and wide Avenue of Blessings, the prince's escort team became twice as long because of the addition of the Bosdorf family's soldiers. Please do not mind Count Bosdorf's attitude. Derek rode beside Thales on his horse. He is one of the leaders in taking back Bladefang's camp. He is very unhappy with what happened over the past few days, so he shows his dissatisfaction on his face. Unhappy? Thales thought quietly. Show it on my face? Bro, you probably haven't interacted with Northlanders before. When they are unhappy, they usually show it on their swords. He could only tease himself. Please do not vent your anger on Paul. The Count of Wingfort turned his head and looked at the silent Paul Bosdorf, who was a few steps behind them. He has a tough life with such an overbearing father. Thales smiled and nodded, but he sighed in his heart. Speaking of which, such an overbearing father. All right, this is something I can relate to. At the very least. Derek turned his head around and looked at a certain horse behind him. The 9-pointed star flag was immediately rolled up and wrapped up tightly the moment the Count of Black Lion disappeared. He sighed and said, at least Paul is easier to talk to than his father. Both of them were silent for a while. But in the next second, Thales suddenly spoke. So, what Count Bosdorf said about the Duke of Western Desert, treating everyone the same way, is it true? As if someone had blown out a lamp, the color between the prince and the Count suddenly darkened. Derek remained silent for a long time while the horses galloped and the orders were heard. Let me put it this way, Your Highness. In Constellation, compared to the Northern Territory, which was once united, the land of cliffs, and Blade Edge Hill, which shared weal and woe, the local politics of Western Desert are a little complicated. Complicated. Thales thought about it quietly. A few seconds later, the prince thought of something and spoke faintly. Votes. Derek was stunned when he was about to continue explaining. What? Thales said in a daze. Even though it was just a joke yesterday, I remember now. The prince spoke slowly. In the national conference 6 years ago, when the 6 great clans and the 13 distinguished families voted to decide whether or not to recognize me, whether it was the Northern Territory, the Land of Cliffs, or the Blade Edge Hill, the votes of every earl in these territories all followed the Duke's lead. But only the West Wilderness, only the 3 of you and Count Bosdorf both voted against it. Duke Faken has, however, voted for it. After he finished listening to him, Derek Chroma's expression changed. The young Count of Wingfort coughed awkwardly. I was forced by circumstances back then. I hope you don't hold a grudge against me. Thales looked at his expression and smiled in a carefree manner. Of course not. I just understood something. The prince stared straight at the Count of Wingfort. In the High Nobles' Parliament back then, on the 19 stone seats, the decision of the three families in the Western Desert was not unanimous. Derek's expression turned even grimmer. Their group turned a corner, and Thales's train of thought went back to the past. In the National Conference back then, the final vote on whether Thales could officially become the second prince was 10 people in favor, 8 people opposed, and 1 person abstained. The king's party turned the situation around with a slight advantage of 1 vote. With the plump Duke Cullen as the leader, the 3 families in Eastern Sea Hill voted in favor at the last moment. But now that he thought about it, Land of Cliffs, Northern Territory, South Coast, Western Desert, Blade Edge, Eastern Sea. Thales recalled the votes of the 19 nobles back then, and he suddenly understood many things. The prince frowned. According to the order of the votes and the results of the votes, back then, the person who truly held the crucial vote, who turned the situation around with just a raise of his hand, and who made Thales the second prince in the end, not Duke Cullen. After they passed a junction with a different slope, they began to gradually increase their speed on the road. Please do not misunderstand. Derek adjusted his sitting posture and took a deep breath before the wind against his face grew stronger. The suzerains of the Western Desert still respect the 4-eyed skull emblem quite a lot. His expression was a little solemn. But in recent years, among my noble peers, especially people like Count Bosdorf, they feel that the Duke is more or less content with the status quo. Derek's gaze sharpened. Especially when it concerns the royal family. It was even more so after the Desert War. Such as this time's Blade Fang's camp. Count Chroma chose his words carefully. The vassals are quite critical of his passive and decisive attitude of not asking any questions before the battle, and his conservative attitude of cleaning up the mess after the battle. Thales was silent. Content with the status quo. Passive and decisive. Conservative attitude. The prince remembered what he said. You have to know that when your vassals and subordinates are stirred up and the public's will is high, you do not have much choice but to go with the flow. Did he say these words to the others? No. As they sped up, Thales clamped his legs around the horse's abdomen. He stared at the smooth and solid road of the Avenue of Blessings in a daze. He watched as they sped forward, inch by inch. He said firmly, perhaps this is the Duke's unique way of defending Western Desert. When he said this, Derek was silent for a long time. Both of them were deep in thought. They followed the group in tacit agreement and allowed the horses to gallop forward without making a sound. A minute later, when the horses began to slow down with the group, Derek sighed with a myriad of emotions and looked at the plains in the distance. Looks like Cohen was not boasting. If I did not come to see you, I would have definitely regretted it. Thales smiled. He was about to thank Chroma, but he did not react immediately. But a few seconds later, Cohen? Thales subconsciously raised his head. He was slightly surprised. You know Cohen? Cohen's stupid Caribbean? Count Chroma turned his head to look at the prince. His expression became warm again. I'm not sure when Cohen had such a unique middle name. Derek thought about it. There was nostalgia and a smile in his eyes. But yes, Cohen is my cousin. We grew up together in Walla Hill. His mother is my father's sister, my aunt. Thales made some calculations. Cohen's mother is Derek's aunt, Caribbean and Chroma. The twin tower longsword and the single-winged crow. Walla Hill and Wingfort. The prince came to a sudden realization. I see. Your families are in-laws. The Count of Wingfort smiled faintly and nodded. 6 years ago, Cohen mentioned you to me for the first time in our correspondence. There was a strange tone in Derek's voice. He said, he was heartbroken, so he took a leave to go sightseeing in the north. Then, in one night, he coincidentally ran into a great and glorious adventure. He followed an extraordinarily intelligent prince, charged into heroic Spirit Palace, fought against Dragon Cloud City at night, defended the Hall of Heroes to the death, fought against the Northlanders, fought against a legend, faced an enemy in the Supreme Class, felt the terror of the calamities, witnessed the descent of the Great Dragon, endured the mutiny of rebels and traitors, suffered the unforgettable betrayal of his companions, blended into the White Blade Guards, encountered the assassination of the king, and witnessed the ascension of the Archduchess to the throne. He advanced bravely in the north, which was filled with powerful enemies, saved Constellation from the brink of destruction, and protected the lives of tens of millions of people in the end. The more he spoke, the more resigned he felt. Even Thales could sense the excitement and eagerness in Derek's words, which made him ramble incoherently. It was practically a mystery and awkwardness on paper. In the end, Cohen complained that even though the Secret Intelligence Department came to his door at night to warn him not to divulge national secrets, his superior did not believe him and refused to give him any leave or travel expenses reimbursement. So, he hoped that I could understand him, Derek pondered for a while. When I received the letter, I was still thinking that perhaps he had indeed been single for too long. You know, delusions and illusions. I mean, it's true that you are young and intelligent, Your Highness, but Northland? Extet? There are so many things. I really doubt. Derek stopped talking and stared straight at Thales. Until now. Thales hesitated for a second before he forced a smile that was both polite and awkward. Cohen. Awesome. After a while, Thales squeezed his fake smile back into the depths of his muscles and coughed. Is Cohen all right? Derek smiled. I think so. He's still at the police station in the capital, doing a job that most nobles can't understand, including my aunt and uncle. Derek shrugged helplessly. You know, they've always been worried about his marriage. For more than 10 years, my aunt was afraid that he would marry his classmate, the warrior lady from the Arund family. Thales squeezed his eyebrows together. Miranda? The prince snickered. Oh no, that's impossible. Derek exhaled. Lady Arund is probably the person Cohen fears the most. That boy once said that he always had this illusion that he would suddenly become stupid in front of Lady Arund. Thales smacked his lips and recalled the way Miranda and Cohen interacted. Yes, that was indeed an illusion. Because he definitely did not suddenly become stupid. But more than 10 years have passed. My aunt doesn't care about that anymore. Derek shook his head. At the same time, he felt amused and helpless. Now, as long as Cohen is willing to marry, she doesn't care if the other party is a warrior, as long as it's a woman. Thales and Derek looked at each other, and they laughed in unison. After a while, Derek's voice became deeper. So, it's true. Cohen said that he fought with the Fire Knight in Heroic Spirit Palace, fought with the legendary anti-mystic equipment, and fought for 300 rounds? The Fire Knight, 300 rounds, the prince felt a headache coming on. My attendant can testify that they fought, but 300 rounds, Thales did not continue. He only smiled sheepishly. Derek's gaze moved, and he nodded in understanding. Then, he said that he faced the Red Witch, who is as famous as Lord Hanson, and faced her persuasion to surrender, and that he would rather die than submit? Faced the Red Witch, neither humble nor arrogant, and would rather die than submit. The prince was stunned and blinked. About this, how should I put it? It's basically not up to the Red Witch to persuade him to surrender, he's that. This time, without waiting for Thales to say anything, the comprehending Count raised his eyebrows and seemed to be deep in thought. I get it. Then, he said that he faced the legendary warrior who never aged, the undefeatable ground shaker Caslin, and that he risked his life to fight against him, and that he had to sacrifice an arm, risked his life to fight against him. Thales twitched his lips awkwardly. He about that. Once again, when Thales was still hesitating about what to say, Derek raised his eyebrows in a very considerate manner. Oh. When he saw the Count's expression of sudden realization, Thales suddenly felt guilty for betraying Cohen. That's not right. I'm the one who's telling the truth. But Derek's next sentence made Thales' heart sink. Then, the Great Dragon? Thales was silent for a while. The scenes of the past reappeared in his mind. It's true. Derek's eyebrows twitched. Count Chroma narrowed his eyes, and he looked rather solemn. This explains why the messenger crows that passed by the north were all late that month 6 years ago. The legend is true, the great dragon spreads its wings, and the sky is forbidden from flying. Derek said softly, then, the calamity? This time, Thale's expression was as calm as still water. He lowered his head. He did not speak. He only gritted his teeth and remained silent for a long time. Derek stared at the prince and did not continue asking questions. The count shook his head and sighed. You know, the first count of Wing Fort left behind a record of the calamities he saw. But in my family, there were a few generations who believed that those were just the ravings of an old man before his death. Derek was silent for a while. Then, King Nuvan was killed by the calamities? Thales raised his head. He seemed to see the dawn when thousands of arrows were fired at the same time, and the bloody head that rolled to his feet while wearing a crown. The assassin's flower, young Charlton, and the flying locust blade. The prince said firmly, and Chapman Lampard. Derek drew in a soft breath. The air became so quiet that only the sound of horse hooves could be heard. The count raised his head slowly. You have suffered, Your Highness. Perhaps many people do not believe it, and even more do not know. Derek let out a long sigh. His gaze was grave, but he was incredibly serious. But I want to say, the entire kingdom, we owe you a debt of gratitude. Thales gritted his teeth and forced a smile. Thank you. The prince nodded stiffly. Count Chroma. But Derek shook his head. Derek. The Count of Wing Fort first flashed a warm and friendly smile at the teenager. He then extended his right hand, as if this was the first time he formally introduced himself. This is my name. Thales paused for a moment. He cast a profound glance at Derek before he smiled as well. Of course, Derek. The second prince extended his right hand sincerely and shook Derek's hand. Thales. Their gazes met in the air, and they nodded at each other. Derek let go of the prince's right hand, but his words changed abruptly. From the perspective of a Western desert noble, Thales, I know how Renaissance Palace views us. I also know what we are facing. I also know your sensitive and awkward situation. Derek stared at Thales seriously. Thales also stared back at him seriously. If this were any other time, I might say something like, Western Desert is not your enemy, and neither are the people of Western Desert. Derek sighed. But you are Cohen's friend. Derek's expression was a little sad and resigned. And from the perspective of his cousin and his friend, I have to remind you, Thales. The next moment, Derek lowered his head slightly. A few words that seemed more precious than gold and weaker than a fly popped out from between his teeth. Be careful of Sir Cyril. What? Thales first thought about the name, then he frowned. What do you mean, Duke Fakenhas? What do you mean? Derek was silent for a few seconds before he spoke softly. The Duke is good at manipulating people's hearts, even those who don't like him. Manipulating people's hearts? Thales was stunned for a second. The first person he thought of was the Red Witch in Northland. But, Cyril Fakenhas? Unwelcome? Count Bosdorf said that the Duke is equally ambiguous towards everyone. He remains neutral and never takes sides. Derek's expression was unprecedentedly serious, as if he was facing a great enemy. That might be because Sir Cyril, the master of Western Desert, wants him to think that way. The Duke of Western Desert wants him to think that way? Thales was stunned. It must be admitted that from the first minute of their meeting, Derek had impressed him as cautious, thoughtful, tactful, and never out of line. But now, and if Count Bosdorf does not like Lord Cyril, said Derek coldly to him, that's probably because the Duke wants him to dislike me. Thales breathed in a daze. Then, the reason why the Duke is unwelcome, Derek nodded, lowered his voice, and continued the second half of the sentence. Because he doesn't want to be popular. Thales stared at Derek in a daze. He suddenly felt that the person in front of him was different. Wait, if this is true. The impression Duke Fakenhas gave him was also, Thales, perhaps you know that due to historical reasons, my family is quite experienced in the business of taming messenger crows. Derek spoke again. Thales tried his best to shift his attention to the present. Really? The Count of Wingfort said warily. A few months ago, His Majesty and the suzerains of Western Desert came to an agreement. We will send troops to the Alliance of Freedom, Force Extet, and rescue you. Yes, Thales answered instinctively. Derek's gaze became sharp. The week we came to an agreement with His Majesty, my raven whistles detected a few long-distance messenger crows flying north across the border. The week we came to an agreement, flying north across the border, long-distance messenger crows, Thales furrowed his eyebrows. What do you mean? Derek was silent for a few seconds before he said airily, that batch of messenger crows flew very high in the sky, were abnormally vigilant, and were good at hiding. Even with the Raven Whistle Light Cavalier's abilities, we almost missed them. Those are not postal messenger crows that travel between two places, have fixed routes, are inflexible, and have simple training. Instead, they are military messenger crows that are strict, intelligent, agile, know their way around, and will recognize their masters. They are not easy to tame, and the fees are high. Only the rich suzerains can afford them. Military messenger crows, high fees, great suzerains. Thales, expression changed slightly. Thales, someone leaked information about you from the moment you escaped to the moment you returned. Derek's tone was very solemn. Someone leaked information about you to the Northlanders from Constellation. I guess this is why your journey back home was full of accidents. Leaked information about me, my journey back home was full of accidents. Thales' breathing froze for a moment. At that moment, King Chapman's figure suddenly appeared before his eyes. He also remembered King Chapman's sudden visit to Dragoncloud City just to meet Thales. No way, the prince looked up vigilantly. Are you talking about Duke Fakenhas? Derek shook his head. I can't be certain. But Thales, not all of them. Derek narrowed his eyes. His tone was cold, and Thales could not help but clench his fists. In this country, not everyone welcomes your return, Wang Chong said with a smile. At that moment, a few Raven Whistle Light Cavaliers dashed back from the path in front of them. Amidst the endless dust, they brought a message that made people nervous. Be on guard. Sentries are in contact. Multiple cavaliers. What? Derek and Thales looked at each other and frowned at the same time. The Raven's entire troop immediately stopped moving forward. Hundreds of cavaliers reined in their horses at the same time. For a moment, horse hooves thundered and horses neighed. Everyone moved. Quite a number of Raven Whistlers rushed forward and surrounded the two important figures. Count Derek. Paul also urged his horse to rush over from behind. The air of Brave Soul's castle had a solemn expression. But the Count of Wingfort remained calm. Don't be nervous. The Raven Whistlers are elite scouts. This is only the first message. It proves that the other party is at least a few miles away. Soon, they will confirm their identities. Their confident questions were mixed with the countless sounds of horse hooves, and it made Thales feel much more at ease. Soon, the second and third messages arrived. The new information made the three nobles feel even more solemn. 25 cavaliers. No flags. Identity unknown. Refuse to respond. They are between light cavaliers and heavy cavaliers. They are well-equipped and skilled. The report from the Raven Whistlers in the sky. There are more troops behind them. More cavaliers and infantrymen. Hundreds and thousands. More? Hundreds and thousands? Thales was shocked. Derek and Paul looked at each other. Their expressions grew darker. Who would bring an army to the prince's side at this time? Paul said coldly, Do we need to gather our main force? Stay calm, Derek replied in a steady manner. This number does not eliminate the possibility that it is Constellation's own army. Let the 20 or so cavaliers come first, and everything will be clear. Our army. Thales pursed his lips tightly, but he could not help but recall Derek's words just now. In this kingdom, not everyone welcomes your return. Not everyone, the prince's heart sank. It can't be. Please, I've already entered the land of constellation and stepped onto the great path of blessings. There can't be any more accidents. Usually, whatever Thales worried about would come true. This time, the damned fate seemed to have heard his worries again. A few minutes later, the sound of horse hooves could be heard. The uninvited guests arrived in front of them under the watchful eyes of the raven whistlers. Derek's raven whistler was right. This was a group of 25 cavaliers. The symbols and emblems on their bodies were covered by dust-proof cloaks, which were commonly seen in Western Desert, but their muscles were strong and their gazes were sharp. They rode on tall horses with pure and bright fur, which was rarely seen in Western Desert. Their cloaks were bulging, and it was obvious that they carried weapons with them. The arrival of these cavaliers caused the atmosphere in the prince's group to become extremely tense. The cavaliers stopped in front of the carriage silently and neatly. They stared coldly at the raven whistlers in the distance. "Who are they? Our own people?" Thales asked, puzzled. Derek stared at the uninvited guests and nodded. "We will know." Paul stared at the group of cavaliers who did not look like they were to be trifled with. He frowned. "Do you need me to summon the Black Lion Infantry Regiment at the back?" But the Count of Wingfort only shook his head. In the next second, Derek urged his horse forward and spoke loudly. "Those who come, report your names." In a fraction of a second, a knight led the group out in silence and arrived in front of the Raven Guard's formation. Along the way, the group of 25 cavaliers did not make any discordant noise. The knight who stood out from the group had chestnut-colored hair and a face with gentle lines. Even though he had stubble on his chin, he looked to be in his 30s. He was not much older than Derek, and his calm brown eyes seemed to always be calm and peaceful. "I was thinking that you might recognize me, Count Chroma. Now, it seems that I was just hoping too much." The chestnut-haired knight stopped his steed. He sighed softly, as if he felt a little regretful. 6 years ago we met in the palace." Derek's eyebrows twitched slightly. "I don't remember meeting you." "In the palace 6 years ago?" Thales thought of something. The chestnut-haired knight smiled faintly, unconcerned. He waved his hand to signal to a blonde knight beside him. His actions were elegant and natural. "You should at least recognize Doyle. His family is related to all of you." When he said this, Thales did not have much of a reaction, but Paul's expression changed. "Doyle? Derek, that's one of the 7 servant clans." Derek shook his head coldly. "That's just what he said. Who knows if he's just putting on an act?" Once he finished speaking, the Count of Wingfort turned his head around and shouted, "Knight, why are you here?" The chestnut-haired knight exchanged a glance with his companions before he turned his head around and replied, "We are here under orders to welcome and escort Prince Thales. I am very grateful for your help, Count, but your mission has ended. From now on, we will be in charge of His Highness." He still looked as relaxed as ever. "Escort me? Or kidnap me?" A thought appeared in the prince's mind. He suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and began to size up the chestnut-haired knight. The chestnut-haired knight lifted the reins and moved forward on his horse. His posture was elegant, and his expression was indifferent. It was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. Strange. Why are his riding posture and equipment so familiar? Thales wanted to call out to Yodel in secret, but he was surrounded by raven whistlers. Derek and Paul were also nearby, so it was difficult for him to find a chance. Damn it. What's going on? In the next second, Count Derek swung his right hand resolutely. In the next second, nearly 100 elite raven whistlers from the Chroma family moved at the same time. They lifted their crossbows and aimed at the chestnut-haired knight before them. They were neat and uniform, and their might was intimidating. The gaze of the knight at the front changed. Thales, who was still thinking, quickly spoke when he saw this change. "Derek?" But before he could say anything else, the chestnut-haired knight in the formation quickly raised his hands and spoke hastily. The chestnut-haired knight, who was exposed to more than 100 arrows, spoke faster. His expression became slightly more serious, but his eyes were as indifferent as ever. "Relax, Count, will you? Relax so that you know that I came for peace. Even though he raised his hand to show weakness, the knight's posture was respectful and appropriate. He chose his words carefully, and he appeared neither servile nor overbearing. As the chestnut-haired knight raised his hand, his cloak lifted a little. Thales stared at the silver-white armor that was exposed under the cloak. He still found it a little familiar. But the sharp-eyed Thales also noticed that the chestnut-haired knight was not the only one who looked indifferent in the face of more than 100 crossbows. Even the cloaked cavaliers around him did not move. They stared coldly at the Raven Whistle Light cavaliers across from them. It was as if they were used to it. Came for peace? Derek snorted coldly. He did not buy it. What about the hundreds of soldiers behind you? Did they come for peace as well? They did not kidnap us. Besides, behind us, the chestnut-haired knight paused for a moment before he understood something. The knight came to a realization. He nodded in agreement. Oh, right, Chroma family. You are the ones who rear crows. The heavens have eyes. Derek snorted coldly. So, just who are you? The chestnut-haired knight exhaled heavily. All right. You won, Count. I am a man of peace after all. The knight smiled faintly and flicked his cloak. His calm eyes suddenly became sharp and astute. It was as if he was shrouded in a strange and dangerous mountain that was shrouded in fog. I am Tormund Mallows. The chestnut-haired knight had a pleasant voice. His tone was elegant, and there was even a certain rhythm to it. The kingdom's royal knight, Constellation's honorary lord, and his majesty's loyal vassal. Mallows looked up. His gaze pierced through the crowd as if it had a certain charm to it. It landed accurately on the 14-year-old boy among the Raven Whistle Light cavaliers. At the moment they exchanged glances, Thales shuddered. He remembered. He had indeed seen the set of equipment on the boy before. But it was 6 years ago, in Mindy's hall. When he saw Thales frown, Mallows grinned faintly. Thanks to His Majesty's kindness and the trust of his colleagues. The knight nodded slightly on his horse. He placed his right palm in front of his chest to signal to himself. His etiquette was impeccable. I am the Royal Guards of Constellation. Mallows revealed the special silver armor under his cloak, along with the iron armor and steel sword. He bowed slightly on his horse and uttered a title that Thales found both unfamiliar and familiar at the same time. Legacy Watchman. Chapter 505. The chestnut-haired knight's self-introduction made everyone quiet for a while. He sat calmly on his horse and allowed everyone to size him up. He did not care about the fact that dozens of mounted crossbows were still aimed at him. Royal Guards? Watchmen? Thales began to observe the knight who called himself the Watchman of the Royal Guards again. He could not help but compare him to Zacriel. He did not give off an oppressive feeling like Zacriel, and his expression was not as determined and bitter as the Knight of Judgments. On the contrary, even if he wore armor, Mallows still looked gentle and elegant. He looked more like a rich playboy than an elite guard. Tormund Mallows? A few seconds later, as he mulled over the name, Derek's gaze became sharp. Paul frowned by the side. Derek, this name, Derek nodded. He said something to his personal guard captain, and the Raven Whistlers in the area put away their aggressive ballistae. The atmosphere became a little better, but Derek did not seem to relax. He turned around and asked Thales, do you know these people? Thales suppressed the urge to sigh. Please, I just returned to the country. But the prince still nodded. Let's take a look. He was about to lift the reins and move forward, but Derek pressed down on his arm. No, Thales. Count Chroma's expression was solemn. If they are fake, then you should not have any contact with them. If they are real, then you are in an awkward position. Regardless of whether you want us to leave or make us stay, it will not be appropriate for you to say anything. Thales narrowed his eyes and looked at the other man's serious gaze. So, I will speak up, Derek said in a low voice and let go of the prince's arm. The Count of Wingfort turned to Mallows. You said that you are the watchman of the Royal Guards. But based on what I know, the position of watchman has been vacant for many years. The last one was before the Bloody Year. And the watchman has an extraordinary status. He has always been a person of virtue and prestige. Before Derek could finish speaking, he was interrupted by someone behind Mallows. Your information is outdated, Count of the Western Desert. The knight who spoke had short brown hair. He had a stern face, and he seemed to be very displeased with the Count's questioning. Lord Mallows was promoted to watchman a year ago. Whether it is His Majesty, Lord Adrian, or even the entire Imperial Conference, they all recognize his qualifications and abilities. A year ago. Thales saw Derek's expression change. Then, why didn't Lord Adrian or Lord Talon lead the team? The Earl of Wingfort asked suspiciously. The corners of Mallow's lips curled up, but Thales felt that his smile was a little superficial. The captain and vice-captain have important responsibilities, and it is not convenient for them to leave Renaissance Palace. The knight who called himself the Royal Guard gestured at the 24 cavaliers behind him. And this is the task that His Majesty specially assigned to us. Mallows maintained his polite smile. On behalf of His Majesty, I thank Western Wilderness for their help, but your mission has been accomplished. Mallows swept his gaze over every soldier in the Western Desert. His voice grew deeper, and it was unquestionable. From now on, we will be fully responsible for all matters related to the prince's return. You can go home now. The surrounding raven whistlers were in an uproar. Derek and Paul frowned when they heard the other party's words, which were polite on the surface but sharp on the inside. Even Thales sighed to himself. They were trying to stir up trouble. This is a team formed by Derek Chroma from Wingfort, Paul Bosdorf from Brave Souls Fort, and 28 families from Western Desert. Derek said slowly and repeated his identity. Derek opened his mouth slowly and repeated his identity. Thales could hear the dissatisfaction in his words. We are escorting Prince Thales. If what you said is true, Lord Mallows, Derek said expressionlessly, then I will not be stingy in welcoming all of you into our team. Then, I will not be stingy in welcoming you to join our group until we reach Eternal Star City and meet the officials from Renaissance Palace. A golden-haired knight behind Mallows snorted in laughter. Everyone looked at him. From what I know, 6 years ago, Black Sand Region's Chapman Lampard also insisted on sending soldiers to escort Prince Thales to Dragon Cloud City. The blonde knight looked at them in amusement. He had a dignified appearance, but he shook his head. Guess what happened down there? Derek and Paul were stunned for a moment before they instinctively looked at Thales. As someone who had experienced it personally, Thales' face instantly darkened. The leader, Mallows, coughed loudly. Doyle, do not talk about national affairs. The knight named Doyle raised his eyebrows. His tone was relaxed. Of course. Whatever you say. Mallows coughed. Also, be friendly. According to the family records, Count Chroma is your. Mallows' words stopped at the tip of his tongue. But Doyle quickly continued his sentence in a practiced manner. The cousin of my grandmother's brother-in-law's grandnephew? What? His words stunned Derek as well. The hall was silent for a few seconds. Doyle smiled and shrugged at the Count of Wingfort. Oh, is that so? Mallows frowned and sighed. He seemed to be troubled by this relationship as well. Derek no longer cared about the teasing between them. He took a deep breath. You did not follow common sense and send messengers to communicate first. Your identities are still questionable, but you want to take the prince away right away. For safety reasons, I cannot take the risk. Mallows listened to his words and did not reply immediately. Instead, he pondered for a while. After a while, he made a decision. Let's be frank, Count. Mallows cleared his throat. His expression turned from one of indifference to one of seriousness. I know what you are concerned about. You want the entire capital to see you enter Eternal Star City with Prince Thales. You want all of Constellation to know the relationship between the nobles in Western Desert, the prince, and the future king. It's not about the prince's safety. Derek and Thales' expressions changed. Mallows squeezed his cheeks with a fake smile. And my job is to stop you. The moment Mallows' voice faded, Derek's expression turned cold. The hall sank into an oppressive silence again. The Raven Whistle Light Cavaliers stared at the uninvited guests with hostile gazes. Paul said something, and dozens of Black Lion infantry rushed over from the back. They skillfully coordinated with the positions of the Raven Whistle Light Cavaliers and formed a formation. Mallows and his knights might be the side with fewer people, but their gazes were bright, and they refused to show weakness. This gave Thales a headache. Finally, Derek spoke softly while he pondered. "All right, at least you are straightforward and honest." Mallows and his eyes met in the air, exuding invisible pressure. Derek narrowed his eyes. "What if we say no?" He stared at the people who called themselves the Royal Guards and sized up everything from their mounts to their equipment. There was a threatening tone in his voice. "You and your companions, what can you do?" When he said this, the oppressive atmosphere instantly became tense. The companions behind Mallows even lifted their cloaks at the same time and placed their hands on their weapons. But just when Thales was wondering whether he should say something, Mallows only turned his head around and gave his companions a look to calm them down. "I must admit that I am inexperienced and limited in my abilities." The knight with chestnut hair turned his head around. His tone was calm and peaceful. "When we face your Raven Whistle-like cavaliers, who have both numbers and combat power, I am indeed not confident." Paul snorted beside Thales. Derek did not say a word. But Mallows smiled faintly, and his smile was a little resigned. "But you know, if anything were to happen to us, to His Majesty's loyal personal guards, who protect his reputation." In the next second, Mallows' tone remained the same, and his smile remained the same, but the content of his words was different. "An hour later, while we are still on our way to the rear, 900 soldiers from the Kingdom's Wrath in rotation from the Central Royal Army, and 1,000 soldiers from the Fortress Flower in rotation from the Northern Territory including nearly 300 cavaliers, will speed up once they receive the news. They will outflank me from behind, and with their advantage in numbers and experience, they will force all of you back to the nearest supply point, Blessings Town." Thales was stunned. Paul's face turned pale. Derek also frowned hard. Mallows patted his steed gently to calm its anxiety caused by the hostility from the other side, but he continued speaking. 2 hours later, Blade Fang's camp will receive the news that the active Western Desert Royal Army, take note, these are the 3,000 to 4,000 active soldiers. They are the elite main force, and among them are 1,000 to 2,000 cavaliers. They will attack from the camp under the legendary Wing's lead and attack Blessings Town from the west. They will strive to surround our allies before dusk. Derek and Paul looked at each other and exchanged worried looks. Mallows' tone was neither loud nor soft. His tone was erratic, and his attitude was relaxed, as if he was talking about his daily life. But the Raven Whistlers and Black Lion infantry were obviously affected, and they began to whisper to each other. And before nightfall, the soldiers in rotation from the 3 regular armies and active duty soldiers, including quite a number of elites from the 3 great guards of Wrath, Starlight, and Stardust, will surround you from both sides and turn you, along with Blessings Town, into history-teaching materials for Western Desert and even the Kingdom. Thales sucked in a deep breath. Mallows' tone became teasing, and his posture became even more indifferent, but the words he said were even more direct. "But since the Kingdom's Wrath and the Fortress Flower have not come personally, the highest commander here is the legendary Wing. Then, I guess that only Blessings Town will become history-teaching materials, but all of you will not. Congratulations, because all of you, or perhaps only those who are beautiful enough, will join William's Museum of Human Heads and add color to his art collection." Thales remembered something, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Paul could not stand it anymore. But Derek held him down. Mallows used a whistle to appease his steed. He did not even look in front of him, but he continued to speak in an orderly manner. "And 2 days later, this big news will spread throughout the kingdom. After the chaos in Blade Fang's camp, the terrifying orcs and Baron Bone people penetrated the line of defense and encountered the team escorting the prince back to his kingdom. The loyal elites from Wing Fort and Brave Souls Fort protected the prince with their lives, and they defended Blessings Town for a day and a night. Two young talents from the Chroma family and the Bosdorf family were loyal, but unfortunately died in battle. But at least all of you died protecting the prince. He finally raised his head and looked at the gloomy Derek. He even shook his shoulders. So, His Majesty wrote a memorial for all of you with tears streaming down his face, and he built a monument for all of you. From then on, he worked hard to spread the kingdom's blessings to the unfortunate nobles like you, so that they could feel the light of constellation together. The prince was grateful, and he will remember your loyalty and passion for him for the rest of his life. Mallows narrowed his eyes. Then, from that day onwards, the citizens of the western desert of the kingdom were freed from the threat of the desert. Blade Fang's camp regained its vitality, and the suzerains who inherited the land were much more merciful, wise, loyal, and kind compared to their predecessors. The king's blessings benefited the people, and everyone lived in peace and contentment. They lived happily for eternity. How is it? When he finished speaking, the place fell into a dead silence. Quite a number of raven whistlers and infantrymen began to turn to look at their suzerains. Paul was so angry that he trembled. Derek's expression became even more unpleasant. Good story. The Count of Wingfort spoke coldly. His voice was a little distorted, and his gaze when he looked at Mallows also changed. But the problem is, how confident are you that you can survive and go back to inform the prince of our 500 Raven Whistle Light Cavaliers' pursuit? In the next moment, the Raven Whistlers did not need to be instructed. They lifted their bows and aimed at their target in unison. Thales felt a chill in his heart. At the most tense moment, Mallows smiled. When he faced Derek's malicious gaze, he lifted his cloak, held his sword hilt with his right hand, and pressed his left hand on a shield by the side of the saddle. Indeed, the chances are very low. Perhaps. Mallows narrowed his eyes. His tone made him sound very uncertain. 55? In the next moment, the 24 men behind Mallows changed their demeanor. They pressed their hands on their swords and raised their shields in unison. Hey everyone! Thales could not hold it in anymore. He shouted loudly while he stood up on his saddle. He moved past the Raven Whistlers who blocked him completely. Before you draw your swords, please remember that I am still here. The prince waved his hand desperately to attract everyone's attention. He hoped that he could reduce their hostility towards each other a little. Fortunately, it was somewhat effective. The place became quiet, and not a single sound could be heard. Most of the people looked at the teenager. Derek understood what the prince meant. He put on a stern face and made his soldiers put away their hostility on the surface. Mallows stared at Thales and remained silent for a long time. Thales gave him an awkward smile. He sensed his slightly numb bowed legs while he stood on the horse. Thank you, sirs. We can talk properly now. So, Mallows looked at Thales and pondered for a while. He put on a puzzled expression. Who are you again? Thales' smile instantly froze. What? His eyelids began to twitch. A second later, when he saw Thales' expression, the corners of Mallows' lips curled up. Ha ha! The knight with chestnut hair laughed loudly. It's just a joke. Don't mind it. Before Thales could react, Mallows put away his smile and put on a stern expression. He pressed his hand against his chest and bowed respectfully on his horse. Your Highness Thales, Watchman of the Royal Guards, Tormund Mallows. By His Majesty's orders, my colleagues and I will be honored to become your personal guards. As the leader moved, the 24 cavaliers behind him moved in unison and bowed on their horses. From this moment onwards until the very last moment. Wow! As he watched their salute and attitude, Thales, who originally wanted them to recite the Royal Guard's oath, began to believe in their identities a little. Oh, thank you, Tormund. Mallows. Thales, who was constantly switching between embarrassment and gratification, could not handle such a situation. He laughed dryly and waved his hand to signal for them to stand up. But now, calm down. This is not a big problem. We will definitely be able to reach a consensus. But Mallows seemed to be intentionally making him worry. Yes, it's time to get rid of the life of living under someone else's roof, stay away from ambitious people who harbor ill intentions, and return to the protection of your family." As he said this, Mallows, who had straightened his body, cast a glance at Derek by accident. His words made Derek very angry. "I believe that the prince is wise enough and does not need others to bewitch and guide him." Mallows smiled. "Then hurry up, Count. Do you want to fight or surrender? What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for His Majesty's commendation?" Both parties' gazes became sharp again, just like the weapons in their hands. Thales, who had wasted all his previous efforts, fell on his saddle. He felt pain in his head and buttocks. But at that moment, Thales heard something. Derek. Beside Thales, Paul's expression changed. That is, the Count of Wingfort's side suddenly burst into a commotion. Asterisk rumble, asterisk soon, Thales also saw it. Behind the royal guards, a few big flags appeared on the Avenue of Blessings. They were accompanied by indistinct figures and the rising and falling of horse hooves. Someone is coming. The flag of fury. Derek stared into the distance. He looked a little disappointed. It's the regular Central Army stationed at the borders of Eternal Star City. It's directly under the kingdom's wrath. Thales' expression changed. The Raven Whistlers and infantrymen began to whisper to each other. And the Starlight War flag. Thales stared at the flag he had seen before. It's the regular army in the Northern Territory under the Fortress Flower, and it's stationed at Broken Dragon Fortress. Derek's expression became even more unpleasant. "Looks like he didn't lie," Derek said sarcastically. He waved his hand and got rid of the Raven Whistler's attacking stance. "How exciting!" Paul did as he was told, but at the same time, he said hesitantly, "Maybe they're here to support the Western front lines and defend against Blade Fang's camp?" Derek snorted softly. "Then they came really quickly. How many days has it been since the incident at the camp?" Thales wisely did not interrupt. Soon, the group in the distance arrived before them. It was a cavalier troop of nearly 100 men. They carried different flags, and they surrounded a carriage with 2 horses in the center. They arrived beside the royal guards. Their movements were not as swift and fierce as the royal guards, and their mounts were not as well equipped as the royal guards, but they won in terms of uniformity and order. "This is great." The blonde Doyle sighed. "The person in charge is here." Soon, under the crowd's gazes, the simple carriage of the new troops stopped beside the royal guards. A gentle and steady voice traveled steadily from the carriage. "Good morning, everyone." As he listened to this voice, Thales' breathing slowly quickened. "You are walking a little too fast, Lord Mallows." The person in the carriage seemed to be resigned. "Count Roth has been complaining about this journey of traveling day and night. It will drain the soldier's stamina." Mallows twitched the corners of his mouth when he was questioned. He turned his horse around. "Fortunately, you are not walking slowly either, Your Grace." His tone was as indifferent as ever, but he nodded at the carriage out of habit. "I was worried that I would be mistaken as a kidnapper." In the next second, as laughter spread, the owner of the carriage pushed open the carriage door and stepped on the ground. At the moment he saw the person who came, Thales slowly exhaled and became completely at ease. It was as if a journey he had started a long time ago had finally come to an end. "It's all right, Derek." Thales subconsciously comforted the Count of Wingfort, and he could not help but curl up his lips. "We are fine now." The person who came down from the carriage still walked with steady steps, and his posture was cordial. He held the cane he was used to, and he ignored the hostile situation between both parties. He naturally came to Mallows' side and stared at Thales from afar. His gaze lasted for a few seconds, and it was a mixture of eagerness, surprise, regret, and other emotions. The place became quiet. No one spoke. The prince calmly endured the other person's gaze. But when he instinctively wanted to smile, Thales realized that his cheeks were a little stiff. Finally, the person who came over let out a long sigh and revealed a gratified smile. "You look very spirited." The middle-aged man's voice trembled slightly. "My young sir." At the moment he heard this form of address, Thales only felt his ears echo, and he felt as if he had returned to the past. But this time, Thales quietly stared at the middle-aged noble in front of him. He noticed that even though the man's smile was the same as before and he was polite, there were already stars at his temples. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were even more obvious, and the skin on his face was sunken and loose. Even his body had become much more hunched due to the gift of time. Thales felt his heart sink a little. But in the end, he still took a deep breath and put away his uncontrollable expression. He suppressed the countless emotions that rose from the bottom of his heart and tried his best to speak softly in the calmest, most proactive and most relaxed manner. I am very happy to see you again. The prince's smile was brilliant. Gilbert. It was very quiet around them. No one from either side made a sound. Then, the middle-aged noble, the cunning fox of Constellation, Honorary Count Gilbert Casso nodded slowly. Me too, young sir. There was a clear rise and fall in Gilbert's voice. I mean, Your Highness. His words were cut off midway. Gilbert first raised his head, blinked a few times, and took a few deep breaths. Finally, his tone returned to normal. Me too. Both of them did not say much during the brief reunion. They only exchanged a few simple greetings before they looked away. Good morning. On the other side, Derek nodded slightly at Gilbert with a stern expression. His tone was respectful and solemn, which was completely different from when he spoke to the prince. Count Casso. Gilbert responded with a smile. He was cordial and down-to-earth. Count Chroma. I am very happy to see that you have a close relationship with His Highness. The cunning fox of Constellation might be standing on the ground, but no one would think that he was at a disadvantage. And you must be Count Bosdorf's representative? Paul's face was dark by the side. Sir. Gilbert smiled politely, just as he always did. Of course. With Gilbert's arrival, Mallows returned to the careless and indifferent attitude he had when they first met. He seemed to intend to let the honorary count handle all the negotiations. As it turned out, there was no problem with his choice. Derek sighed. He was about to speak, but in the next second, the cunning fox of Constellation beat him to it. Your Highness, my lords. Gilbert nodded at each commander. His smile was warm and friendly. Since you are all here and there are so many witnesses, I will start straight away. Paul, who was watching the regular soldiers of the royal family warily, frowned. Even Thales was stunned for a moment. Start? Paul turned his head around in puzzlement. Derek? But Derek only shook his head. In the next moment, Gilbert's expression became stern. He used his arm to clamp down on his cane and brought out an exquisitely decorated scroll from his bosom. It was not small, and he opened it in a familiar and elegant manner. Derek's eyebrows twitched. At the back of the scroll was the emblem of the nine-pointed star. Gilbert cleared his throat. May the sunset goddess protect us, and the previous kings bear witness. He stood tall and straight, and his posture was relaxed. His voice was loud and clear, and there was an awe-inspiring presence that was restrained but could not be ignored. The legitimate descendant of the final empire, the successor of Tormund, the king of Renaissance, the master of the Rudalians and Northlanders in the Western Peninsula, the conqueror of the dragon skeleton throne and the desert god's altar, the protector of the sacred tree and Sarah Dukedom, the defender of Steel City and the Alliance of Freedom, the 39th Supreme King of Constellation, the Southern Islands, and the Western Desert, Kessel the Jade Star V, hereby announces to all the citizens of Constellation and all those who stand before this decree. The people in the area moved slightly, and they started whispering to each other in hushed tones. Gilbert did not care about them. He only stared at the scroll in his hands with a stern and respectful expression. On the 19th of the 8th lunar month, the year 679 of Constellation's calendar of eradication, in the 18th year of the reign of the Honorable King Kessel V, after thorough and detailed consideration, he will enthusiastically give praise and reward to a gentleman who has achieved enough merits and is of a suitable status. Gilbert paused for a moment, as if he was waiting for something. He looked around him. Thales' breathing began to quicken. Everyone quietened down. When it was completely quiet, the cunning fox opened his mouth again and read the name. Thales Sedated Star. At that moment, Derek, Paul, Mallows, and the others all had different expressions. Thales, who had expected it, took a deep breath. He no longer knew what expression he should have. This noble and knight sacrificed his rights as a prince in a noble manner over the past 6 years. He bravely protected the safety of the northern border, selflessly protected the welfare of millions of subjects, and respectfully protected the dignity of Constellation. When he reached this part, Gilbert's voice rose and fell in cadence, and his emotions rose and fell. He paused again and took a deep breath. Under the complicated, surprised, excited, and nervous gazes of the people in the area, he announced in a clear voice, because of this, he and his legal heir will be granted the hereditary authority over Star Lake Castle and the towns and lands affiliated to it by His Majesty. They will also bear the glorious duty of paying taxes and conscription. The Duke of Star Lake. At that moment, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Countless gazes moved away from Gilbert at the same time. In the end, they landed on the teenager on the horse. Thales only stared at Gilbert in a daze. What? He had nothing to say to that, and he could not express his emotions. This agreement and this declaration will be witnessed by everyone in the kingdom. It will be implemented immediately, and it will never be broken. Gilbert looked at the reactions of the people in the area with satisfaction. He slowly put away the scroll and revealed a smile again. That is all. A few seconds later, as the first stifled voice rose, life returned to this part of the Avenue of Blessings. Derek closed his eyes and exhaled heavily. Paul looked at Thales with a very strange expression. Mallows exchanged glances with his fellow guards. They were still as relaxed as before. The official announcement will be sent to all of Constellation through a public edict. Gilbert looked at the Count of Wingfort in a friendly manner. Of course, it will also include all of Western Desert and your territories. Derek tightened his grip on the reins. He did not open his eyes. Now, Count Chroma and you, Paul. Gilbert had his signature, impeccable smile on his face. For the first time, he looked at the hundreds of raven whistle-like cavaliers with an astonishing presence. His expression was one of concern. I believe that the Duke of Star Lake will welcome all of you to join his group and enjoy your company. Thales instinctively looked at Derek. The Count of Wingfort still had his eyes closed. He was silent for a long time. A few seconds later, Derek slowly opened his eyes. No, there is no need. I believe that our mission has been completed, Paul. This time, Derek's expression was extremely cold, and his words were pale. It is time to go. Gilbert did not say anything. He only curled up the corners of his lips again. He nodded elegantly and appropriately to show that he understood. Thales stared at him in a daze. He did not know what to do. Derek sighed and made a gesture. The raven whistle-like cavaliers reacted as quickly as a flock of startled crows. They reined in their horses, turned around, and left the spot. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk for a period of time, the horses galloped back and forth on the road, and dust flew everywhere. Paul could only rein in his horse and leave, even though his heart was filled with reluctance. Derek stopped for a moment. Amid the piercing sounds of horse hooves, he extended his palm to Thales. The prince, who had not registered what was going on, instinctively grabbed Derek's hand, but Derek pulled him forward. Take care, Your Highness. Derek's grip was very strong. With a stern expression, he moved closer to the prince's ear. Then, Thales, he whispered, please remember our promise. Thales was stunned. Promise? He asked in puzzlement. Yes. This time, Derek's voice was deep and sonorous, just like his expression. 6 years ago, when your carriage left the capital and headed north to Extet, the master of the single-winged crow, the Count of Wingfort, whispered into the teenager's ear. The promise we made to you. 6 years ago, left the capital, went north to Extet, their promise. At that moment, Thales was stunned when he remembered something. Thales raised his head swiftly and looked at him in surprise. All of you? The Count let go of Thales' hand. With a determined expression, he nodded heavily. It is still valid. In the next moment, before Thales could react, Derek clamped down on his horse's abdomen. With a furious shout, he turned his horse around and gathered with his head crow. He galloped away. Rumble. Thales rode alone on his horse and stared at Derek's back in a daze. On the other side, Mallows raised his eyebrows and waved his hand as well. The royal guards and regular soldiers caught up to the prince and crowded around him. Rumble. The endless sounds of horse hooves gathered into two waves. One of them left and the other entered. But Thales was still stunned where he stood. The teenager was a little dazed by the continuous barrage of news. He could only lower his head. His mind was in a mess, and he relied on his ears to sense everything around him. Behind him, the black mass of Raven Whistle Light Cavaliers and Black Lion Army left his side. They turned left together, and after making a semicircle, they returned to their original path. As their footsteps rumbled like war drums, they created endless dark and deep waves. Thump, thump, thump. In front of him, a group of bright royal guards and regular soldiers charged towards him from his right. They filled up the empty space beside him. Their hooves danced in the air, and their armor shone brightly. They intersected with each other, creating a dazzling, cold light. From the sky, it looked like two raging torrents of black and white colors collided head-on in a spectacular vortex. They separated the moment they touched the center of the circle. The waves surged, but they were clearly separated. Only Thales was different. He was like a barely visible dot on the ground. He stood at the center of the two huge waves in a daze. He welcomed the two huge waves tearing him apart. He was independent. He was at a loss. He was insignificant. He did not know how much time had passed. A familiar and gentle voice rose beside his ears. "Now, please come with me." Thales raised his head in a daze. Honorable, Gilbert was right in front of him. His eyes were sparkling, and his tone was fluctuating as he spoke of the new title in front of him. Duke Thales. M. Chapter 506. Unbelievable. Gilbert's voice rose and fell as the carriage moved forward. Thales, who sat in front of him, leaned against the carriage wall quietly. He looked at his teacher whom he had been separated from for 6 years, and all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. "I still remember, young sir, when we parted ways 6 years ago, you were still a child." Aside from his slightly agitated breathing, Gilbert's posture and etiquette were still appropriate and elegant, as if he was carved from the mold of a noble. Thales shrugged and smiled. "Perhaps I am not just a child." "Of course." Gilbert smiled knowingly. "Of course you are not just a child. However, look at you now." Gilbert stared at him closely. He was gratified and moved, and he could not help but look him up and down. "You have grown up." His voice rose and fell. 14 years old. According to the standards of the Empire, you are already a real adult. You can fight with a sword, marry a wife, and have children. Fight, marry a wife, and have children at the age of 14? Thales scratched his head. About this, as the times change and society advances, I believe that we need to discuss it further. Gilbert laughed heartily as he looked at him. The carriage wheels rolled, and the two of them were silent for a while. Then Gilbert sighed. "So, it has been 6 years, Your Highness. Is everything all right? How is the North? Is everything all right? How is the North?" Thales had imagined many scenes of reuniting with his old friends. He had also imagined how he would add fuel to the fire and complain about the terrible food in Northland, the cold temperature in Heroic Spirit Palace, the dim-witted little rascal, the annoying female official Gings, the foolish star killer, the cunning Leespan, the damned Lampard, the gluttonous Ida, the bored eyes of his 2 attendants as they argued. He even imagined pouring out all his pain, unhappiness, and complaints in one go. The Extension's strange gazes, the Northland teacher's sarcastic demeanor, the outdoor class's use of their power to avenge personal grudges, the incessant surveillance, and the unreasonable searches. But when it came to it and the words were at the tip of his tongue, Thales put away his memories and smiled brightly. "You know, it is the North." The prince shrugged in a relaxed manner. His smile was warm and calm. It is very northern. Gilbert did not answer immediately. Instead, he stared at him for a long time. His gaze was focused on the teenager's sunny smile. He seemed to have read something. Yes, Your Highness. A few seconds later, Gilbert answered softly, Northlanders, Northerners. I've negotiated with them. I know. I know. Gilbert's gaze was calm and gentle, but for some unknown reason, Thales had the misconception that there was a heavy burden on him and he could not bear it. Silence reigned in the carriage, and for a moment there was only the sound of hoofbeats outside. Thales took another deep breath. How about you, Gilbert? And Eternal Star City and Constellation? For the past 6 years? When Gilbert heard this, he paused for a moment before he slowly gripped his cane. Oh, I'm getting old. I'm not as good at riding as I used to be. I'm taking more and more carriages. Every day, the scribe's secretary's writing is getting bigger and bigger. Thales listened quietly and stared at Gilbert, who seemed to have aged 6 years. 6 years ago, they also sat in the same carriage on the road to Renaissance Palace. 6 years later, Gilbert turned his head and smiled faintly. Apart from that, it's still the same. Working, living, breathing, and waiting, he paused for a second and looked into Thales' eyes. Your return. Thales froze. For a period of time, he was speechless. He did not know what to do. Gilbert's expression darkened. I cannot imagine how much hardship you went through in Extet. He stared at his cane, and he spoke rudely, which was rare for him. Cursed Northlander, it should have only been a few weeks. Then, you would have returned safely and returned to our care. I still remember telling you that everything would be fine, but Thales could not bear to see this happen. Gilbert leaned against his cane, lowered his head, and sighed. We have failed in our duties and dragged you into this. Thales shook his head at him. But the Foreign Affairs Minister continued to speak. There was guilt in his voice. From King Nuvan to the calamities, and then to Black Sand region. Just reading about it in the letter is enough to make me tremble, but experiencing it personally, Thales had to interrupt him loudly. Gilbert trembled slightly before he stopped talking. The prince smiled. Hey, I made it through. Gilbert looked at him quietly. A few seconds later, a smile appeared on his face. The cunning fox of Constellation showed fatigue, which was rare for him when he was the prince's teacher. You made it through. From the north. I made it through. He nodded slowly, but it was obvious that he was absent-minded. Thales suddenly noticed that Gilbert's energy and focus were not as good as before. Sensing the fluctuations in Gilbert's emotions, Thales had no choice but to change the topic. So, what about them? The people who stayed in Dragon Cloud City? Putre, Ralph, and that Oida, and Waya? When he heard this name, Gilbert seemed to have suddenly woken up. Do not worry, even though they still need to stay in Dragon Cloud City for a while. But since the most important thing is that you have returned safely, there is no meaning for Dragon Cloud City or Black Sand region to detain your followers. Thales breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. A few seconds later, the teenager suddenly said, Gilbert, ensure that they are safe. Make sure your son comes back safely. The prince raised his head and said seriously, without them, I would not have been able to last until now. Gilbert was slightly taken aback. Thales exhaled. If there is a need, I can write a letter and have someone pass it directly to Archduchess Walton. I have some connections with her. Gilbert stared at him quietly before he smiled. The wrinkles on his face were clearly visible. Your Highness. The Foreign Affairs Minister looked at him with a smile. They will be fine. As long as you are fine. And my son will definitely know this. Thales raised his head and returned the smile. He nodded. Gilbert seemed to have realized something. He took a few deep breaths and composed his emotions. He returned to being the professional and dignified Foreign Affairs Minister, the cunning fox of Constellation, Count Gilbert Casso. I have many things to say to you, Your Highness, but a polite smile appeared on Gilbert's face again. Since you have returned, there are too many things that need to be arranged. The welcoming banquet for the prince's return, your complete team of instructors and advisors, of course, you need to consider the prince's needs, and also fit the status of a duke. Oh, right, the dignity of the Duke of Star Lake. When Thales heard the last sentence, his expression darkened. In fact, I was just about to ask about this. Thales' expression became very serious. Even Gilbert subconsciously put away his smile. The Duke of Star Lake. The prince enunciated each word clearly, and he looked at his teacher with a puzzled expression. Gilbert, what do you mean by this? Gilbert paused for a moment, as if he was thinking about something. A few seconds later, he smiled faintly. Please do not worry, Your Highness. This is a good thing. Gilbert sighed with a myriad of emotions in his heart. The Duke of Star Lake. He looked at the field outside the carriage window, which was moving backwards. In the history of Constellation, this is an honorary title that belongs exclusively to the Jade Star family and is given to the members of the royal family. Although it is not as powerful and influential as the 6 great guardian dukes that were conferred by the King of Renaissance, and the real power and fiefs that come with it are insignificant, Gilbert turned his head around and looked at Thales sternly. But the meaning it represents is extraordinary. Thales quirked an eyebrow. At that moment, it was as if a familiar feeling had returned. He did not seem to be sitting in a carriage and hurrying along the avenue of blessings. Instead, he returned to the study room in Mindy's hall. Gilbert's signature steady voice slowly rose into the air. 500 years ago, Pulse Breaker Sumer II conferred his eldest son, Alan, as the Duke of Star Lake. He allowed him to start managing his territory and participate in government affairs, so that he could legitimately assist him in handling the affairs of the country. Then, after Sumer II passed away, Prince Alan inherited the throne as a duke, and he became Ascension King Alan I. Pulse Breaker. Thales listened to Gilbert's words and searched for Little Rascal's way of looking at the world, which he learned during his 6 years in Northland. Ahem, it was Constellation's history class in the eyes of the Northlanders. If he remembered correctly, Sumer II was the one who benefited from the tragic confrontation between the 2 stars and ascended to the throne. To prevent the kingdom from repeating the mistakes of blood relatives fighting for the throne and brothers killing each other, the inheritance bill he issued truly established the system of the eldest son inheriting the throne, and the youngest son changing his surname and being conferred the title of nobility. We're still more advanced. Since we're choosing a king, of course we'll choose the most powerful one. We'll settle it with a fight. The Star Killer, who had nothing to do and was listening by the side with his arms crossed. Under his bill, many of the descendants of the branch families with great surnames were forced to leave their homes and change their surnames. He also chased away a large number of cousins who stayed under the complicated branches of the family tree and eyed them with hostility. Many of the vassals who were not the eldest son hated him so much that they gnashed their teeth. Sumer Jadestar II was also given the title of Pulse Breaker. As for the Ascension King, Thales found the name familiar, as if he had just heard it not too long ago. Gilbert's voice continued to rise and fall in cadence. From then on, half of the Jade Stars who were conferred the title of Duke of Star Lake over the past 500 years were crown princes, whether they were known or not. After the late king passed away, they wore the 9-pointed star crown and inherited the supreme throne of Constellation. So, the Duke of Star Lake can be considered as the title of crown prince. Wait, Thales, who was still thinking about who the Ascension King was, furrowed his eyebrows. Did you say half? Gilbert continued smiling, as if he had expected what Thales was going to ask. The other half, such as the ancestor of the Talon family in Ice River City and your grandfather's brother, the Starlight God of War, John Jadestar, are the closest family members and most trusted assistants of the king. They wield great power and assist him in managing the state affairs. John Jadestar, Starlight God of War. Thales' heart sank. He recalled many things, such as the interesting things the veteran Genid had told him about the Duke in the Starlight Brigade when he was in the Northland, or Samuel's evaluation of the Duke of Star Lake in the Prison of Bones. or the Duke of Western Desert telling him about John's background in Ghost Prince Tower. Gilbert seemed to become more excited the more he spoke. So, Your Highness, to Constellation, the title of Duke of Star Lake is either given to the king's successor as an honorary title before the crown prince inherits the throne, or the title is given to the king's closest family members to show his favor and trust. Then, with the help of blood ties, the Jade Star family's rule will be strengthened. Closest family members. Favor and trust. Thales coughed softly and narrowed his eyes. But I remember that even though the Duke of Star Lake was his brother John during my grandfather Adi II's era, the crown prince he chose was, against his expectations. Gilbert quickly interrupted him, and his tone was firm and resolute. That only proves one thing, that your grandfather was willing to use his life to believe in John and his brother, just like how he believed in his own heir. He even believed that John could continue to loyally assist the king who succeeded him as the Duke of Star Lake. Use his life to believe in John. Believe in his brother. Just like how he believed in his own heir. For some unknown reason, Samuel's indignant words in the prison echoed in Thales' mind. Was it a brother killing his brother, or a son killing his father? Gilbert took a deep breath and continued to stare at Thales seriously, as though he would not allow any doubt. And John did not disappoint your grandfather. As the greatest hero in the Bloody Year, the former Duke of Star Lake and his Starlight Brigade conquered the rebels in the south and fought against the Great Dragon in the north. In the end, he turned the tide and saved all of Constellation. John Jade Star. He was the greatest contributor to the Bloody Year. Conquered the rebels in the south and fought against the Great Dragon in the north. He turned the tide and saved Constellation. Thales quietly recited these words and tried his best to suppress the inexplicable chill that rose from the bottom of his heart. Yes. The prince's expression was solemn, and his tone was calm. And then he died. Gilbert was stunned for a moment, but the Foreign Affairs Minister was obviously very experienced. He frowned and quickly continued Thales' words, and thus made this title even more noble. During the 18 years when Star Lake Castle was empty, when people talked about the Duke of Star Lake who shed blood on the battlefield, they would only reminisce about his loyalty, tragedy, and glorious past. This time, Thales did not respond when he listened to Gilbert's flawless explanation. Instead, he stared at Gilbert for a long time. At that moment, Thales suddenly remembered Disaster Sword Marina's words. Please investigate this matter and find out the truth. Find out the truth behind Duke John's assassination in Zodra during the Bloody Year. The truth. Under the prince's gaze, the Foreign Affairs Minister frowned slightly. He suddenly had a misconception that the student he was once very familiar with had become a little unfamiliar. A few seconds later, Thales turned his gaze away. That's right. Gilbert secretly sighed in relief and forgot about the strange feeling in his heart. Hence, being conferred this title is a sign that you are deeply trusted and highly regarded by His Majesty. This means that you are no longer a prince who relies on your father's shadow, who has a noble title but no real power. Instead, you are His Majesty's right-hand man. You have a fief, authority, and status. You are the Duke of Star Lake who can stand on equal footing with the hereditary vassals. When he said this, Gilbert looked at Thales excitedly. With this status, you can even directly enter the Imperial Conference to participate in national affairs and solve His Majesty's problems. It will not be out of place. And when you interact with foreign countries, Constellation's Duke of Star Lake is a powerful title. It is far more powerful than King Kessel's son. Thales still did not speak. He only seemed to be deep in thought. Perhaps he wanted to explain in detail, or perhaps he was worried about something. Gilbert paused for a few tenths of a second. Before the smile on his face disappeared, he continued speaking. And of course, it also announces to all the ambitious vassals that even after 6 years away from the kingdom, your position in His Majesty's heart is still incredibly important. Your rightful right to inherit the throne cannot be shaken. The position in His Majesty's heart. Thales appeared to have come to a realization, but he shook his head quietly in his heart. Alright, this is really worth discussing. Even though he was not very interested, Thales still put on a surprised expression in a very cooperative manner. But Gilbert seemed to have been deceived by his appearance. The Foreign Affairs Minister looked gratified. Yes, I know, Your Grace. He held his cane tightly and subconsciously changed the way he addressed Thales. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Thales thought of something again, and he came to a slight realization. So, just now, Count Chroma immediately left with a flick of his sleeves. The prince looked at Gilbert in surprise. Does he know that no matter how much he shows to the world how close and familiar he is with the prince, and no matter how much he tries to get closer to me and form a tacit understanding with me, it cannot compare to this extraordinary title of Duke in the kingdom that has been vacant for 18 years? Gilbert was stunned. Maybe they are, maybe they aren't, but that's their business, the Foreign Secretary sighed. Now, the most important thing is that you will soon return to Renaissance Palace and return to your home. Thales was dazed for a moment. The carriage continued to move forward steadily. The plains outside the window were vast, and the scenery was very magnificent. It fully displayed the beauty of Western Desert. But Thales knew that this was the first unfamiliar sight he had seen. Home. Thales mumbled. Is it? When he saw the prince's expression, the strange feeling in Gilbert's heart rose again. But since he was good at observing people's expressions, he quickly skipped over this topic and shifted his attention to Thales' weapon. Your Grace, this is... Gilbert stared at the sword lying beside Thales' hand, and his expression changed slightly. Thales snapped out of his daze and sighed, feeling a headache coming on as well. Does it look familiar? It is the sword passed down in the Falkenhas family, Sentinel. Thales patted the hilt of the long sword. I have to say, it is a good sword. Gilbert's gaze froze. The Foreign Affairs Minister's expression was a little solemn. The ancient empire's sword is not only priceless, it also carries with it history, and its meaning is extraordinary. The Duke of Western Desert is a little too. Thales stroked the sword hilt and raised his eyebrows. A little too generous? Constellation's cunning fox's expression became very serious. Considering his reputation, yes. Thales pursed his lips and nodded. Then, should I hide it and not let anyone else see it? Gilbert shook his head and said, no. There are too many ways for people to know about it. For example, if Duke Falkenhas did not bring that sword with him to the banquet, some nobles will ask, and then... Thales shrugged. Then should I return it? Gilbert paused for a moment. I am afraid so. The Foreign Affairs Minister seemed to be deep in thought. I can prepare a letter for you. I will use the reason of respecting the history behind this sword as an excuse. It will be tactful, appropriate, and respectful. Our swift horses will be able to send the sword back in a few days. But this time, against his expectations, the teenage prince before him only smiled faintly before he pushed Sentinel's blade back into its sheath. I just happen to lack a suitable sword. Thales looked at Gilbert with a smile. His words stunned the latter. I want to keep it. Gilbert stared at Thales in a daze. The sense of unfamiliarity in his heart was at its peak. Your Highness, Your Grace, forgive me for being straightforward. Considering our current relationship with the suzerains of Western Desert, the meaning of returning it is greater than the value of the sword itself. If the people see that you have accepted it... But Thales interrupted him. Gilbert. The prince placed the long sword back in his hand. His tone was calm, and his emphasis was barely noticeable. What you are worried about is letting the people see that I have accepted Falkenhas' gift. Thales' gaze changed. Or letting my father see it? At this moment, Gilbert was truly stunned. Your Grace, I suggest that you do not think too much about it. The Foreign Affairs Minister wanted to say something, but he hesitated. Gilbert, I saw them. All three of them. Thales looked at the scenery outside the window and slowly became absent-minded. Be it Falkenhas, Chroma, or Bosdorf, these local nobles of Western Desert, their attitude towards me, and the things they are eager to tell me. I can feel it, Gilbert. From how careful you were when you talked about the Duke of Star Lake, to how worried you were about me befriending the nobles of Western Desert. Gilbert. The prince closed his eyes and sighed. This damned Duke or whatever it is. Thales opened his eyes wearily. It's not that easy to be, right? Gilbert instinctively wanted to retort, but the moment he met Thales' gaze, he stopped talking. Thales leaned against the wall of the carriage and sighed slowly. Gilbert looked at him quietly. A few seconds later, the Foreign Affairs Minister sighed, and a tired but plain smile appeared on his face. My young sir, perhaps you do not know, but do you know why we are here? Thales was slightly stunned. Gilbert heaved a sigh of relief and pointed outside the window. Because 6 years ago, you and your performance during the national conference prevented this ancient kingdom from falling into disintegration and decline. Thales frowned. National conference. The memories of the past inevitably returned to his mind. And immediately after that, you went north to Extet with your magnanimity and resolute courage. You extinguished the flames of war with your own body and protected the kingdom. Went north to Extet? Thales pursed his lips. But what you did was far more than that. Gilbert's tone became more indistinct, but also more solemn. Over the past 6 years, with the departure of the born king, Dragoncloud City has become weak, and Extet has fallen into internal strife that is even more chaotic than before. From what I know, Beacon Illumination City has just raised the tariff on the grains exported to Black Sand Region and Reformation Tower, causing the prices of grains in the latter to remain high. The suzerains of the 3 territories are full of resentment toward each other, and they have almost become mortal enemies. The city of Faraway Prayers and Defense City are currently embroiled in a dispute over the Golden Passage. They are secretly playing games with the ill-intentioned Kemu Union around the Alliance of Freedom. It has been protracted for a long time, and they are unable to extricate themselves from it. As traditional allies during the Nuan era, the relationship between Glacier Sea and Elefure City and Dragoncloud City has deteriorated rapidly. They have switched sides many times in domestic affairs, and they are in conflict with each other. Dragoncloud City. When he heard this term, Thales subconsciously clenched his fists. Most importantly, the 3 southern archdukes who were originally eyeing us covetously, regardless of whether it was Prestige Orchid Region, Reformation Tower, or the most feared Chapman I, because they lost their common enemy, and because Black Sand Region became king, the balance between the 3 was broken. They began to turn inward and were on guard against each other. The suzerains of the 3 territories were on high alert, and because of this, they had no choice but to greatly reduce their military forces at the borders of Constellation to prepare for each other's threats. Gilbert looked at him gently. The smile on his face was the same as it was in the past in Mindy's Hall. Hence, in the past 6 years, the pressure on the northern borders decreased drastically, and the pine forest returned to our patrol area. Even the fiercest extension hunters did not dare to hunt in the south. The citizens of Overwatch City and Lonely Old Tower welcomed a rare period of peace and prosperity. The defense line at the borders of Black Sand Region was unprecedentedly empty. It was said that the Fortress Flower led the patrol team across the border and set up camp in Black Sand Region. They stayed there for 3 days and 3 nights, and the scattered extensions did not dare to approach them. They only dared to watch from afar, because their suzerains and their king detested each other and did not have the time to pay attention to the south. The danger at Broken Dragon Fortress was lifted, and the effects were immediate. The farming, harvesting, herding, and all other industries in the Northern Territory were slowly recovering. Just like this time, when we went to Western Desert to rescue you, quite a number of soldiers were transferred from the military service quota that Broken Dragon Fortress saved. Gilbert paused for a moment. There was a deep emotion in his words. I still remember that 6 years ago, the regular army under Baron Murch was stationed in Central Territory. They trained their soldiers day by day and nervously prepared for war in the north. They were on guard against any changes in the fortress, and they could not leave their posts easily. But today, 6 years later, the army of the kingdom's wrath rode their horses and whips. They followed the king's orders and spread royal authority everywhere. Regardless of whether it was Eastern Sea, South Coast, Blade Edge or Western Desert, wherever they went, the four regions submitted to them. Wherever their longswords pointed, the vassals would bow. The territory of the kingdom, which was once out of control, was once again placed on His Majesty's long conference table. Due to the rare opportunity brought about by the great dragon's decline, we can do whatever we want. Be it unifying the nobles in the country, reasserting royal authority, fighting against Camus Union, attacking dragon-kissed land, warning Alumbia, stationing troops at the borders to intimidate the three kingdoms of fog, and seizing back the hegemony of the Western Peninsula. All the things that we dared to think about but did not dare to do before are now being put on the agenda. As he listened to the news of the current situation, Thales frowned. All these years, so many things have happened around Constellation? Your Highness, the heavy blow of the bloody year caused the kingdom to be in a decadent state for many years, and it was difficult for it to rise again. Gilbert's words were filled with sorrow. It has been nearly 20 years, an entire generation. We, who had the blood of the empire flowing in our veins and once dominated the Western Peninsula, had no choice but to remain humble and bide our time. We trembled in fear as if we were treading on thin ice. The Foreign Affairs Minister's gray hair reflected the setting sun outside the window. His tone fluctuated, and it was clear that he was having a hard time calming down. Gilbert sucked in a deep breath. The expression on his face changed, and as his tone became spirited, he became full of life. But 20 years have passed, and it is like the great dragon folds its wings, and the powerful enemy is beheaded. The Milky Way shines, and Constellation shines again. Gilbert's eyes seemed to be shining, and it actually made Thales feel as if he could not breathe. We finally have the time to recover our strength and reorganize the country. The day when the kingdom returns to the top of the world is just around the corner. The Foreign Affairs Minister held Thales' shoulders gently. And all of this, from saving Constellation, unifying the kingdom, extinguishing the flames of war, and rebuilding the country, all of these cannot be separated from you, my young sir, my— Gilbert sucked in a deep breath and looked at Thales with complicated emotions. His eyes sparkled slightly. Duke Thales. Thales could only stare at him in a daze. He could not say anything for a long time. Gilbert blinked hard and put away the sparkles in his eyes. At the same time, he restrained his emotions. That's right. This nuisance of a duke is indeed not easy to be. A bitter but gratified smile appeared on the middle-aged noble's face. But it is precisely because of all your hard work and struggles in the past that you became one of the millions of people in this great kingdom, Gilbert said softly. That's right. The person who is most suitable for it. At that moment, Your Grace, Your Grace. A familiar voice traveled into Thales' ears from outside the carriage. Thales snapped out of his daze. He could tell that this was a member of the Royal Guards, the golden-haired knight who previously stood behind Mallows, Derek's distant relative, Knight Doyle, who mocked the Chroma family for escorting Thales with ill intentions. We have arrived at Lauren Castle. This is our resting point for today. We will depart tomorrow. Before Thales, who was still immersed in his strange emotions, could react, Gilbert sorted out his emotions and stood up with a smile. Thank you, Doyle. I am coming now. Gilbert pushed open the carriage door and walked out. His voice continued to travel into Thales' ears from outside the carriage. He was polite, and there was no trace of his previous agitation. And I am very grateful for the service of the Royal Guards. Doyle's laughter rose as well. It was clear that he was very familiar with the Foreign Affairs Minister. It is a mission, Your Grace. Also, since we have been appointed as the Duke of Star Lake's personal guards. Doyle's voice was very bright, as if he would never experience sorrow. Then perhaps you can call us the Duke's personal guards, or Star Lake Guards. Thales was stunned again. Star Lake Guards. The Royal Guards and Gilbert continued chatting and laughing outside the carriage. But Thales only sat quietly in the carriage. He did not say a word and he did not move. After an unknown period of time, when Doyle's urging voice rose, the teenage prince sighed and leaned back against the carriage. He said in a barely audible voice, "What are you waiting for?" he said in a barely audible voice. Are you there? A few seconds later, a nearly inaudible hoarse voice traveled into Thales' ears. Thales shook his head in a daze and snorted softly. Did you hear what Gilbert said just now about what I did? From saving Constellation, unifying the kingdom, extinguishing the flames of war, and rebuilding the kingdom, it is all your hard work and struggles in the past that allowed you to become one of the millions of people in this great kingdom, the person who is most suitable for it. Thales was absent-minded. The answer in the air was still as sparse as ever. Thales casually responded to Doyle's urging outside the carriage. He raised his head in a daze and looked at the top of the carriage. His gaze was unfocused. Yodel, have you ever had a moment where everything in your life became so unreal that you were at a loss for what to do? A few seconds later, the masked protector's voice traveled into Thales' ears faintly. Yes. Thales curled his lips into the ghost of a smile. Very good, then I am not crazy. His tone was desolate. Thales, his name traveled into Thales' ears, along with a hesitant, comforting sentence. Everything will be fine. Thales smiled again when he heard this. Everything will be fine. Yes, Thales said absent-mindedly in the carriage. Every time, when things are about to turn bad, I tell myself the same thing. Yodel did not speak again. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.